Can you believe that this mistake happened in an episode of SpongeBob? Or even this one? Or this one? Dude, it is crazy how many mistakes there are in SpongeBob, and we're gonna be exposing a bunch of them in today's video, so let's get right into it. One of my favorite seasons of SpongeBob is season 2. Like, don't get me wrong, season 1 and 3 are also really good, and even modern SpongeBob has some good episodes. Season 13 was pretty good, and season 14 has been alright so far.
Are you trying out a new sunscreen?
What? No!
But anyways, season 2, the episode we're going to be covering is Something Smells. And yeah, this episode has a couple of mistakes. Here's the first one. Let's see if you guys can spot it.
Ketchup!
Did you guys catch it? Because this one even took me a couple of times to actually understand the mistake here. It has to do with SpongeBob's hand. As when SpongeBob opens up this giant ketchup bottle, like that is a massive bottle of ketchup, and squeezes it into his sundae bowl, a ketchup sundae, disgusting. Look, his right hand is backwards. And to really show you guys, I want you to take your arm, all right, your right arm, and position it like SpongeBob's arm in this shot, and you'll see that his hand was drawn backwards. Again, it's very easy to miss, but yeah, this is totally a mistake. And here's another one from the same episode. So this next one happens really fast. It's only for about a frame or so. But when SpongeBob starts screaming Patrick in the clips you guys just saw, a majority of his holes just disappear. Like, look at this spongy dude over here. It's so weird seeing him without all of his holes. Also, just saying, it kind of makes it a little funny, but if you look at SpongeBob's reflection in the same shot, the reflection has the holes. Like, his reflection in the water, so why doesn't he have his holes? It's so weird. Another thing too that's technically a mistake is if you look, Patrick's reflection does not move. Like, Patrick himself will move, but the reflection does not match it. So yeah, messy scene right here. We're heading over to season 7 for this next one, and this episode is not liked by the SpongeBob community very much. It's Karate Star. I personally don't think that the episode is that bad, but a lot of fans just do not like this one. Mainly due to the plot, but surprise, surprise, the episode itself also has a bunch of mistakes. Anyways, roll that footage.
Hiya, SpongeBob!
What are you doing in there? Neptune!
So this one's weird, alright? Let's take a look at the Krusty Krab from the outside, and you'll notice that the Krusty Krab doors have these yellow handles on them, alright? It's been there ever since the first ever episode, and it's just how the doors look, man, alright? It's how they look. But in the clips you guys just saw, when Patrick chops through the Krusty Krab doors with his karate, or his karate, those yellow handles do not appear on the floor, when they really should. Like, this mistake is a bit of a nitpick on my end, and I can understand why the animators were a little too lazy to put the handles in this shot, but it's still technically a mistake.
In fact, we're out of everything.
Alright, so as you guys saw in the clips, Patrick over here orders a delicious ice cream, alright? I could go for some ice cream right now. Comment down below what's your favorite flavor of ice cream. Mine is cookie dough. But anyways, when Patrick orders his large ice cream, the amount of scoops on his ice cream inconsistently change in between shots. For example, when he first gets it, it looks like this, and there's this many scoops. But when the shot changes, look, so do the scoops of ice cream. It even happens again in this shot where the scoops of ice cream have changed again. Super inconsistent. Not a huge deal, but this one is most certainly a mistake, and hey, mistakes happen sometimes. It's a 2D animated show, but I caught ya. And let's catch more heading over to another episode. And guys, stay tuned because the mistakes are only gonna get crazier as we go. I'm saving the craziest mistakes for the end. You know, we cover a ton of mistakes on this channel, and there are some mistakes that just actually crack me up, and this is one of them. It's from the episode No Hat for Pat, which is kind of an underrated episode, just saying, with Patrick becoming an attraction at the Krusty Krab because he constantly falls and hurts himself. I actually feel kind of bad for Patrick in this episode, but anyways, here's the first mistake. Let's see if you guys can catch it.
We're just $5 ahead.
Yeah, this one's pretty straightforward, but the Krusty Krab sign, alright? Normally it looks like this, and as you can see, it says the Krusty Krab. Of course, it's the Krusty Krab sign after all. But in this one shot from No Hat for Pat, look, the sign is misspelled, with the U in Krusty being replaced with a Y. The Y also seems to be backwards, but yeah, that's not how the sign is supposed to look. So weird, but not as weird as this next episode's set of mistakes. Let's keep it rolling, gang. So this next episode is actually one of my favorites in terms of modern day SpongeBob, especially in terms of season 9. The episode is Mall Girl Pearl, and it's a cool episode because it isn't about SpongeBob, Patrick, Sandy, or Mr. Krabs, it's all about Pearl. Anyways though, we're here for mistakes, alright? We're not here for a deep dive into Pearl, so here's the first mistake from this episode. So this one is a bit of a nitpick, but it's still technically a mistake, and listen closely because it's kinda technical. But when Pearl first reads her Coral Cuties magazine, we can see that the magazine's name on the back is shown in yellow text. Remember this, alright? It's yellow text. However though, after Pearl puts it down and the scene progresses, look, that yellow text, which was yellow, is now red. It just randomly changes. Here's a side-by-side to show you guys, and yeah, the animators made a little bit of a goof here. Also, as you guys can see in this shot, when Pearl's reading the magazine, this guy right here, Derek, is on the back of the magazine. We can see her looking at it. However though, when she puts the magazine down, look, Derek has just completely disappeared from the back of the magazine. He does reappear when she picks it up, but yeah, very, very messy. And here's another mistake from Mall Girl Pearl.
No. I have no idea, Pearly.
This next mistake is a major issue, and it's because it goes against SpongeBob lore. I know I sound crazy when I say SpongeBob lore, but there is a canon to this stuff. Now, for context, back in the episode Sleepy Time, I love this episode, it's iconic, we see Mr. Krabs' driver's license, and as you can see, it says that his birthday is on November 30th, 1942, and that his address is 3541 Anchor Way. Remember this, alright? Remember this. As in Mall Girl Pearl, we get another look at Mr. Krabs' license, and things have just completely changed now. Like, whoever animated this shot of Mr. Krabs' license needs to go and watch older episodes of SpongeBob because they're wrong, with it claiming that he was born on September 25th, 1960, and that his address is 2219 Anchor Street instead of the other address I mentioned before. Now, don't get me wrong, dude could have moved, like maybe Mr. Krabs moved, but you're not able to change your birth date, alright? You're not able to. It's kind of funny because if Mr. Krabs did this himself, maybe Mr. Krabs forged his ID so that he comes across as younger. And we ain't done yet, baby. Let's keep it moving. Let's head over to our next episode, and this is where things get spicy. Next up, we've got For Here or To Go from season 6. In this episode, you know, it's kind of mixed. Some people like it, some people don't like it. I personally do like it. I will admit though, it has some gnarly scenes. Like, look at this one shot from the ending of the episode where you see the digested contents of a Krabby Patty in Plankton's stomach.
I analyze the contents of your stomach and use them to synthesize a Krabby Patty.
Like, wow, dude. But anyways, we're here for mistakes, not gross SpongeBob scenes. That's actually a good idea for a video though. Comment down below, should I do a video on like the grossest scenes in SpongeBob? But anyways, here's the mistakes from this episode. Roll the footage.
Doesn't your spatula need a line in or something?
Nope, she's perfectly aligned.
All right. In this episode.
Karen, quick! You gotta cut this Krabby Patty out of me stat!
But what about anesthetic?
There's no time. I can feel it digesting.
Whatever you say, dear. Hold still. This may pinch a little.
So this one, you need a really good eye to catch it, alright? But so this right here is Karen, alright? Plankton's computer wife. And because Karen is a computer, there are multiple different versions of her. There's only one Karen, but she can be in this like robot version. But there's also this wall version that we often see inside the Chum Bucket, where Karen's like on a monitor on the wall. Ultimately though, there is only one Karen. So why in this one shot can we see both the mobile robot version and the wall version of Karen at the exact same time. I'll tell you why. It's because they made a mistake. I guess the animators accidentally drew both versions at the same time because it looks really weird. On the bright side for Plankton, I guess he has two versions of Karen now, which could be kinda convenient. Anyways though, before I get myself in trouble, let's head over to another episode. This next one's a banger, but more importantly, the mistakes in it are going to blow your brain. All right, let's keep it moving. I've said this many times before, but I personally, being a massive SpongeBob fan, love episodes where it focuses more on another character than just SpongeBob or Patrick. And the episode Larry the Floor Manager is a good example of this. It's nice to see our boy Larry get some more representation. We've got two mistakes for you from this episode. Here's the first one. Roll the footage.
What are y'all doing out here? You should just go home.
We can't go home. There's no Krabby Patties at home. I need my Krabby Patties, man. You gotta help me!
Did you guys catch that? Because it's really bad. It happens for like a couple of frames, so I'm surprised that the animators didn't catch it. But in the scenes we just showed you, if you look closely, our boy Incidental 40, his left eyebrow just randomly turns blue. Normally they're black, but as you can see here, it turns like transparent or something, and it blends in with the sky, which is why it's blue. Definitely a weird mistake, and here's another one from the same episode.
Yes, I will have a quad patty with a sprinkling of Himalayan salt.
Listen closely, guys, because this one's a little complicated. So, when Fred is first seen in the line at the start of the episode in the clips you guys just saw, he's wearing this fresh watch right here on his right fin, all right? Remember this, he's got a watch right here. As eventually, when he and the other customers complain about Bubble Bass taking too long to order, look, that same watch is just gone now. Like, maybe he took it off for a second, but I doubt it. I think this was just a mistake. The animators drew him with a watch, and then they forgot about the watch, and that's why we got this scene with him wearing no watch. Which, hey, at least we can get a laugh out of it, all right? At least it's funny. I'm sure Fred over here doesn't think it's too funny, though. He's probably worrying about where his watch went. But you know what I'm worried about? More mistakes in SpongeBob, so let's head over to our next episode, guys, and this one's going to shock you. Next up, we've got Squid Noir, and this episode's really, really cool. I actually think it's a very underrated episode. Now, we're gonna get into the mistake, but a big part of this episode is that Squidward becomes a detective, and when this happens, the whole art style changes. Everything becomes all black and white, and it starts to feel like a noir film. So we're gonna get into the mistakes, but here are some clips showing you guys this because it's a really cool episode. And then we'll expose the mistakes and take a poop on the episode.
Try not to get in the way.
Yeah! It's a play date! I mean, all right, I'll partner up with you this time.
See, really, really cool stuff. Now we can just, you know, like I said, we can take a poop on the episode and bring up the mistake, roll the footage.
So sorry. I'm so sorry for your loss.
I'm not. Come on, SpongeBob, let's go. This is a dead end.
This one's actually pretty easy to miss, especially because the scene's in black and white. But when one of Bubble Bass's friends try to comfort him after his suburban dad action figure breaks, the veil that one of the friends wears disappears for like a split second. It happens really fast. It then pops right back on, but look, for this one frame, it's gone. I'm actually gonna play the clip in slow motion again. Like, look at this, I'm playing it, and like, yeah, like it just disappears randomly. At least he gets it back though, so yeah. But crazy mistake, and let's keep it moving. Which SpongeBob episode should we talk about next? Or actually, maybe it's time for the random mistake of the day, where we take a quick break from SpongeBob to talk about mistakes in another cartoon suggested by you guys. Don't worry, we're gonna go right back to SpongeBob. I know a lot of you guys prefer SpongeBob, but let's hang out for a second and talk about another cartoon and expose some mistakes. Today we're gonna do Paw Patrol, but comment down below and let me know other cartoons you want me to cover for the random mistake of the day segment. The episode in question is Pups Save the Space Alien, and for context, it has to do with this character right here, Marshall. I'm showing a PNG of them, so pay attention to them. All right, you guys got it? Roll the footage.
Who put a building right here? Made it!
So this type of mistake is actually pretty rare. Usually 3D animated shows are really good when it comes to mistakes because it's 3D modeled. So there's 3D models of everything, and there's less of a chance of there being like a 2D animation style mistake. But we got one right here, as when Marshall goes back to sleep and we see this elevator close, look, our boy Marshall is actually clipping through the elevator doors, meaning his body is going through the doors model. This shouldn't happen, especially in 3D animation, and is a mistake. And with that said, instead, let's head right back over to SpongeBob, baby. Let's go. Remember though, comment down below other cartoons you want me to cover in the random mistake of the day segment. But yeah, let's get back to SpongeBob. Okay, so this one is kind of minor, but I'm so proud of myself for catching it. Like, I've never seen this mistake before, and I've actually covered this one episode plenty of times. The episode is Dumped, where Gary decides that he wants to hang out with Patrick way more than SpongeBob. It's actually really sad. But anyways, roll the footage. Let's see if you guys can catch the mistake, and here's a hint. It has to do with a picture in the background of SpongeBob's house.
Oh, Gary, why did you have to go? Why, Gary? Why? Gary?
Did you guys catch it? It has to do with Gary's design. So let's take a look at Gary for a second. And as you guys can see, our beautiful snail right here, he has purple dots on him. These are important. And this like red squiggly line right here. All right. His design is iconic. Now I can understand why they did this because it's just a picture in the background and they didn't want to give it too much detail. But look at this picture of Gary in the back of SpongeBob's house. If we zoom in, we can see that they got his design wrong. They got the red squiggle, but they were just too lazy to draw the purple dots, which is kind of shocking because like they're just dots. I'm kind of nitpicking, but still technically a mistake, guys. Come on. This episode only premiered like a week ago. It's from season 14, of course, and it's titled Necro Nom 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 Icon. Don't ask me why, but very strange episode title. It has two mistakes. Here's the first one. And here's a little hint. This right here is the sandwich. You want to pay attention to her nose.
Your book, ma'am.
I forgot my spectacles. Hey, buddy, you sure this is the magic book I ordered?
Did you guys catch that? As she spins the book, the sandwich's nose gets cut off when she asks the clerk if the cooking book was hers. This is not supposed to happen. We should be able to see her full nose. Like I'm showing you guys, I'm zooming in here. But for that one moment, it just gets cut off and looks really weird. Not as weird as this next mistake though from the same episode. Roll the footage.
Hurry up, boyo. Breakfast don't last all day, you know.
Alright, so real quick, let's take a look at our favorite spongy boy over here, SpongeBob, and take a look at his design, alright? More specifically, his holes. You'll notice that he has holes here, here, and here. This part's where it's really important on his side. As in this episode, when SpongeBob salutes to Mr. Krabs, look, he's missing this hole right here. Am I nitpicking? Totally, it's not that big of a deal, but he's missing a hole. It should be right there. Anyways, though, let's head over to another episode that actually has a bad mistake, alright? Let's keep it rolling. Up next, we've got Big Pink Loser, an episode that the plot is actually kind of sad. Pretty much, Patrick thinks he's won an award, but it's actually SpongeBob's award. And this really triggers our favorite starfish over here to the point where he starts to act like SpongeBob so he can win an award as well. Oh, Patrick, you're so dumb. I love you though. What I don't love though, guys, are the mistakes in this episode. Here's the first one. I'm gonna play the clip with the mistake, but let's see if you guys can spot it before I actually reveal it and break it down, try to comment it. But yeah, roll that footage.
Patrick, how long are you gonna keep this up?
Until I have as many awards as you.
Did you guys catch it? If not, don't worry, Cartoon Corey's got you covered. This one's pretty blatant though, but for a split second while Patrick is running with SpongeBob in the clips we just played, look, again, it's only for a split second, but the left side of SpongeBob's shirt turns yellow, just like randomly, like what? Yeah, that's not how SpongeBob's shirt is supposed to look, and this is a really interesting mistake here. It's only for a split second, so not that big of a deal, but boy oh boy, is it still actually kind of a big deal. You know what's even worse than this though? The mistakes in the next episode we're going to be covering, so let's head over there, guys, and stay tuned as I'm saving the worst mistakes for the ending of the video. Coming in hot is the episode Planet of the Jellyfish, which in my opinion is an episode that isn't talked about a lot when it comes to SpongeBob. The episode's pretty good. Of course though, it has some mistakes. It has two to be exact. Here's the first one.
Whoa, look at all the customers!
One Krabby Patty, hold the mayonnaise.
So take a look at this dude over here, Incidental 27. As you can see, he has a tail fin. It's right here, all right? You can see it right here. Well, the mistake is that when SpongeBob first enters the Krusty Krab during this scene, Incidental 27 is missing that tail fin. Later on in the episode, when he's seen growling at SpongeBob, he has his tail again, well, his fin tail again. Yeah, definitely a mistake here. For this one shot, it's just missing, and that's not supposed to happen. This next mistake also wasn't supposed to happen. Keep those eyes peeled, and let's see if you guys can spot it.
You stay out of trouble. Bye.
Did you guys catch it? Well, take a look at our favorite little snail over here, Gary. More specifically, his shell and the colors on his shell. As you can see, the shell is pink, and then there's like these purple or bluish dots on it, and then there's like this red swirl on it, right? All right, you can see it right here. Well, whoever animated this episode needs to be educated on our favorite little snail, as just before Gary is engulfed by a gelin, take a look at this dude's shell, as that's not right. The colors have been inverted. I'm gonna do a side by side. This is how it's supposed to look on the left. Yeah, on the right, that is a mistake. It's not supposed to look like that. Gary, you poor snail. But let's head over to another episode, guys, with more mistakes. Let's go. Next up, we have the episode Ghost Host, an episode all about SpongeBob and the Flying Dutchman having to stay together after the Flying Dutchman is like too broke to get himself a new place. He crashes his boat, so he has to stay with SpongeBob, and he just stays way too long. But anyways, this episode has 2 mistakes in total. Here's the first one. Let's see if you guys can spot this one.
What in barnacles is it?
A journey into self-awareness.
So I want to give credit where credit's due. This mistake was actually pointed out to me by one of you guys, so shout out to you. But during this scene where SpongeBob is going to start the journey into self-awareness video, his red tie, which is supposed to be red, is the same color as his skin. His tie is yellow, so I guess the animators accidentally colored his tie in as yellow instead of red, making for a really bad mistake, guys. Like, what? And there's more. There's another mistake in this episode. Roll the footage.
Ooh, scary.
No! No! That's impossible!
Evidence too. Now I feel like I could scare the living criminy out of anybody. All thanks to you, my boy.
Damn, 2 mistakes in 1 episode. Jeez, Nickelodeon. But when the Flying Dutchman raids Squidward's house, the Flying Dutchman has 5 fingers, as you can see here. Remember this, I'm zooming in, this man has 5 fingers. But later, when he's at SpongeBob's house, he now only has 4. What happened? Well, this is a cartoon. I mean, cartoon characters only having 4 fingers is kind of a common thing, but it doesn't change halfway through the episode. This was a mistake, and let's keep it moving, guys. Let's head over to the next episode. I've got a classic episode for you guys. Let's do Funny Pants, all right? Here's the first mistake. Let's see if you guys can spot it.
Hey, Patrick, you want to hear a joke?
Sure, Sandy.
Sure, I'd love a good laugh.
What has 4 wheels and flies? A garbage truck.
Did you catch it? That first mistake takes place during this scene, during SpongeBob's daydream. When Sandy tells SpongeBob if he wants to hear a joke, as you can see, her tail is there. She's got her tail, her fluffy little squirrel tail. But when SpongeBob says, sure, I'd love a good laugh, and it cuts right back to them, where is Sandy's tail? Where'd her tail go? Squirrels don't just randomly lose their tail, guys. I think the animators forgot to draw her tail during this scene. That's not the only thing she's missing in this episode, guys, as take a look at this scene at the ending of the episode. It's not her tail that's missing this time, it's something else. Can you guys catch it? Leave a comment before I actually show you the mistake. Let's see if you guys can catch it on your own. But yeah, roll the footage.
Look, he's waking up.
Where am I?
You're in the hospital, silly. You broke your laugh box.
Again, it happens near the ending of the episode. Sandy's zipper and badge are just missing from her suit. They're just gone. So yeah, they're really doing Sandy dirty in this episode, guys. Next up is the episode Good Neighbors, which is a pretty underrated episode in my opinion. But let's get into the juicy details. I know you guys want the mistakes. Here's mistake number 1.
Now, out. That'll keep him busy for a few Sundays. A good neighbor doesn't bother me on Sunday.
So this is another funny one, as when Squidward pushes SpongeBob and Patrick outside to go paint the leaves on the trees, as you can see, the door opens into the house, right? So if you were to open the door goes inside the house. But here's the issue. If you were to open the door, it comes outside. So this is a major mistake here. First, it opens up like this. Now it opens up like this. And I'm sorry, guys, that's not how doors work. It is a cartoon, but that's not how doors work. Here's another mistake, though. Stay tuned. This one is just as bad.
SpongeBob.
Alright, so take a look at this shot of Conch Street. As you can see, SpongeBob, Patrick, and Squidward's house all have these pathways, okay? They all look different, but they have a path getting to their house. Well, when Squidward hears SpongeBob's alarm clock go off in this episode, the ladder's pathway is missing. It's just gone. Poof, where is it? What's funny is it does appear in the episode, but during this one shot, the animators, I guess they just didn't want to draw it. They were feeling kind of lazy because it's not there. That's not it though. Believe it or not, this episode actually has 3 mistakes. Here's the third one.
Did overlook one teensy little detail, however.
What's that, Squidward?
It's Sunday! A good neighbor doesn't bother me on Sunday!
It's very easy to miss, but pay attention as before Squidward yells, "It's Sunday," SpongeBob's pupils become uncolored for a split second. They just have no color, and they're not supposed to look like that, dude.
Have you finished those errands? Have you finished those errands? Have you finished those errands?
Let's talk about a season 2 episode. How about Squid's Day Off? Let's get right into it. Here's the first mistake.
Okay, Mr. Krabs. Get plenty of rest, and if things don't seem right, come back. Thanks, Doc.
Did you guys catch it? No? Well, here's a little hint, all right? It has to do with the sign on the hospital, all right? I'm zooming in. Did you guys catch it yet? Yeah, they completely misspelled emergency, with them spelling it as E-N-E-E-R-E-N-C-Y. This is a really, really bad mistake. It's not like they got one letter wrong. Like, they completely butchered the spelling of the entire word, but I can actually tell you guys why. Back during this season, SpongeBob episodes were animated in Korea by Rough Draft Korea. So it was probably a language situation where whoever did the animation here didn't know how to spell the word in English. Mistakes happen. Anyways though, here's mistake number 2.
I caught you now!
You need the eyes of an eagle to catch this one. But when Squidward eventually makes it to the Krusty Krab for the final time, the road and sand outside switch colors just as he barges through the door. I'm showing it right here to make it clear it only happens right as he goes through the door. Before this, it looks like this, which is how it's supposed to look. But I'm showing it in slow motion, and yeah, that's the wrong color. 3 mistakes in 1 episode. That's pretty bad, man. And we've got more, guys. Let's head over to our next episode. And stay tuned, guys, because I'm saving the spiciest mistake for the ending of the video. We've got some cool ones on the way and random mistake of the day. So yeah, let's keep it moving.
Hey, Squidward, wanna play?
No.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Dude, who remembers Bubble Buddy? I loved this episode as a kid. Dude is such an iconic character, Bubble Buddy. Fun fact, he actually reappears in later seasons, just saying. But we're not here for Easter eggs. We have videos on that, by the way. We're here for mistakes. And Bubble Buddy from season 2 has a couple mistakes, so roll the footage.
Oh no, Squidward, wait! There's cheese on these patties!
And?
Bubble Buddy's lactose intolerant. He can't eat cheese.
Yeah, so this first one is just I don't know how we even caught it, but in the clips you guys just saw when SpongeBob tells Squidward that Bubble Buddy is lactose intolerant, part of his top right corner detaches from his body. And this one's just a really weird mistake. It's a nitpick, who cares? No one would ever notice this while watching the episode, but it is a mistake, and here's another one from the same episode.
Bubble Buddy says it tastes funny. What do you think?
Mr. Krabs! It's time to end it!
No, I won't let you! Here we go! You'll never catch us now!
So this one's interesting. Let's take a look at Squidward over here. We'll look at this footage from the episode Culture Shock, and you'll notice Squidward has 6 limbs, all right? He has 4 legs and 2 arms. This is canonical, all right? It's been like this since the beginning of SpongeBob lore. But in this episode, when SpongeBob inflates Bubble Buddy to escape the angry crowd that want to kill Bubble Buddy, look, Squidward is just randomly drawn with a 5th leg. When, as I just mentioned, he's supposed to have 4 legs, so they just randomly drew an extra one, and that is a mistake. I'm sure Squidward isn't complaining. Having an extra limb is probably very nice, but I don't know how Nickelodeon feels about that one.
Can I have the secret formula? No!
Okay. But he was persistent.
Pretty please?
We've been doing a lot of season 2 and 3 episodes in this video, so let's just keep it going. Here's another one, Plankton's Army. Some season 3 goodness. I love this episode. Let's get into the first mistake. All right, let's do it.
Today is the 25th anniversary of the first time me archenemy Plankton ever tried to steal me secret Krabby Patty formula. Welcome to the Krusty Krab, sir. May I help you?
Did you guys catch it? Well, when Mr. Krabs says today is the 25th anniversary of the first time Plankton's ever tried to finesse him, he doesn't say that exactly, but you get the idea. The door to Mr. Krabs' office can be seen. It's shown right here, all right? And this is accurate. Mr. Krabs has always had his office door right here. However, though, when this robot shows up, the door is just magically gone. Like, it's just not drawn in this one shot right here, which is really weird and lazy. But to make things funny, when Mr. Krabs and Squidward eventually walk outside, look, the door is back. So it was there, then it's gone, and then it's back again. Hey, mistakes happen. At least we can get a laugh out of it, right, guys? Well, we're definitely gonna get a laugh out of this next episode's mistakes because boy, oh boy, is it rough. Let's keep it rolling.
Ew! Why am I wearing this collar of shame?
I think it looks good on you.
Some of my favorite SpongeBob episodes, like my top 10 favorite episodes, are these specials. They're way different than regular episodes because they're longer and they usually have like way more plot. But of course, just like regular episodes, they also have mistakes. And the episode Swamp Mates is no exception. I'm breaking that season 2 and 3 streak right now. This is a more modern episode of SpongeBob. But hey, season 12 is still good. But anyways, this episode Swamp Mates has a mistake. Roll the footage.
The escape! If only I had something large and buoyant!
You guys may have caught it, but when Bubble Bass says our only escape, look, his eyes are the same color as his glasses. Normally, Bubble Bass has like regularly white eyes, and even when he's wearing his glasses, when you look through them, his eyes are still white. But yeah, in this one shot, it's just all the same color, and it's not that big of a deal, but it looks really weird. Don't worry though, guys, the mistakes coming up are a lot worse than this one. So, let's keep it moving.
SpongeBob is the only guy I know that can have fun with a jellyfish for 12 hours!
All right, we're heading back over to season 2 and 3, which makes me a very, very happy boy. You guys know I love those seasons. The episode is Jellyfish Jam, and I love this episode. Here's the first mistake, guys. Roll that clip.
Hey, take it easy. Okay, I'll talk to him. Squidward, would it be possible to play your clarinet a little better?
So as you guys know, SpongeBob's living room is on the bottom floor of his house. All right, we know this. This is just a fact. Now, in this episode, in the clips you guys just saw, we have that moment where Squidward is playing his clarinet. It's not so good, and SpongeBob tells him to play his clarinet better. Savage. SpongeBob, you are a savage. Now, as you can see, SpongeBob is in his living room, but when he pokes his head out to talk to Squidward, he appears to be in a window that belongs to the second floor. But then when he goes out of the window, he's back in his living room again, which should be on the first floor. So this is totally a mistake here. How did SpongeBob go all the way up here if he was in his living room? That's not where his living room is. Up there is where his bedroom is. I'm definitely overthinking this. This is like a typical case of cartoon logic. It is a cartoon after all, but still technically a mistake. And don't worry, guys. This next one from the same episode is a lot worse.
We'll just keep you right here. Quit worrying, Gary. He'll be just fine. Good night, everybody.
This one is very, very, very weird, and I can't blame the animators, to be honest with you. So, in the clips you guys just saw, SpongeBob and Gary go to sleep after partying all night with the jellyfish. Like, they were turning up. Like, I personally want to party with some jellyfish after this. Like, they know how to put on a party. But anyways, SpongeBob and Gary go to sleep, all right? And if we look at SpongeBob's bed, his green bathrobe is just hanging from one side of his bed. But the problem is there is no hook on SpongeBob's bed. We've seen SpongeBob's bed in many other episodes, and the bamboo parts of his bed frame never have a hook on them. It's like his green bathrobe is just like standing magically beside his bed. It shouldn't be hanging there because there's no hook. Like I said, it's a weird one, but it is 100% a mistake. And I mean, come on, you guys know exactly what I'm going to say. I end every section like this. There's more. Let's head over to another episode and cover more mistakes. And I wasn't lying about saving the worst for the end.
We're gonna make this kid honorary town rookie of the day.
For he's a jolly good rookie. For he's a jolly good rookie.
F is for friends that do stuff together. U is for you and me. I love this episode. Fun. I can't believe I just sung for you guys, but such a good episode. Before we get into it though, here are some fun clips from this episode. It's a really good episode. And then we're getting right to the mistakes. And guys, trust me, there are really bad mistakes in this episode.
Hey!
Okay, it's time for mistakes. It's what you guys clicked on the video for after all. There are a bunch in this episode, but we're gonna focus on one because it's really, 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 really bad. Roll the footage.
How can you not see it?
Okay, I see it. It's a Krabby Patty, okay?
So as you guys saw at the very end of the episode, Plankton's plan is exposed, all right? Now, in the clip where he reveals that he took the Krabby Patty, if we look at his bottom legs, all right, and you'll notice that Plankton's legs just keep on disappearing and reappearing. It's really weird. Now, this right here is an animation glitch. This is like a bad one where you can tell during like the rendering process, something messed up, dude, because his legs just keep on flickering in and out and it just looks very, very strange.
Behold, SpongeBob! Before laughter, there was the pre-hysterical period.
Okay, we're heading back over to season 12. The episode is in security guards, and pretty much SpongeBob and Patrick volunteer as guards at the museum. And I will say they're not the best at it. Here's a little compilation of them just not being the best guards at a museum. And then we're gonna get right into the mistakes.
Will those kids be okay in there?
Oh, sure. Mummy loves kids. I think this is yours. Huh?
Yeah, I don't know about you guys, but I'm definitely not hiring SpongeBob or Patrick if I need a guard. I also don't know if I'm gonna hire the animators of this episode because they made a massive mistake. Roll the clip.
Why won't you work? Huh?
You guys may have caught it, but throughout this episode, SpongeBob and Patrick wear this. What's really important here is Patrick. Look at him in his fresh little security guard outfit, my boy. Now, throughout this whole episode, this is what Patrick is wearing while at the museum, all right? Especially during this scene, just before they get swallowed and spit out by a woolly mollusk. Now, if you look closely, when they first arrive at the woolly mollusk, they're wearing their security guard outfits, then they get put in his mouth and spit out. But when they're spit out, look, Patrick is randomly back in his regular clothes. And then when they land, he's back in his security guard outfit. So you can see the animators made a mistake. During the animation of them being spit out of the woolly mollusk, they forgot to draw Patrick in his security guard outfit, making for a really bad mistake. It's pretty interesting, but you know what's also interesting? The random mistake of the day. That's right, it's time for the random mistake of the day, where we talk about a random cartoon suggested by you guys and talk about mistakes in that cartoon, and then we'll go right back to SpongeBob. Today we're gonna do another Nickelodeon classic, Hey Arnold. And to all of our younger viewers, don't worry, we're gonna go back to SpongeBob, but this was a massive Nickelodeon Nicktoon show, and the mistake itself is like really, really bad. It's worse than any of the SpongeBob mistakes we covered today. The episode is Eugene's bike, and let's see if you guys can spot it. And here's a hint, it has to do with this character right here named Stinky. And roll the clip.
Okay, but you don't know what you're missing. Look, you guys! I got a new scab! If you squint real hard, it looks like Texas.
That's nice, Sheena.
It happens right at the beginning of the episode, but when we see Stinky standing with Joey and Park, look, for about a couple of frames, his entire right hand is just missing. Like, these dudes just did not draw his hand at all. Like, I'm zooming in, no hand there. And again, it isn't for like a couple of seconds, like it's like this for a while. So yeah, massive mistake, and let's get back to SpongeBob.
I was a wimp before Anchor Arms. Now I'm a jerk and everybody loves me. So order now, wimp!
Yeah, this episode is iconic. I'm talking about Muscle Bob Buff Pants. You guys know Cartoon Corey loves season 1, that Steven Hillenburg era. Here's the thing though, guys, even an episode as good as this one has a mistake. Roll the footage.
SpongeBob?
Ahoy, Mr. Krabs!
Mother of pearl!
This one's pretty straightforward. Hopefully you guys caught it. If not though, Cartoon Corey's got you covered. But while Mr. Krabs is sweeping in front of the Krusty Krab, our boy has a coloring error, as look at his sleeve, it's red. Normally Mr. Krabs looks like this and his sleeves are white, as you guys know. So this right here is totally a mistake. Like, Mr. Krabs, what's going on, man? Okay, to be fair, I'm zooming in and as you can see, only half of it's actually red. The other half is the color it's supposed to be, but this is still an error. And we've got more. Here's another one from Muscle Bob Buff Pants.
Your secret workout? What is it?
Yeah, I mean, come on.
Yeah, I know.
Now, this one isn't as simple as that last one, so you guys need to listen very closely, but when SpongeBob reveals his secret workout to the others, we can see Larry the Lobster in Incidental 24 right here, and behind them is Incidental 24Q. Remember this, okay? It's the three of them with Incidental 24Q behind them. Like, seconds later, guys, in the same scene, Incidental 24Q gets replaced by a completely different other background fish being Incidental 24B. Now, this on its own is a mistake because it happens in a matter of seconds. The fish behind them wouldn't transform into an entirely different fish. But there's another mistake here, as take a look at Incidental 24B's actual design. Look at this PNG of him. He's this color, all right? He looks like this. But in this episode, when he randomly replaces Incidental 24Q, he's colored incorrectly. As a matter of fact, he's colored the same color palette as Incidental 24Q. So just wow. Man, 2 mistakes in one scene. Crazy. But let's head over to another episode of SpongeBob, guys, with even more wild mistakes.
Buzz, 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 buzz.
He took off his pants.
I'll give him a week.
I'll give him 11 minutes.
Nature Pants is a really good episode of SpongeBob where SpongeBob decides to live with the jellyfish. Like, he literally moves out of his pineapple home and lives in jellyfish fields. Our man becomes homeless by choice. Now I've got 2 mistakes for you guys in this episode, and they're really, really bad. Like I said, I saved the worst for the end. Here's the first one, and guys, I want to see if you can spot it before I reveal it. So comment it if you figure it out before I reveal the actual mistake. All right, here's the clip.
Welcome home, SpongeBob!
It's at the ending of the episode, but when SpongeBob finally comes home and they're celebrating for about 1 frame, Patrick is missing his whole mouth. Like, how do you forget to draw somebody's mouth? Especially a hungry boy like Patrick who's always eating. Like, give that boy his mouth back. Just a really bad mistake, guys. And here's mistake number 2 from the same episode.
Here, Patrick, have a Krabby Patty. There he is, Patrick. Say you're live.
So let's take a look at Sandy Cheeks over here, all right? And one thing we'll notice is that her neck is brown. It's the same color as like her brown fur. Like, look at the color of her fur right here. I'm arrowing it. That is the color that her neck always is, as you can see in these images. But when Sandy says, there he is, Patrick, if we look, her neck is actually the same color as her cheeks, which is a major mistake. It's supposed to be the brown color. So obviously, Employee of the Month is up there as one of my favorite episodes. Even an episode like this, though, has mistakes, and let's expose them. Here's the first mistake, guys. Roll that clip. Did you guys catch it? Because this one's really bad. In the shot you guys just saw where Squidward is like brushing his teeth, if we look at him in the mirror, all right, we're looking at the reflection of Squidward in the mirror, we can see that Squidward's nose goes over top of the bubbles. That's how the reflection looks. But if we look at Squidward, like the actual version of Squidward, we can see that the animators messed up because those bubbles are in front of his nose. Remember, in the reflection, the bubbles are behind his nose. So like real life Squidward, the bubbles should also be behind his nose, but they're in front. So really weird mistake right here. I definitely rambled and over-explained it, but you guys get it now. And here's another mistake from the same episode.
Honey.
Okay, so for this one, we need to go back a little bit, all right? We're gonna go to any random episode of SpongeBob and take a look at the doors of the Krusty Krab. And what we'll notice is that the handles to these doors are always like gold or brown, all right? They're always this color right here. Well, in Employee of the Month, when Squidward and SpongeBob barge into the Krusty Krab when they're racing near the ending of the episode, look at the handles of the Krusty Krab doors. They are completely incorrect. They're for some reason like clear and see-through or transparent, when as I already showed you guys, they're supposed to be gold or brown. I'm totally a nerd for even catching it, but yeah, totally a mistake. And stay tuned, guys, because the mistakes are going to get crazier as we go. Let's head over to our next episode.
I won't take my hands off this bike, I promise.
I'm doing it!
I didn't let go!
Next up is the episode Ride Patrick Ride, which is all about Patrick learning how to ride a bike. He isn't very good at it at first, but he eventually gets pretty good. Here's some clips from the episode, really funny.
Hi, Mrs. Puff.
Hello, SpongeBob.
You know, I'm having a little trouble trying to teach Patrick how to ride a bicycle. Have you ever had trouble teaching a student, Mrs. Puff?
You know, of all people, I don't think SpongeBob should have been the one trying to teach Patrick how to ride anything, considering this dude can't even ride a boat. I know he can ride a bike in the episode, but SpongeBob, you're not a very good teacher. Anyways, though, let's get into the first mistake from this episode. This one is very easy to miss, and I'm very proud of myself for finding it. Roll the footage.
In honor of becoming the greatest bicyclist who has ever lived, I present you the key to Bikini Bottom.
So as you can see in this scene, Patrick's bike, the handles, right, have these like ribbons or beamers coming out of it, right? These stringy things coming out. It's red. It's right here. I'm circling it. Remember this, as during this scene where Patrick is getting a key from City Hall due to saving a bunch of people, it's so funny, those ribbons are not on the handles of his bike. And the reason this is really a mistake is seconds later in this same scene, look, he has the ribbons in this scene, the lady with the keys right beside him. But if we rewind for just a couple of seconds, in this shot where it's zoomed out, he doesn't have the ribbons on his handles. I'm so proud of myself for catching this one.
Legend has it that their curiosity got the best of them. And they pulled the plug. The entire ocean rushed into the drain and sucked those two kids right down with it.
The Main Drain is an interesting season 7 episode. I mean, it's not a bad one, it's not a good one at the same time, but it does have 2 mistakes. Take a look at the first one.
Safety!
What in Neptune's bathtub do you think you're doing, lad?
If you caught that one, I'm very proud of you, but take a look at this lever right here beside this freezer. Remember it as it disappears when SpongeBob puts the danger sign on the floor. First it's there, as you can see here, but then when SpongeBob puts this danger sign down, it's just gone. Almost as if the animators forgot to draw it the second time. Pretty weird, but wait until you hear mistake number 2.
Why don't I wait? One sec. Time for a scary story, boys.
Where is the main drain, Mr. Krabs?
Mistake number 2 is just as weird. So, when Mr. Krabs turns off the lights, there's this light switch right here on the left side, alright? But when Mr. Krabs eventually finishes his story, the light switch suddenly changes positions. Yeah, very messy scene. It's not that big of a deal, and the mistakes I'm going to be covering later on in this video are much better than this one, but it's still a mistake, guys. Anyways, let's keep it moving.
So, how long are you visiting for? 7, 5, maybe 3 minutes?
We're here to stay, son.
We're heading over to modern SpongeBob with this next one, as it's a season 14 episode, but that ain't gonna stop me from exposing mistakes. I've already found one in this episode. It's not that big of a deal, but I'm sure you guys will be able to catch it. So, roll that clip.
So long, son.
Turns out the formulas were something after all.
Did you guys catch it? Well, this is a classic mistake. The Krusty Krab and Chum Bucket are directly across from each other on this street right here. And then this street breaks off into 2 paths, one path leading to the Krusty Krab and the other path leading to the Chum Bucket, as you can see in the clips I just showed you. Well, in Blood is Thicker Than Grease, at the very end of the episode, we get a shot where we should be able to see the Krusty Krab, but it's just blatantly missing from across the street. Like, how does this happen? The animators just completely forgot to draw the Krusty Krab, making for a minor, but at least very funny mistake. And there's plenty more where that came from, guys.
Well, golly! Randy says the rodeo's come to town!
Championship title? For what?
You got cotton in your ears?
No, it's not cotton. It's actually an old moldy piece of Krabby Patty.
Up next is the season 7 episode, Rodeo Days, an episode where SpongeBob has to save Sandy. But what I'm gonna do is save you guys from watching the episode and just show you the mistakes. Here's the first one.
Sandy! Oh, it's not opening.
Now this one is very hard to catch. You gotta pay close attention, okay? But after SpongeBob says, it's not opening, there is a white spot that flashes for a split second under his right arm. Not that big of a deal, I'll admit, but it's still there and it's still a bit of an animation mistake. A very forgivable one, but hey, it's still a mistake. And guys, there's one more in this episode, but stay tuned as the next episode has a wild mistake.
Did we save Sandy?
No, Patrick, we didn't.
This one is just like really funny, okay? So hear this one out. As we've seen in the episode, SpongeBob and all of these sea creatures are not able to breathe in Texas because they're sea creatures. They need to be in water or they die. I mean, we even see what happens to them in Tea at the Tree Dome with Sandy when SpongeBob and Patrick go in the Tree Dome without helmets. They like almost die. This is a big part of SpongeBob lore or canon, but if you watch the episode Rodeo Days, SpongeBob and all of the sea creatures, despite not being able to breathe in Texas, just continue to live their lives normally as if there's nothing wrong. These guys would die. But anyways, let's head over to another episode, guys. These upcoming mistakes are going to blow your mind.
Yeah, it's me, SpongeBob, fry cook extraordinaire.
Hello.
I know your secret.
What? Who told you?
Oh, a little cashier told me. Follow me.
Yeah, whatever you say, man. Moron.
I've said this many times before, but SpongeBob Season 6 has a lot of hit or miss episodes, and one of those episodes that's right in the middle, it's just mid, it ain't bad, it ain't good, is Gullible Pants. This episode does have some good in it, especially the dancing scenes of SpongeBob, so take a look at these really funny clips of SpongeBob dancing, and then it's time for some mistakes. Then we're gonna be exposing some mistakes, alright? Here's the funny clips though first.
What the? SpongeBob dancing like a goofball?
And a hey, and a ho, and a hey, and a ho, and a hey ho, ha ho, hey ho, ha ho.
Alright, it's time for the mistakes, guys. Let's do the mistakes.
452, 453, 454.
So, in the opening shot of the Krusty Krab dining area, we can see Incidental 114 right here. And my boy is dressed up in a light blue shirt, looking fresh, Incidental 114. But as the scene progresses, moments later, when Mr. Krabs looks at the dining like a periscope, Incidental 114 has completely changed his drip and is now wearing like a brown-green shirt. There's another one in this episode that's fairly common in SpongeBob, so you guys should easily be able to catch this one. Roll the footage.
Come on, let's go. You don't want... I miss this.
What's he doing? He's dancing!
This one is a classic SpongeBob mistake. So when SpongeBob stops the customers with his awesome dancing, the chum bucket, which normally is across the street, as you guys can see in this shot, normally the chum bucket is directly across from the Krusty Krab. But in this shot of Gullible Pants, not only is the chum bucket, but also the path to the chum bucket, they're both missing from across the street, which is totally a mistake. It's a common mistake, but it's totally a mistake.
Robot, oh my gosh!
We have one of my favorite season 3 episodes, Crabborg, where SpongeBob convinces Squidward that Mr. Krabs could be a robot. It's a really good episode, but of course, even a good episode like this has mistakes. There's actually 2, and here's the first one.
I guess I'm a little bit jumpy. I keep thinking robots are taking over the world, probably on account of this movie I watched last night where robots take over the world. I even asked Gary if he was a robot. Pretty funny, huh?
Hilarious.
Yo, did you guys catch that? Don't worry, Cartoon Corey's got you covered. Let's expose this mistake. It's very easy to miss, but if you guys look closely during this scene right here and we zoom in on SpongeBob's pant leg, more specifically his left one, the animators messed up as the left line of SpongeBob's left pant leg overlaps onto the tray that SpongeBob is holding. I'm zooming in so you guys can see. I'm circling the line right here. And yeah, that line is for SpongeBob's pant leg, so it shouldn't be overlapping with the tray that he's holding. Like, what? Not a huge deal because, I mean, like, how would any normal person catch this mistake? I'm just a massive dork, but yeah. And here's another one from the same episode.
Who's watching the cash register?
Did you guys catch it? Alright, so at one point of this episode, we get this scene where SpongeBob and Squidward fight to get a hold of Mr. Krabs. And we eventually get this shot of the Krusty Krab from the outside, while we hear the turmoil going on inside. The problem is, if we zoom in on the Krusty Krab and look inside, this second shot from the Krusty Krab is just reused, and the fish inside the store are like frozen. I'm gonna play the clip again, and you'll notice that it's just a still image. The fish do not move at all. Yeah, totally a mistake here, and guys, we've got a lot more, so stay tuned. I'm saving the worst mistake for the ending of the video, but the set of mistakes from this next episode are going to blow your brain. Let's keep it moving, gang.
Behold! Revenge Bot Model QT Pie! Yes.
Did you say it was going to eat people?
That's right.
All right, so we're gonna jump over to season 13 for this next one. The episode is Say Aw, and this episode's a little hit or miss for me. It has some good moments, but it also has a mistake, and it's actually a really funny one. Roll the footage, and here's a hint. I'm showing a PNG of him on screen. You guys wanna focus on Incidental 6 right here, more specifically his feet. All right, I'm gonna play the clip with the mistake, and guys, let's see if you can spot it and comment it before I reveal it.
All right, you brain-dead barnacles, drop those patties.
Near the beginning of the episode, if we take a look at Incidental 6 right here, we can see that he's not wearing any shoes. He's just walking around in his bare feet. I hope the dude doesn't step on a Lego or something. That would really hurt. Remember this as it's important, as if we watch this same scene as it progresses, look, Incidental 6 randomly gets a pair of shoes. I'm showing a side-by-side, and I want to remind you, this all happens in a matter of seconds, so like, dude didn't go home and put shoes on. The animators drew him without shoes and then forgot and drew him again with shoes. All in the same scene, so yeah, pretty funny. Not as funny as this next episode's set of mistakes, though. Let's keep it rolling, Grapple Gang. Stay tuned, things are gonna get wild.
Patrick, it's me, SpongeBob.
SpongeBob, What are you doing in there?
Patrick!
Oh my gosh! SpongeBob's stuck inside this rock!
We're back to the classics with this next one. The episode is Valentine's Day from season 1. And I mean, the episode's from season 1, so it's kind of just automatically a banger. I love this episode. Let's expose some mistakes though. There are 3 in this one episode. Wow. And here's the first one. Roll that clip.
Chocolate.
So this first one's pretty straightforward. As you guys know, in Bikini Bottom, all right, Sandy wears her suit with the helmet on it so that she doesn't die. She can't breathe in water like fish because she's a squirrel and needs air. So the whole point of this helmet right here is to stop water from going in and drowning her. Well, the animators forgot about this for a second, as when Sandy opens her helmet to receive the chocolate bubble, in the clips you guys just saw, no water goes inside her helmet, even though they're literally underwater. So again, I'm being a nerd. This isn't that big of a deal, but still kind of technically a mistake. Like, Sandy should have died. I hate to say it, but like, rip. Anyways though, here's mistake number 2 from Valentine's Day. This one's a lot more interesting. Roll that footage.
Mine! All right, everybody out! This is my carnival! Can't find it here in the carnival because it's on top of Mount Climb Up and Fall Off!
Did you guys catch it? Well, this one's kinda tricky, so don't worry, let me explain. A majority of this episode takes place at the Valentine's Day Carnival, like a big carnival that takes place at Goo Lagoon. Now, at one point of the episode, when we see this sign right here, we can see that Climb Up and Fall Off can be seen by the Valentine's Day Carnival sign right here. It happens more specifically when Patrick mentions it. However, if we rewind a little bit back to when we first see the Valentine's Day Carnival sign right here in this shot, Mount Climb Up and Fall Off is just not visible. It's not there, which is a mistake because, as I already mentioned, later on in the episode when Patrick mentions it, we can see the Valentine's Day Carnival sign, but Mount Climb Up and Fall Off is right there. So yeah, a little bit of a continuity error here. And wait, there's more. There's another mistake in this episode, guys. Here's mistake number 3 from Valentine's Day. Roll the footage, please.
Come in, Sandy.
Sandy to SpongeBob. I got my ox in a ditch here. Howdy, Patrick.
Hi, Sandy!
Man, 3 mistakes in one episode, that's wild. Hopefully you guys caught it though, and if not, you guys know the drill, I'm gonna expose it. It happens during this scene when Sandy is fighting the chocolate-eating scallops. There are some crazy creatures in Bikini Bottom. Anyways though, in this scene, the balloon's basket seems to be missing, only showing the string attached to it. This is how the balloon normally looks with the basket right here. But yeah, when Sandy's fighting them, it's missing, and we can only see this string right here. Don't worry, the basket does reappear eventually when Sandy arrives at the carnival. But yeah, during that one shot, it's just gone.
Please, don't tell Mr. Krabs about this. It'll hurt my chances of winning the award.
I already told you that award is a bunch of baloney.
First up, we've got a banger. I love starting these videos off with like classic episodes because let's be real, SpongeBob season 1, 2, and 3 are like the best seasons. So obviously, Employee of the Month is up there as one of my favorite episodes. Even an episode like this though has mistakes, and let's expose them. Here's the first mistake, guys. Roll that clip. Did you guys catch it? Because this one's really bad. In the shot you guys just saw where Squidward is like brushing his teeth, if we look at him in the mirror, all right, we're looking at the reflection of Squidward in the mirror, we can see that Squidward's nose goes over top of the bubbles. That's how the reflection looks. But if we look at Squidward, like the actual version of Squidward, we can see that the animators messed up because those bubbles are in front of his nose. Remember, in the reflection, the bubbles are behind his nose. So like real life Squidward, the bubbles should also be behind his nose, but they're in front. So really weird mistake right here. I definitely rambled and over-explained it, but you guys get it now. And here's another mistake from the same episode.
Honey.
Okay, so for this one, we need to go back a little bit, all right? We're gonna go to any random episode of SpongeBob and take a look at the doors of the Krusty Krab. And what we'll notice is that the handles to these doors are always like gold or brown, all right? They're always this color right here. Well, in Employee of the Month, when Squidward and SpongeBob barge into the Krusty Krab when they're racing near the ending of the episode, look at the handles of the Krusty Krab doors. They are completely incorrect. They're for some reason like clear and see-through or transparent, when as I already showed you guys, they're supposed to be gold or brown. I'm totally a nerd for even catching it, but yeah, totally a mistake. And stay tuned, guys, because the mistakes are going to get crazier as we go. Let's head over to our next episode.
Karen, is that a new monitor?
Oh, you charmer. Knock it off, Romeo.
We're heading over to modern SpongeBob with this next one, as it's a season 14 episode, but that ain't gonna stop me from exposing mistakes. I've already found one in this episode. It's not that big of a deal, but I'm sure you guys will be able to catch it. So roll that clip.
So long, son. Turns out the formula's worth something after all.
Did you guys catch it? Well, this is a classic mistake. The Krusty Krab and Chum Bucket are directly across from each other on this street right here. And then this street breaks off into two paths, one path leading to the Krusty Krab and the other path leading to the Chum Bucket, as you can see in the clips I just showed you. Well, in Blood is Thicker Than Grease, at the very end of the episode, we get a shot where we should be able to see the Krusty Krab, but it's just blatantly missing from across the street. Like, how does this happen? The animators just completely forgot to draw the Krusty Krab, making for a minor, but at least very funny mistake. And there's plenty more where that came from, guys.
Okay then, here I go.
Turn around. Other side. Up. But not quite. Okay, up. Getting there.
How's this?
Next up is the episode Ride Patrick Ride, which is all about Patrick learning how to ride a bike. He isn't very good at it at first, but he eventually gets pretty good. Here's some clips from the episode, really funny.
Hi, Mrs. Puff.
Hello, SpongeBob.
You know, I'm having a little trouble trying to teach Patrick how to ride a bicycle. Have you ever had trouble teaching a student, Mrs. Puff?
You know, of all people, I don't think SpongeBob should have been the one trying to teach Patrick how to ride anything, considering this dude can't even ride a boat. I know he can ride a bike in the episode, but SpongeBob, you're not a very good teacher. Anyways, though, let's get into the first mistake from this episode. This one is very easy to miss, and I'm very proud of myself for finding it. Roll the footage.
In honor of becoming the greatest bicyclist who has ever lived, I present you the key to Bikini Bottom.
So as you can see in this scene, Patrick's bike, the handles, right, have these like ribbons or beamers coming out of it, right? These stringy things coming out. It's red. It's right here. I'm circling it. Remember this, as during this scene where Patrick is getting a key from City Hall due to saving a bunch of people, it's so funny, those ribbons are not on the handles of his bike. And the reason this is really a mistake is seconds later in this same scene, look, he has the ribbons in this scene, the lady with the keys right beside him. But if we rewind for just a couple of seconds, in this shot where it's zoomed out, he doesn't have the ribbons on his handles. I'm so proud of myself for catching this one.
Well, golly! Randy says the rodeo's come to town.
Championship title? For what?
You got cotton in your ears.
No, it's not cotton. It's actually an old moldy piece of Krabby Patty.
Up next is the season 7 episode Rodeo Days, an episode where SpongeBob has to save Sandy. But what I'm gonna do is save you guys from watching the episode and just show you the mistakes. Here's the first one.
Sandy! Oh, it's not opening.
Now this one is very hard to catch. You gotta pay close attention, okay? But after SpongeBob says, it's not opening, there is a white spot that flashes for a split second under his right arm. Not that big of a deal, I'll admit, but it's still there and it's still a bit of an animation mistake. A very forgivable one, but hey, it's still a mistake. And guys, there's one more in this episode, but stay tuned as the next episode has a wild mistake.
Did we save Sandy?
No, Patrick. we didn't.
This one is just like really funny, okay? So hear this one out. As we've seen in the episode, SpongeBob and all of these sea creatures are not able to breathe in Texas because they're sea creatures. They need to be in water or they die. I mean, we even see what happens to them in Tea at the Tree Dome with Sandy when SpongeBob and Patrick go in the Tree Dome without helmets. They like almost die. This is a big part of SpongeBob lore or canon, but if you watch the episode Rodeo Days, SpongeBob and all of the sea creatures, despite not being able to breathe in Texas, just continue to live their lives normally as if there's nothing wrong. These guys would die. But anyways, let's head over to another episode, guys. These upcoming mistakes are going to blow your mind.
Legend has it that their curiosity got the best of them. And they pulled the plug. The entire ocean rushed into the drain and sucked those two kids right down with it.
The Main Drain is an interesting season 7 episode. I mean, it's not a bad one, it's not a good one at the same time, but it does have 2 mistakes. Take a look at the first one.
Safety!
What in Neptune's bathtub do you think you're doing, lad?
If you caught that one, I'm very proud of you, but take a look at this lever right here beside this freezer. Remember it as it disappears when SpongeBob puts the danger sign on the floor. First it's there, as you can see here, but then when SpongeBob puts this danger sign down, it's just gone. Almost as if the animators forgot to draw it the second time. Pretty weird, but wait until you hear mistake number 2.
Why don't I wait? One sec. Time for a scary story, boys.
Where is the main drain, Mr. Krabs?
Mistake number 2 is just as weird. So, when Mr. Krabs turns off the lights, there's this light switch right here on the left side, alright? But when Mr. Krabs eventually finishes his story, the light switch suddenly changes positions. Yeah, very messy scene. It's not that big of a deal, and the mistakes I'm going to be covering later on in this video are much better than this one, but it's still a mistake, guys. Anyways, let's keep it moving.
Yeah, it's me, SpongeBob, fry cook extraordinaire.
Hello.
I know your secret.
What? Who told you?
Oh, a little cashier told me. Follow me.
Yeah, whatever you say, man.
Moron.
I've said this many times before, but SpongeBob Season 6 has a lot of hit or miss episodes, and one of those episodes that's right in the middle, it's just mid, it ain't bad, it ain't good, is Gullible Pants. This episode does have some good in it, especially the dancing scenes of SpongeBob, so take a look at these really funny clips of SpongeBob dancing, and then it's time for some mistakes. Then we're gonna be exposing some mistakes, alright? Here's the funny clips though first.
What the? SpongeBob dancing like a goofball?
And a hey, and a ho, and a hey, and a ho, and a hey ho, ha ho, hey ho, ha ho.
Alright, it's time for the mistakes, guys. Let's do the mistakes.
452, 453, 454.
This is one where you guys really need to pay attention for it to make sense. So, in the opening shot of the Krusty Krab dining area, we can see Incidental 114 right here. And my boy is dressed up in a light blue shirt, looking fresh, Incidental 114. But as the scene progresses, moments later, when Mr. Krabs looks at the dining like a periscope, Incidental 114 has completely changed his drip and is now wearing like a brown-green shirt. There's another one in this episode that's fairly common in SpongeBob, so you guys should easily be able to catch this one. Roll the footage.
Come on, let's go. You don't want to miss this.
What's he doing? He's dancing!
This one is a classic SpongeBob mistake. So when SpongeBob stops the customers with his awesome dancing, the chum bucket, which normally is across the street, as you guys can see in this shot, normally the chum bucket is directly across from the Krusty Krab. But in this shot of Gullible Pants, not only is the chum bucket, but also the path to the chum bucket, they're both missing from across the street, which is totally a mistake. It's a common mistake, but it's totally a mistake. Now, I've got more SpongeBob for you guys, but you know what time it is? It's time for the random mistake of the day, where we take a quick break from SpongeBob to talk about mistakes in a random cartoon suggested by you guys. And then we go right back to SpongeBob. Don't worry, we're going right back to your favorite spongy boy. Today we're going to do Bluey, more specifically the episode Pass the Parcel. For some context, this right here is a Chattermax. It's a toy that belongs to the character Pom Pom. The mistake revolves around this, okay? Roll the clip. Did you guys catch it? Well, in the final scene of Missy's party, it seems that Pom Pom's Chattermax is like misaligned. As if you look closely, it looks like she stuck her hand through the toy when she should just be holding it, making for a bit of a weird mistake, guys. And let's head back over to good old-fashioned SpongeBob.
As if the answers to all your problems will fall right out of the sky.
Dude, we're falling right out of the sky!
We're back to SpongeBob, and the episode is Club SpongeBob, all right? Roll that footage and let's see if you guys can spot this mistake. Pay attention to the character's arms.
Can I have something to eat?
No. Oh.
Yeah, this one's a classic, but as you guys seen in those clips, Squidward is the one holding the magic conch shell. But when we get this zoomed in shot, why is his arm yellow? Yeah, this was a massive mistake. They incorrectly colored Squidward's arm as yellow. I guess they thought that SpongeBob was the one holding it, but no, it was Squidward, and yeah, massive mistake.
Good morning, Mr. Squidward. So, are you ready?
To go home.
Coming in hot, we've got a classic episode, Dying for Pie. This episode is all about Squidward getting SpongeBob a pie that turns out to be a bomb. This dude nearly killed SpongeBob. It's a good episode, so I really hate to call it out for having mistakes. There's only one we're gonna be talking about today though anyways, and here's a hint, it has to do with music or like audio, all right? Roll the footage. So to be fair, you kind of have to understand music to get this one, but in the beginning scene where Squidward plays the piano, the note that he plays makes the sound of a D. I know this because I personally do music. That sound is definitely a D. As a matter of fact, here's a D sound effect. And yeah, you know they're the same now, but if you actually look, Squidward is animated to be pressing an F note, which sounds like this. So not a crazy mistake here, but still technically a mistake. That's not the right note. I'm nitpicking though, and let's keep it moving over to some real mistakes. These next mistakes are really gonna blow your brain.
I love Krabby Patties! I think that's hell!
We've got a very sad episode coming up next. It's Banned in Bikini Bottom, and this episode is all about Krabby Patties literally becoming banned in Bikini Bottom, which is just insane. What is Bubble Bass gonna do? You know Mr. Krabs was stressing, but anyways, try to comment the mistake before I reveal it. I wanna see if you guys can spot it before I show you what it is, but yeah, roll the footage.
Happy day, Karen! That fool Krabs changed the name of his restaurant to the Clothes Crab!
When Plankton looks out his window to see the Krusty Krab, we know that the Chum Bucket's there because he's looking from the Chum Bucket. The road that normally follows up to the Chum Bucket's door is missing, which isn't a big deal, but it's still a mistake. Like, that path is always there. They can't just decide it's not there anymore. Weird mistake. Let's keep it moving though, guys, and head over to another episode with spicy mistakes. Lots of good stuff coming up, guys, and it's gonna get worse as we go. The episode Boat Smarts is kind of a weird episode. It isn't a regular one. It's pretty much like a safety documentary by Mrs. Puff that stars SpongeBob and Squidward in it. And it's actually like a really good episode in my opinion. It's short but sweet. Of course though, you guys know what's coming. I'm gonna ruin this episode. It has some mistakes. Here's the first one.
As demonstrated by this driver, he has enough boat smarts to use his seatbelt and avoid a serious casualty as a result of a collision. What's our boat smarts motor up to now? You guessed it. He's adjusting his mirror.
It's kind of funny, but at the beginning of this episode, Squidward, he's in his boat, and his boat has no mirrors, okay? We're looking at this boat, there's no mirrors on this boat. But then as the episode progresses, and I want to make it clear, Squidward is in the same boat as the beginning of the episode, this one mirror just randomly appears on the left side. It wasn't there before, and to make things worse, when he starts driving, he now randomly has 2 mirrors. Again, we go back to the beginning of the episode, he had none, and it's the same boat. And then guys, believe it or not, later on in the episode, all of the mirrors just disappear again. Very messy mistake realistically, and yeah, don't know what else to say about it. This one's pretty bad.
You must be SpongeBob SquarePants!
Yes?
Dude, you are like a fry cook legend! Will you sign my spatula?
Anything for an aspiring fry cook. So, did you come down to help out the cause?
No, I came to take your job.
Next up, we have another classic. I'm talking about Squid on Strike, a season 2 banger. This is the era of SpongeBob that I just love. But because the episode's so funny, why not? Here are a couple of funny clips, and then we're gonna get right into those bad mistakes.
Wow! All this supporting is making me hungry!
Hey everybody, let's go get a Krabby Patty.
I'm ruined without you and the little yellow guy. The teenagers I hired is ruining the place. They won't leave me alone.
All right, Mr. Krabs!
See what I mean?
All right, it's mistake time, baby. I feel bad exposing mistakes in such a good episode, but here's the first one.
Hey, Squidward, I bet old man Krabs is gonna break any day. Squidward, Squidward, Squidward. Squidward.
Did you guys catch it? It has to do with the sign Squidward's holding. So, as you guys just saw, Squidward imagines himself as like an old man, all right? And at first in this, imagination scene, it doesn't actually happen at Squidward's imagination. His sign reads, Krusty still unfair, all right? Remember, Krusty still unfair. But seconds later, in the same imagination scene, when SpongeBob starts orbiting around Squidward, it now randomly reads, Krabs still unfair. Here's a side-by-side. First it said, Krusty, as in Krusty Krabs, is still unfair, and then it just changes to Krabs still unfair. So totally a mistake here. And here's another one from the same episode.
And me and Squidward are gonna stay on strike.
I'm glad you saw it our way, Mr. Krabs.
Now I can fire them teenagers and get me 2 golden boys back.
This one's funny. So Mr. Krabs has a very unique walking cycle where he his stubby legs pat back and forth. It's like, ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. I know I sound insane, but I'm showing you this because it's a part of a mistake. As when Mr. Krabs walks into the destruction of the Krusty Krab, he just walks like a normal person when this is not his walking cycle. Yeah, let's keep it moving though, guys. But first, it's time for the random mistake of the day, where we take a very quick break from SpongeBob. Don't worry, we're gonna get right back to SpongeBob to talk about a random cartoon recommended by you guys. But today, we're gonna do Gravity Falls. The episode is called Double Dipper, and it has to do with the silly spring that the character Mabel, this is Mabel right here, remember, sprays Dipper, this is the character Dipper, with. All right, roll the footage.
Do you realize what this means?
Did you guys catch it? Well, if we pay close attention to the silly string thingy that shoots out of it, it's supposed to come from the nozzle of the bottle, but it just squirts out from below, appearing to just come out of nowhere, making for somewhat of an animation mistake. Now let's head back to SpongeBob, baby. Back to SpongeBob we go.
I'm back! Where's my baby?
You really want to know?
We've got a very new episode of SpongeBob coming up next. It's Base Word from season 14, and we're gonna go right in for it. Here's the first mistake.
Squidward, Don't tell me you're going to the Jetsam City Comic Convention too.
So first things first, let's take a look at this PNG of our favorite nerd, Bubble Bass. You know, I like to say that, but I'm a total nerd myself. But anyways, Bubble Bass. Remember how he looks? More specifically, remember that he has this fin right here. As when Bubble Bass is seen for the first time in Baseword or Bassword. I actually just realized it's Bassword, not Baseword. Look, he's missing that fin. The animators just forgot to draw it. Now, to be fair, for the rest of the episode, he has the fin, as you can see here, but for this one shot, the fin is missing, and boy, oh boy, is that a mistake. Now, that's going to do it for today's video, but if you want more SpongeBob mistakes, click this video right here, where I cover like 100 SpongeBob mistakes in one video. So do it. I'll see you guys over there. Peace.
We need to bust out of this joint. Any thoughts?
We could ask them nicely.
Yeah, I can see why you're still in jail.
The episode Jailbreak is an interesting episode. It's all about Plankton getting put in jail, like he gets locked up. But he eventually joins forces with his cellmates to break out of jail and get that Krabby Patty secret formula, or at least he tries. Now this episode only has one mistake, but this one mistake is actually like really bad. It happens really quickly. I'm gonna play the clip. Let's see if you guys can spot the mistake, all right? Let's do this. Roll that footage.
Bring me the Krabby Patty formula!
Sorry, boss. We looked everywhere for it, but we can't find it.
Did you try looking in the safe?
Did you guys catch it? Like I said, it happens really fast. It has to do with SpongeBob's pants. But when the whale cellmate turns around and looks at the safe in the Krusty Krab, look, SpongeBob's pant leg color is like randomly white instead of brown. I don't even need to show you guys this, but this is how SpongeBob normally looks, and as you can see, his pant legs are brown like they've been since season 1. But in this one scene of this one episode, yeah, they messed up big time, because why are his pants brown? It looks so weird. Not as weird as this next episode set of mistakes, guys. Be prepared, because these are gonna blow your mind. Let's head over to another episode. I know I'm kind of weird for this, but one of my favorite SpongeBob characters is Squidward, and it's awesome when Squidward gets like his own episodes where he's like the main character of the episode. And this is what happens in the insanely bizarre and wacky episode Squidward and Clarinet Land, where somehow Squidward ends up in this place, Clarinet Land, which is just wild. Like, look at how weird this place is. What's really strange in this episode though are the two mistakes. This first one though is just wow. Roll the footage.
You calling me a liar?
I don't appreciate your tone.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to offend you.
This is a...
Definitely one of the worst mistakes I've covered. So as you guys can see, when the bald eagle over here grabs Squidward with his tongue, ew, for about one frame, this frame right here, Squidward's eyes are completely out of position. They're like behind his head, when of course they should be facing the eagle. Like, how did this happen? Like, what? If you thought this was bad though, take a look at mistake number 2 from Squidward and Clarinet Land. Like, this episode is full of mistakes.
Squidward, are you okay?
It's such a nightmare.
Did you guys catch that one? So when Squidward mutters such a nightmare, for about 2 frames, if we look right here, his mouth, his entire bottom part of his mouth just was not drawn. It's only for a few frames, so it can kind of be forgiven, but like, how do these mistakes even happen, man? 2D animation's hard, I'll give them a break, but like, you just forgot to draw his whole mouth? Poor Squidward, but yeah, let's keep it rolling, guys. Lots of crazy mistakes coming up, so stay tuned.
Just make an incision here. No! Shoot! Son of a gun! Not my bad!
I'll take that.
Next up, we have a modern episode of SpongeBob. This episode's from the HD era. It's Code Yellow. And the plot of this episode's actually really funny. Squidward over here wants to get a nose job at the hospital, but somehow SpongeBob over here becomes his doctor and his surgeon. So yeah, I don't know about you guys, I would never let SpongeBob perform a surgery on my face. There's a lot of weird things going on in this hospital though. There's a mistake here that's really funny. I'm gonna roll the clip and let's see if you guys can spot it. And here's a hint. It has to do with this fish right here.
And best of all, there's no SpongeBob here.
Oh boy, surgery!
What are you doing here?
Oh, hi everybody!
Yeah, so when SpongeBob enters the operating room in the clips you guys just saw, this fish right here on the left, who looks like Incidental 6 kind of, is purple, all right? Remember this? He's purple. But here's the problem. In the following scenes, like seconds later, we jump to the same shot and that same fish is there, but look at him now. He's now a completely different color and he's kind of changed shape as well. So just like, what? Fish don't magically change colors in between scenes. What most likely happened here is the original originally drew and colored this fish as purple and then forgot and gave him a completely different color, which looks so weird. This is just the tip of the iceberg, guys. I really wanted to make today, like all of the mistakes, to be like funny mistakes. So stay tuned. Let's keep it moving. Plenty of more episodes to cover and plenty of more mistakes coming up. Before we head over to the next one though, do me a favor in the comments, let me know 3 episodes you want me to cover in the future and I'll find mistakes in them. Do it right now, leave that comment, but let's head over to that next episode. Let's keep it moving.
This fall won't hurt me.
The episode Goons on the Moon is a really good episode. I actually love this episode. There's so many funny scenes. I think even Santa Claus shows up at one point in this episode randomly. So funny, really good episode. I recommend it. But this episode has an issue, and as you guys can guess, it has some mistakes, guys. It has 2 cheeky mistakes. Here's the first one.
Oh, shrimp. Now where am I?
Now this one isn't that big of a deal and it's honestly very easy to miss, but this scene where Squidward is in the moon crater, the Krusty Krab delivery bag disappears and reappears constantly throughout the entire scene. It'll be there, then it's not there, then it's there again, and then it isn't there. And considering they're on the moon, I doubt like it's being put away and then being brought out randomly like this constantly. So this was definitely a mistake. There's some scenes where the animators forgot to draw the bag. And that ain't it for this episode. There's another mistake, damn. Now this one is really bad because I want you guys to remember that these dudes are in space, okay? They're in space, right? So in this scene where SpongeBob is having trouble putting on a seatbelt, we can see that he's barefoot. He isn't wearing any socks or shoes or nothing. However though, when they end up making a sale of clothes, SpongeBob now randomly has socks. Where did he get the socks from? Like, where did they come from? They're in space. This man didn't just get space socks randomly, so a bit of a mistake. I'll admit, the mistakes in this episode were kinda weak, but trust me guys, this next episode is full of wild mistakes.
You expect me to believe he was tickling himself?
You better tell him, SpongeBob.
All right, it was me.
Huh.
Like this.
Next up is the season 6 episode, Professor Squidward, which to be honest with you guys is not the best episode. You know, the plot is kind of cool because we get to see Squilliam, but not the best episode. What it does have though is this mistake. Let's see if you guys can spot it.
Isn't it grand?
Water.
He doesn't even have to touch an instrument to be brilliant.
All right, I've had enough.
So this character right here is known as Incidental F9, and as you can see, she's wearing this dress. It looks very good, she looks very pretty. But seconds later after that shot I just showed you, when we hear Fred say, "Isn't it grand?" Incidental F9's dress is missing. Her dress is just gone, and I highly doubt Shorty took her dress off. Like, what? Where's her dress? Where'd it go? That's not it for this episode, guys. I have another mistake. This one though, you really need to pay attention to. Like I said, this one's kind of complicated, guys, so listen closely. So during this scene where Patrick rides his locomotive into the trash can, we can see Squidward exit the building from this door right here, this door, and it leads to outside where he places the trash can, right? This door right here leads to outside, remember. But later on in this episode, this completely changes. It's like the animators forget, because when both news crews and the police come into Squidward's classroom, they enter the same door that Squidward took to go outside, but now it leads to a hallway. So a bit of a continuity error here. I don't know what's going on, but let's keep the video going, guys, and head over to another crazy episode with tons of mistakes. Don't click off.
They're selling chocolate! They're selling chocolate? Yeah! Chocolate. I remember when they first invented chocolate.
Next up is the season 3 banger, Chocolate with Nuts. If you don't know this episode, then you're living under a rock like Patrick. I love this episode, and it has some mistakes. Here's the first one.
Did you say chocolate?
Yes, sir. With or without nuts.
Chocolate? Chocolate!
So take a close look at Incidental 6 over here, as when he says, "Did you say chocolate?" his eyes are yellow and his tongue is red, as you can see here, alright, Incidental 6. However, literally in the next shot, not only are his eyes now green, as you can see here, but his tongue is also pink. The tongue color change isn't that big of a deal, but how do you go from yellow to green eyes? And there's more. This episode has another mistake. Let's see if you guys can spot it.
Would you like to buy a chocolate bar?
No!
listen closely as this one is very detailed, okay? So, when SpongeBob and Patrick encounter the con man for the third time, we can see this staircase to his front door right here. And what's important is that it only has 3 steps. Remember this, okay? Staircase right here, and it only has 3 steps. But moments later, when the con man eventually falls down this same staircase, it's the same staircase, it now magically has like 10 steps. Like, what? Did he renovate the staircase in between shots? Because this is totally a mistake. First it had 3 steps, and now it has 10 steps. So yeah, a mistake. And let's keep it moving and head over to another cartoon with more mistakes, guys. Stay tuned, you're not gonna believe them. One of my favorite SpongeBob characters is Bubble Bass. I mean, this dude loves pickles, and I like pickles, you know, so I like him. But he had an episode entirely dedicated to him recently on the Patrick Star Show. This episode is Bubble Bass Reviews, and it's hilarious, guys, because they make fun of like YouTube reviewers. This episode has a mistake. Roll the footage.
Tell him I'm not home. Ready here. Have fun.
Yo, buddy!
Now you have to be a super fan to really catch this mistake because it's very subtle. But back in the episode Swamp Mates, we got to see Bubble Bass's room. And as you can see, the upstairs room is gray. Remember this as it's important, okay? This upstairs room in Bubble Bass's house is gray. Remember this. But if you pay attention in Bubble Bass Reviews, when Bubble Bass screams and runs upstairs, the upstairs room is now pink. Like, what happened here? It used to be gray, now it's pink. I guess they could have repainted the room, but I don't think that would happen in a cartoon, guys. So kind of a mistake here. Don't worry though, we're gonna keep it moving and head over to another episode with even spicier mistakes. You will not believe it. Stay tuned.
Hey, I saw you on TV last night.
New Bran Flakes. Bold new taste. Bran Flakes.
Next up is As Seen on TV. Now, this episode is about the Krusty Krab's first ever commercial, and SpongeBob over here thinks he's famous because he gets like a 2-second cameo in the commercial that airs on TV. It's really funny. SpongeBob gets a massive ego in the episode. It's hilarious. Here are some clips.
SpongeBob.
I'm getting recognized all over. Why, next thing you know, people are gonna start doing stuff like holding doors open for—
I gotta say, it's really weird seeing SpongeBob act like this. He's normally such a wholesome character, and he doesn't really care about attention that much. But in this episode, he thinks he's the star of the show. It's really funny the way he interacts with other characters. But what isn't so funny are the mistakes in this episode, and there's three mistakes in one episode. Here's the first one.
One with a collar, turtleneck. Squidward, this crowd is insatiable.
This first one is pretty bad, but I gotta say, you need the eyes of a hawk to be able to actually catch it. So at one point, SpongeBob lifts up his shirt collar, but if you look at the back, right by his fingers, it's like the smallest spot. I'm gonna zoom in on it so you guys can see. They didn't draw the back of his collar. Right there by his fingers, we should be able to see the back of his shirt, but I guess they just forgot to draw it. And now that I've shown you, you know it looks kind of weird. Not as weird as mistake number 2 though. This one's really bad.
Cause when you're wearing
We want patties!
Okay, so look during this scene. When the crowd says, "We want patties," Incidental 46's waist is purple. Throughout the episode, it looks like this, right? This is how it's supposed to look, but in this one shot, for some reason, it's purple. I don't know what's going on, but hey, we still got one more mistake in this episode. Here's mistake number 3.
Well, how do you explain that? A second Krusty Krab?
Wait, now we've got no crew to make the commercial.
What are you talking about?
So early on in the episode, as you guys can see, there is a second Krusty Krab. But here's the problem. It's actually only shown when Mr. Krabs mentions it. In any other shot where you would be able to see it, it's just not there. Like in some of these shots, it should be right there. Here's a shot of it being there. Now look at these shots, it's just not there. It's missing, it's gone. The animators forgot to draw it, and wait, hold up. Do you guys know what time it is? Cause it's time for the random mistake of the day, where we take a quick break from SpongeBob to talk about mistakes in a random cartoon suggested by you guys. And one I keep on hearing about is Phineas and Ferb. We've covered them before, but we're gonna do it again. The episode is Lawn Gnome Beach Party of Terror, interesting episode. And here's a hint, it has to do with this character right here, Isabella. I'm showing a PNG of her on screen, and it's gonna have to do with her mouth, okay? Let's see if you guys can spot it. Pay attention to Isabella over here and roll that clip.
Building a beach. Check it out. Can me and the other Fireside girls be lifeguards? We need to earn our aquatic safety badges.
Did you guys catch it? Because it's like incredibly funny. It's only for a few frames. But at the very beginning of the episode, when Isabella asks Phineas if the Fireside girls can help, Disney really messed up because they drew Isabella over here with two mouths. Like, look at this. She has two sets of upper teeth. Her mouth is like overlapped. It's like they drew her with two mouths. So yeah, major mistake here. And let's go back to SpongeBob. But comment down below, guys, what other cartoons do you want me to cover on the random mistake of the day? Like, actually comment it, let me know, and I'll cover it in the future. But back to the yellow spongy goodness, all right, guys? Back to SpongeBob.
Okay, Patrick, you go in first and control his arms and legs. Then I'll go in and control the brain.
All right, we're back to SpongeBob, and I've got another spicy one for you guys. Now, this one you're gonna really need to pay close attention to kind of like catch the mistake. The episode is Snooze You Lose, so this is another modern HD episode of SpongeBob, and I'm gonna play the mistake, but here's a little hint. It has to do with the top of Patrick's head, all right? Roll that footage.
You'll have to create another Squidward in a lab.
You are a genius!
Yeah, so this is somewhat of a common mistake in 2D animation, and it's because animation is based off of layers, all right? Each item on screen, like SpongeBob, is one layer, the background is one layer. I'm not gonna explain it all right now because animation is complicated, but in this scene right here, if we pause at the right frame, look, Patrick's head gets cut off prematurely. What was supposed to happen here is Patrick's head is supposed to be touching like the side of the frame, so the top of his head would get cut off. But they positioned him a little too far from the right side of the frame, which is why we can just see this piece of his head missing. You know, it makes sense because Patrick doesn't have much of a brain. You know, maybe that's why half of his head got cut off, but it's more likely that it was a mistake, and it's okay. We'll forgive you, Nickelodeon. We'll forgive you for this. Next up, we have the episode Big Sister Sam, where we're introduced to Patrick's not so pretty or cute sister. Like, this girl is angry, dude. But anyways, we're here for mistakes, and this episode has quite a few. Here's the first one.
More spiffy!
But that's from my house!
Come on, sis.
Did you guys catch that? It has to do with the doorknob on Squidward's house, all right? So when Sam spiffs up the house, she adds the front door from Squidward's house, all right? You can see it right here. And at first, when we see it, the doorknob is on the right. Remember this, all right? The doorknob's on the right. However, though, in a few scenes later, it's now magically on the left. Here's a side-by-side. At first, it was on the right, and now randomly, it is on the left. What a weird mistake, and here's another one.
Wow! Hey, let's go inside and play!
So this one's weird, it needs some explaining, all right? So when Sam throws her brother Patrick, poor Patrick, dude, like she really throws him, and he lands on his rock. If we look, Patrick's rock is to the right of the screen, all right? It's right here on the right side. Now the problem is seconds later, when Sam goes over to Patrick's rock, they travel to the left side of the screen, when we literally just seen that the rock is on the right side. So technically a mistake. This one's kind of weird. There's gonna be a lot crazier mistakes coming up, guys, that are actually really bad, so let's keep it moving.
Let's go back to the main deck.
Okay.
Patrick!
This next one takes place in the episode The Wreck of the Moa Loa, and it's right at the very end of the episode. Roll the clip.
That was awesome!
This one only happens for a split second, so I can't really blame anybody for missing it, but when SpongeBob and Patrick laugh after their ride gets destroyed, like I said, for a split second, SpongeBob's mouth is gone. Like, what? How do you forget to draw this dude's mouth? It's only for a split second, though, so I guess I'll give him a break. It's probably a glitch. But weird mistake, dude, and we've got plenty of more that are even more weird.
Mom, look, it's a guy dressed as a Krabby Patty.
It's never too soon to start picking a good college, Billy.
In the episode Krusty Dogs, Krusty Krabs are replaced with hot dogs, which is just wild, but not as wild as the mistake in this episode. Take a look at this.
No more Krabby Patties.
So as you guys just saw, a big part of this episode is that Mr. Krabs crosses the Krabby Patty off of the menu, like insane. So insane that an ambulance literally comes. Now maybe you guys caught this one on your own, but if you didn't, Cartoon Corey's got you covered. But normally in the Krusty Krab, there is this workstation area with the cash register that Squidward always works in, this boat right here. But in that scene when the ambulance comes after Krabby Patties are taken off the menu, Squidward's workstation is just completely missing. It should be right here, but they just forgot to draw it during this one scene, which is kinda hilarious. Here's another one from this episode. I'll make it quick.
No more Krabby Patties.
Yeah, okay, this one's funny. So Krabby Patties, right? They're not sold at the Krusty Krab anymore. Well then why in this scene that takes place after they're removed is there a fish behind SpongeBob still eating a Krabby Patty when they're supposed to be gone? Not that big of a deal, but still technically a mistake. And guys, we've got more. Here's another episode.
At this time, survival looks bleak for the little yellow sponge.
No! This is my worst nightmare! I don't have a drink!
It's time to take a trip down the tunnel of Glove. This episode has quite a few mistakes, so let's get right into them. Here's the first one.
Glove, it's the tunnel of evil!
This one's very weird. So in the Hall of Great Romance, the scene you guys just saw, there's this robot right here with a green dress. Now, the dress covers its legs and feet. Remember this. However, when it eventually walks towards Pearl and SpongeBob, look, the dress is just kind of weird now and shows the feet instead of covering it. It's like the dress's design has changed somewhat, and then it's like this for the rest of the episode. Here's a side-by-side. Isn't 100% a mistake, but y'all know that that's very weird. And here's one that's actually a mistake for sure. Roll the footage.
She's gonna blow!
SpongeBob is your boyfriend!
So at the ending of the episode, the tunnel of Glove explodes, all right? And when this happens, SpongeBob and Pearl are in this boat right here. And you can see on the back that this boat has this little like flag on the back of it, all right? It's right here, remember this flag. Now, eventually they go in water, and when the boat crashes, you can see that the flag is kind of wet right here. But then as the scene progresses, that flag eventually just disappears. Take a look at this shot of the boat, a flag should be right there, but it's just gone now. Literally no one removed it, so it seems that the animators forgot to draw the flag in these shots. All right, now I will admit the two mistakes we just covered are kind of weak, so let's head over to another episode and cover something spicy.
I could play leapfrog!
This one is hilarious. It's from the episode You Don't Know Sponge, and it has to do with our boy Larry's shorts. Watch this. You guys probably caught it, but Larry over here, when he first enters the store, is wearing his signature swim trunks, all right? I want to go swimming now. But as he approaches this blender, if we look closely and zoom in on his shorts that are behind the table, they're just randomly black. The animators just completely forgot to give them color. Does it look funny? Yes. Is it a mistake? Also yes. And here's another one from this episode.
It's like we're not friends at all.
Now, Patrick may not have passed the quiz, but like a true best friend, he's always right here for me, right, Patrick?
So when SpongeBob says the line you guys just heard, now Patrick may not have passed the quiz, and looks at the ladder, look, their legs are missing. Their legs are just not there. It's kind of a weird angle. I can understand why they didn't draw them, but they're gone. Crazy how many mistakes there are in SpongeBob, man. It's like endless, so let's keep it moving. Another episode, baby, let's go.
Sea whelks have invaded Bikini Bottom and are on the attack.
Whelks? I'm not afraid of some goofy old sea snail.
This one I'm going to make insanely quick because we've covered a similar one already today, but in the episode Whelk Attack, this happens.
Only $3.99 each. That'll be $54.95.
I will not be surprised if you guys did not catch it, but as Mr. Krabs is coming out with the plate full of Krabby Patties, and he exits the Krusty Krab with the doors behind him, if we look closely through the windows to the inside of the Krusty Krab, we can see that Squidward's cash register station is missing again. We know this because of the order window. We should be able to see the boat that Squidward is normally in right below that order window, but it's not there. And I'm definitely overanalyzing this because it's a kid's cartoon cartoon and it's not that big of a deal, but let's keep on overanalyzing and head over to another episode and find more mistakes. But actually, first, it's time for the random mistake of the day, where we take a very quick break from SpongeBob. Don't worry, we're gonna go right back to SpongeBob to expose a mistake in a random cartoon. Again, though, we're gonna go right back to SpongeBob, but for now, let's talk about Fairly Odd Parents, another Nickelodeon banger.
Just let me clarify this. You married your car.
Yep. Now my kids get 17 miles to the gallon.
The mistake can be found in the episode Power Mad, and it has to do with the character Chester. Here's a little hint, we're showing Chester on screen. Remember his hair color. All right, let's see if you guys can catch this mistake. Roll the clip.
We really need to stop playing. Why? I have to go?
No, you don't. You just went at 6:13. Besides,
So you guys probably caught it, especially with the hint I gave you, but if you didn't, Cartoon Corey's got you covered. So let's take a look at Chester right here, and we'll notice that his hair is blonde, all right? And even when they go into like virtual reality in this episode, his hair turns to like this pinkish color, but his hair is not black. So why during this scene are his eyebrows or eyelashes black? They should be blonde. If we look at him in any other episode, look at his eyelashes or eyebrows, they are not black. So this is totally a mistake, and let's get back to SpongeBob. Do let me know in the comments though, guys, what other cartoons you want me to cover for the random mistake of the day. But yeah, back to SpongeBob. Our next mistake can be found in the episode Buried in Time, which is all about the Krusty Krab making like a time capsule. The episode's really funny. Take a look at the beginning here, and then we're gonna get into the mistakes.
Empty. I thought I'd never see the day. Oh, this can has been here for 50 years. That's longer than me.
Okay, it's mistake time. Here's the first one.
Right. This play is actually not meant to be eaten on. Now, with your permission, I'd like to perform a few tests to verify its authenticity.
So as you guys just saw, there is one fish who brings plates to put in the time capsule, all right? And for about a frame, if you look, his eyes briefly disappear for a frame. They come back, but I mean, come on, man. They should be there the whole time. Here's mistake number 2.
And thanks so much for...
So throughout the scenes where the fish are putting things inside of the capsule, we can see this red ribbon which runs from the stand to the Krusty Krab right here. But throughout this scene, it actually just disappears and reappears. At one point it's here, and this shot it's not there, then it comes back, just totally messy. And let's head over to another episode, guys. The mistakes in this episode we just covered are all right, but this is where things get wild. Be prepared.
SpongeBob, would you help your granny cross the street?
Why don't you walk yourself across the street?
Next up, we've got the abrasive side. This episode's pretty interesting. It's all about SpongeBob realizing that he's too nice, so like an actual sponge, he switches to the green side. He switches to his abrasive side. Now, we're gonna get into the mistakes of this episode as it has a ton of them, but first, here are some hilarious clips from this episode, and then we'll get right to the mistakes.
I wouldn't hang out with you for all the money in Krabs' mattress.
You don't know how long I've waited to hear those words.
Yeah, so this is a really good episode. In terms of season 7, like this is up there as a really good episode. Even good episodes, though, have mistakes. Here's the first one.
You're right on time for our play date.
Woo! I can't wait. You're my best friend. So beat it, Tubby. I don't care for your company.
Did you guys catch it? Because this one's really bad. It's only for a split second, so I get it if you guys didn't. But at one point, when SpongeBob is talking to Patrick, it happens for a frame, but look at one of his eyes. As part of his blue eye turns like red for a split second. Like what? I'm zooming in. It looks really weird, and I'm gonna be honest with you, I have no idea how this mistake would have happened. It can't be a layering issue, but whatever. Here's mistake number 2.
Grab something heavy. Now hold still.
No, you don't scare me.
This is gonna sting worse than a jellyfish in a bucket of electric eel.
This one's really easy to miss, but when Sandy rolls up the sleeves on her suit, there is weirdly black hair on her arms even though she already has fur. Think about that for a second. Weird. Here's mistake number 3.
It's unbelievable. More money for service above and beyond.
Okay, this one is really funny. At one point, as you guys saw, we go into a dictionary in this episode and we can see the definition for multiple words, obviously. Now, when the dictionary is open, you'll notice that the word more is missing from the definition of overkill. In the episode, it reads as the process of doing than a situation requires, when it's obviously supposed to say the process of doing more than a situation requires. Also, in the same scene, if we move over to the left, like in that same shot, you'll notice that the left side of the entire dictionary is like incomplete. It like cuts off here when it's not supposed to. Anyways though, there's actually more mistakes in this episode. Here's another one.
Time to help me test out my disappearator. No, can't do. Brainless.
As you guys know, Sandy wears a helmet, a glass helmet that nothing should be able to go through because it's glass, duh. But when this thing hits Sandy, it somehow just goes through her helmet. Like I'm showing it in slow motion, look, it glitches and goes through her helmet when it shouldn't be able to do that because it's a glass helmet. Crazy, dude. In the season 15 episode, The Sandman Cometh, we have a very similar plot to the episode in Spongiac, where a certain somebody is having a hard time falling asleep. In the episode in Spongiac, it's all about SpongeBob having a hard time falling asleep and getting help from Patrick, but in this episode, it's reversed. And it gets really bad, with Patrick almost like hallucinating due to him having such a lack of sleep. I mean, look at some of these clips. This dude is just crazy.
You want to see a picture of my grandkids?
Patrick definitely needs some sleep, but also it seems the animators were lacking on sleep a little because they made a tiny mistake, and I gotta point it out. So normally at the very start of a SpongeBob episode, there's the title card, and then there's a bubble transition into the actual animation of the episode. Here's an example of this right here from another episode. Yeah, so that's how that opening transition looks in any other episode, but for some reason in this episode it's different. Here, take a look for yourself and then I'll explain. It's very easy to miss, and I probably look just as crazy as Patrick looked earlier when he was tweaking from his lack of sleep, but there is a mistake here. For one, the transition in this episode has no bubbles, and instead it's accompanied by a screen wipe. But here's the actual issue. You can still hear the bubble sound effect. It's not a big deal, but it is a mistake. And you guys know the drill, I've got more. Let's keep it rolling. In this episode, SpongeBob loses something very important to him, his lucky clip tie. And this causes him to go through all sorts of issues. Whoopsie! In the end, he gets his clip back, and everything goes back to normal. But of course, what we're here to talk about are mistakes. And here's the first one, okay? You'll notice that in this scene, SpongeBob has good luck, so he should be wearing something.
Oh, you!
Did you guys catch it? Well, when SpongeBob carries Incidental 82 while crossing the road, his lucky tie clip is missing. We see it in this shot before right here, but it's completely missing during this shot, which doesn't make much sense because the whole point of the clip is that it gives him good luck. That's why he doesn't get hit by a car. So this is totally a mistake here. And here's another one. Let's see if you guys can spot it. This one's pretty straightforward, and honestly, this one's cartoon logic for the most part, but during the Bubble Bass wide shots, where the camera's like zoomed out, all of the tables in the Krusty Krab are missing. Earlier in the episode, when we see the inside of the Krusty Krab, it looks like this and has tables, but during this one shot with Bubble Bass, the tables are just missing. They just didn't draw them. Also, if we pay attention to this character right here, Harris, his design is inconsistent. Normally, he looks like this, but in this one shot, he looks like this. It's not that big of a difference, but it is inconsistent, and that technically is a mistake, and I've got more. Next up, we have another really good episode. This one is Upward from season 15. Can you believe that there's 15 seasons of SpongeBob? Holy cow. But yeah, this episode's really cool. For once, somebody actually believes in Squidward's music dreams. As you guys know, 90% of the time, everybody's telling Squidward that he sucks at the clarinet, but in this episode, Lady Upturn decides to almost like sponsor him. She like signs him and invests money money into turning him into a star. So much so that the episode even culminates with Squidward performing at the famed Bikini Bottom Opera House. Now, the mistakes in this episode aren't too bad, but I still want to talk about them. And the first one takes place when Squidward tells the Krusty crew that he's become a paid musician.
What's with all the joy, Mr. Squidward?
I'm a paid musician now.
You? Musician?
Did you guys catch it? Well, if not, don't worry, let me explain. Normally, if we take a look at any other shot of Mr. Krabs, he normally has these spikes right here on his back. Well, in that scene I just played from Upward, if you guys look, Mr. Krabs is missing those spikes, and considering the angle that we see him at, we should be able to see them. Like I said, it's a minor mistake, but I mean, it is a part of Mr. Krabs' design. Here's another mistake from the same episode. And you guys should be able to spot it. It's a very common SpongeBob SquarePants mistake. Roll the clip and pay attention to the chum bucket, or the lack thereof.
Hello, losers!
Okay.
These three have named their new alliance. Every villain is Lemons, otherwise known as Evil. What can we do?
Come on, I know you guys caught this one because this one is blatant. I don't know how Nickelodeon staff or Rough Draft Korea, the people who animate SpongeBob, did not catch this one. But to be fair, the episode's like over 20 years old, so. But anyways, in the Every Villain is Lemons TV sequence, look, the word villain is incorrectly spelt. Villain is supposed to be spelt as V-I-L-L-A-I-N, but they got it a little mixed up in this shot right here. I wonder how many kids went on to think that this is how you spell villain. It's a funny mistake, but here's one that's a lot more spicy from the same episode. Roll the footage.
Oh, yes, you do. No world means no money. Now, go save the world, or you're fired!
You guys are legends if you caught this, but when Mr. Krabs is talking to Squidward in the clips you guys just saw and says no world means no money, look, his right arm is missing. It's kind of an awkward shot, which justifies it a little bit, but they still should have drawn dude's arm, especially if Mr. Krabs wants to be counting all that money, money, money. He needs those arms, so yeah. Here's another mistake from Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy Part 5, and this one's a lot worse.
Need a hand? Super pal?
This one's closer to the ending of the episode. It's actually in the very final scene when Barnacle Boy says need a hand super pal and reunites with his best bud Mermaid Man. So nice. If you look closely, his mask, the side parts of his mask turn to the same color as his skin for this one frame, which is majorly incorrect. That's not supposed to be the same color as his skin. To be fair, it's only for one frame, but I mean, come on man, it's still a mistake. And believe it or not, I've got one more from this episode.
I'm right here. Don't worry, good citizens. Nothing will stop me from defeating the evil!
Did you guys catch that one? If not, don't worry, Cartoon Corey's got you covered. So, when Mermaid Man says that he will fight the evil after the news report plays, it seems that one of his suspenders cuts off before reaching his shoulder, as you can see right here. Maybe Mermaid Man needs to lay off the Krabby Patties. He might be getting too big for that seashell bra he's wearing. Anyways, though, let's head over to another episode, guys, with more mistakes, and trust me, you do not want to miss these ones. This episode almost got canceled because of the mistakes.
I'm sorry to waste your time, mister.
Wait! Wait!
teeth!
It happens really, really fast, so I cannot blame you guys if you didn't catch it, but when SpongeBob says in the clips you guys just saw, "I'm sorry to waste your time, mister," his normally gray spatula that's literally always gray in every other episode randomly turns yellow for a split second. Like, what? For this one, it's just confusing. I don't know if it's a layering issue. I don't really know what happened here. Maybe they originally drew it yellow and then realized it was supposed to be gray and fixed it in post, but for one frame they slipped up. I don't know. But stay tuned because the next mistake we're going to be covering from this next episode is going to blow your brain. Let's do it. Okay, so this right here is Queen Amphitrite. I might have said it incorrectly, but she does come from Greek mythology, just saying. But yeah, this is her design from SpongeBob. I'm showing a PNG here, and as you can see on her belt right here, she has a seahorse on it right here. Remember this as it's very important. As if we watch closely in the clips I just showed you guys, when she's about to close this door of the carriage after Neptune and Triton return, look, the seahorse I just mentioned has vanished from her belt. Now, it's most likely due to this scene and how it's animated, but it should still be there despite this. Like, it's like the animators were just too lazy to draw it in this one shot, which can be excused, but this next error, not so much.
Hey man, what's the big idea?
Who said that? Show yourself!
So it takes place in the scenes where SpongeBob first meets Triton when he's in the cage. And if we look at this lock right here, it actually changes multiple times. This is how it looks at first. Then it changes to this. There are these shots where it has like no art on it. So very messy scene right here. This lock changes multiple times and that is a mistake. And guys, if you thought these were bad, you will not believe the ones coming up in our next episode. It isn't necessarily the best episode, but it's one of the few episodes to actually focus on the marriage of Plankton and Karen, which is cool. I like when we get more episodes that build the world of SpongeBob and Bikini Bottom, but I'm being a nerd and we're here for mistakes. So here's the first one. Let's see if you guys can spot it before I reveal it. Try to comment the mistake before I actually tell you. All right, got it? Roll the footage.
55% loaded. Scrammy. Very formula. Loading completed.
Did you guys catch it? Well, don't worry, Cartoon Corey's going to explain. So, when SpongeBob attempts to Control-Alt-Delete Karen, he literally tries to kill Karen and delete her, we can see that the keyboard keys that he uses are white. Alright, remember this is a white keyboard, alright? And it should stay white for this entire episode. Well, plot twist, that isn't what happens, as when Karen begins to short circuit, look, those white keys are now suddenly red, making for a wacky continuity error, like the keys of a keyboard don't randomly change color, guys. The animators originally drew them as white and then forgot and drew them as red, which is a mistake. Let's keep it moving and head over to another episode. Things are really gonna get spicy from here. This is another nitpick, so I'm gonna make it very quick. It's in the episode Pineapple Fever. I'm gonna roll the clip and let's see if you guys can catch it.
In a row right here! Tic-tac! Ow!
Easy, friend.
Yeah, relax, Squidward. We're just here to have fun. Oh, okay. Yeah, okay. Here we go. Congratulations, Squidward.
Well played.
Did you guys catch it? This one's kind of a tricky one. All right, so this tic-tac-toe rules book that SpongeBob is reading, all right? If you look closely, the title of the book is on the right side of the book, which is incorrect. It should be on the left. And based on how you would read a book, where you're turning each page to the left, the title of a book would be on the left side of it. SpongeBob isn't reading manga over here. My boy ain't reading the new chapter of Dragon Ball Super. Yeah, this is technically a mistake. I'm being a total nerd, but still technically a mistake, and let's head over to an episode with some good mistakes. You know, Mr. Krabs is a very, very greedy father, alright? But at the same time, Pearl is kind of a spoiled brat at times. This is definitely the case in the episode Whale of a Birthday, where Mr. Krabs sends SpongeBob to get Pearl a present, just he doesn't want to spend a ton of money. At least he's not getting her squeaky boots this time. Now, this episode has a few mistakes. Here's the first one. Let's dive right in.
Sea pony is the cutest thing ever. Do you want to come home and be my pony?
Pearl, come here. This is so coral.
Now, this one is actually really bad, and it's also pretty weird at the same time. I have no idea how something like this happened. As you guys saw in the clips, Pearl and her friends are at the mall, and in this scene, she looks at the sea pony. Now, in the first shot, it shows the dog fish tank right next to it, all right? It's two separate, like, tanks beside each other. Remember this, I know I'm over-explaining it, but two separate tanks with animals in them beside each other, with a clear separation of the two tanks. However, though, a few seconds later, and now look, it's completely transformed, and now it's one tank, with the sea pony sharing it with the dogfish. I have no clue how this happened, but what can you do, guys? Actually, what we can do is head over to another episode with more mistakes. Also, stay tuned, though, because we're going to be doing the random mistake of the day very soon, so yeah. Next up, we have the inside job. So I'm totally nitpicking with this one, so I'm going to make it quick, and don't worry, guys, the other mistakes we're going to be covering are actually good, but in the episode The Inside Job, there's this mistake. Roll the footage.
The Krabby Patty recipe!
Did you guys catch it? Well, as you guys can see, Plankton's inside SpongeBob's body, and we can see his heart. But it should be doing something that it isn't doing in this shot, and that's beating. A heart is constantly beating. That's how, you know, you stay alive. So again, like I said, I'm nitpicking, but the heart not beating in this one shot is technically a mistake. Next up, we'll be doing No Weenies Allowed. And I know if you're an old school SpongeBob fan, you know this episode. It's the one where SpongeBob becomes desperate to get into the salty spittoon after Sandy's allowed and he's not allowed. To be honest, I'd be pretty cheesed about that too. Like, your girl gets in, but you can't get in. Anyways, though, here's the first mistake. Let's see if you guys can catch it without my help. Try to comment the mistake before I actually reveal it. All right, roll that footage.
Sandy? Oh, what happened?
You ran inside and slipped out an ice cube.
Okay, did you guys catch it? If not, Cartoon Corey's got you covered. As you can see in these shots of Sandy right here, she is a squirrel and she has a tail. It's a big part of her design because, you know, she's a squirrel. But there are two scenes in this episode where her tail just was not drawn for some strange reason. They're both when they're in the ambulance. There's this shot right here that's more of a zoomed out shot, and as you can see, her tail is gone. This one's especially bad because of how zoomed out it is. And the second is this shot, which is a little more excusable. It's more zoomed in, and maybe because of the angle, you just can't see it. But either way, we should be able to see her tail in both of these shots, and this was a little goof on the animator's end. Anyways, though, let's head over to another episode, and this is where things are really gonna get spicy. We're jumping over to season 5 for this next one. The episode is Enemy-in-Law, and this episode is all about Plankton falling in love with Mr. Krabs' mom. I'd be so upset. My arch rival starts trying to rizz up my mother. That would be a scrap. But anyways, here's the first mistake.
I've reservations for 2 tonight.
Right this way, sir.
You guys may have noticed, but when Plankton walks into the Krusty Krab with a rose for Mr. Krabs' mom, there is a burger sticker on the window right here. We're circling it, we're zooming in. Remember, this burger sticker right here. Now, it should be here for the remainder of the episode. However, once Plankton gets inside of the restaurant, look, that sticker has just magically disappeared randomly. Weird. Here's mistake number 2.
Eugene!
I came to warn you, Plankton. Stay away from me, Mother. I know what you're really up to.
I'm serious, Eugene. I've changed my ways. And all it took was the love of a beautiful woman.
Well, you love is thieving and conniving. Now stop trying to get the formula out of me, Mother!
What are you talking about?
I'm talking about the Krabby Patty formula!
This one's more of a strange one, but when Mr. Krabs barges into the chum bucket in anger, some scenes show these red pipes on the wall right here. Remember them, they should be here for the entire scene. But in some shots where we see the exact same wall, which should have those red pipes, they're not there. So the animators drew the red pipes at first, and then in some shots just were too lazy to draw them again. Not a huge deal, but definitely a mistake. And guys, stay tuned because these next set of mistakes we're going to be covering are going to blow your mind. Next up, let's head over to season 12 and talk about a fairly good episode that I personally enjoyed, that being Squid on a Bus, which, I mean, the title's pretty self-explanatory for this one, guys. It's about Squidward taking the bus. It's a good episode, but like most episodes of SpongeBob, it does have 3 mistakes hidden in it, and these mistakes are really, really bad, guys. Here's mistake number 1.
I've been waiting for almost an hour.
Almost an hour, he says.
Late again!
So in the opening of the episode, Squidward appears to be wearing a watch on his right wrist, right? You can see it right here. I'm zooming in on it. But seconds later, when the bus door opens, Squidward's watch is just missing now. I doubt the dude took it off to go in the bus. What I think happened is in this first shot right here, the animators drew him with a watch, but then the animators forgot about the watch because in this scene, the watch is just gone. Poof, it went missing. And that's not the only thing missing in the beginning of the episode, as there's another mistake that's kinda similar to this one. Roll the footage again.
I've been waiting for almost an hour!
Almost an hour, he says.
Late again!
Did ya catch it? Well, take a look at this shot of Conch Street right here. As you can see, it goes Patrick's house, Squidward's house, and then good old SpongeBob's house right here, that old-fashioned pineapple house. Now I'm hungry. But in that opening scene, where is SpongeBob's house? It should be right there. You could say that, you know, it just wasn't on the screen, but the distance between Squidward's house and SpongeBob's house is not that wide, and I'm pretty sure the animators were just feeling kind of lazy in this scene and didn't draw SpongeBob's house, which is still technically a mistake. But wait, there's more. Here's mistake number 3. Let's see if you guys can catch this one. Man, 3 mistakes in one episode is like really bad. Nickelodeon be slacking, boy. But take a look at this shot from inside the bus when the bus starts rocking. As you can see, there are passengers inside. They're chilling inside the bus. But when we get the same shot from the outside view, why is Squidward the only one on the bus? The passengers just disappeared? They're gone? Poof? Talk about a mistake, a continuity mistake, and let's keep it moving and head over to another episode. Actually, nah, you know what we're doing first, guys? It's time for the random mistake of the day, where we take a very quick break from SpongeBob, and don't worry, it'll be quick. We'll get right back to SpongeBob, but we take a quick break to talk about mistakes in another random cartoon suggested by you guys. And today we're gonna do Phineas and Ferb again. This one's fun. Don't worry, guys, we're gonna go right back to SpongeBob, but let's talk about a mistake in Phineas and Ferb. This character right here is Candace, and you'll notice that her skirt, all right, is white. Especially in this episode, her skirt is white. I'm showing a PNG of her, so pay attention to that and you guys might be able to spot it. All right, roll the footage.
She's Candace, like the Venus de Milo, except she's not armless and handless.
Well, why in this scene, when the camera pans back as Candace sees the giant cake in her dream sequence, is her skirt red instead of white? In every other shot of this episode, her skirt is white, and in this one shot, it's randomly red, which was most likely done to make coloring and animating it easier. But it's still a mistake. It should be white. So yeah, back to SpongeBob though. And guys, let me know other cartoons you want me to cover in the random mistake of the day, all right? But yeah, back to SpongeBob. Now, what season should we do next? I'm thinking season 9, and we'll do the sewers of Bikini Bottom. This episode is wild. First mistake, here we go. Let's see if you guys can catch it before I reveal it.
The halftime wave man. When every toilet flushes at once, the sewers can't take it. It's madness.
Yeah, did you guys catch that? Because it's kind of hilarious. So when Charlton over here says that there's only 5 minutes left, look at the TV, dude. It clearly says that there's 10 minutes and 42 seconds left. Like, what? This guy right here needs to get fired because he's not doing his job right. And here's mistake number 2. And it takes place in the clips I just showed you guys during the last shot of the fishes running from the sewer snake. For one, incidental 45 and incidental 46 are both duplicated, so there's 2 of them in one shot, when these are like very common background characters. These guys in particular aren't duplicated usually, so this is kind of weird. But also, incidental 45 over here, right? The back of her bra is incorrect. And you can especially see this because look at this other incidental 45 right here, the duplicated version. The back of her bra is always correct. So just, yeah, a weird scene. I sound like a major nerd for even noticing these types of mistakes, but what can you do? I just love SpongeBob. Next up, we have the episode The Grill is Gone, and this is a very obscure episode. I don't see people talking about it all that much, but I will say it is a fairly underrated episode in my opinion. It's actually pretty good. Anyways though, here's the mistake.
Let's see him beat us this time. Oh, thanks, Mr. Krabs.
Not everybody will tell you, man.
Alright, so at the ending of this episode, alright, we get this scene where all of these characters take the Krusty Krab and they slide down with the Krusty Krab. Also in this episode, we're introduced to these two twins, this boy and girl twin, brother and sister duo. Now, before they roll down the hill on the Krusty Krab, we can see that the boy twin is sitting here and that the girl twin is sitting here. But here's the problem. Once the Krusty Krab actually starts sliding down, they have completely switched places and now the girl is here and the boys here. Like, here's a side-by-side showing you. And I mean, they're literally on a moving restaurant. They wouldn't be able to switch spots randomly, so this was definitely a mistake. They drew it like this, and then when the sliding was happening, they drew it like this. And guys, that's nothing compared to some of these other mistakes coming up. Let's head over to another episode.
You'd better stop bothering me and put on your thinking cap.
Great idea, Squidward.
He actually has one.
This one I'm gonna make it quick, but it's like hilarious. It takes place in the episode Fiasco, and I want you to pay close attention to Squidward's house, all right? You guys know this is how Squidward's house looks. Pay attention to this. Roll that footage.
Open up! Do you mind? Some of us have nothing to do tomorrow.
What?
Did you guys catch it? Did you guys see Squidward's house? Well, you probably didn't because that's the mistake. Real quick, as you guys know, this is Conch Street. This is where SpongeBob, Patrick, and Squidward all live, and it goes Patrick's house, Squidward's house, and SpongeBob's house. What lovely neighbors they are. Now, here's the issue. When we see Plankton walk to SpongeBob's house after Patrick's, we should be able to see Squidward's house, right? It's right in the middle, but it's just completely absent from the scene. They just didn't draw it. It should be right here, but it's not. And that, my friends, is a mistake. It ain't nearly as bad as this next episode, though. Next up, we have the episode Goons on the Moon, which is a banger, but you guys know what's coming. I gotta expose this mistake. Here's a hint. You want to pay attention to the doors of Sandy's tree dome, okay? Let's take a look at this.
We're going to the moon!
All right, hopefully you guys spotted the mistake, but this one is kind of a tricky one, so don't worry, Cartoon Corey's got you. After all, I have no life and spend every day looking for SpongeBob mistakes, so I mean, I definitely got you. But anyways, at the beginning of this episode, we can see that there is an airlock on Sandy's tree dome, and this is to make sure that air is locked in her tree dome, because as you guys know, Sandy's a squirrel, so she can't just breathe water like fish. She needs her tree dome, which has air in it. Yada, 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 da 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 da, you guys know. But yeah, we see this airlock right here. But here's the thing, we get a similar shot during the liftoff scene, where we can see the same spot, which should have the airlock, but look, the airlock is missing. So here's a side-by-side, the airlock was there, but then in this one shot, the airlock is just gone. Poof, it magically disappeared, and this is a mistake. And a bad one too, because without that airlock guy, Sandy, rip, R.I.P. Next up, we have a good old classic. We have Sailor Mouth. This episode is literally all about swearing, where SpongeBob and Patrick use words like these.
Lovely day we're having. How right you are, Patrick.
These are swears in Bikini Bottom, and you guys should never repeat them. This episode is iconic, and I'm sure if you ask any SpongeBob fan, they'll tell you this is one of their like top 20, top 10 episodes. It's definitely one of mine, even though it has mistakes. Let's dive into one right now, guys. And here's a hint, pay close attention to Mama Krabs. I'm showing a PNG of her on screen. This is Mama Krabs. Pay attention to her.
Yeah! My foot!
Alrighty, so as you guys just seen, at the ending of the episode, we see Grandma Krabs making SpongeBob, Patrick, and Mr. Krabs paint her home. And eventually, she ends up stubbing her foot. Now, here's the mistake, guys. So we see that Betsy Krabs over here stubs this foot right here. I believe it's her right foot that she stubs, as you can see here, but remember, it's this foot. This is the foot that she hits, and it hurts. But the problem is, like, when she goes to lift up her foot and hold the foot that was hurt, she grabs her other leg. So this is the leg that she hits, but then when she like grabs her hurt leg to like kiss it better and like soothe it, she grabs the wrong leg. Like, girl, what is wrong with you? This is the leg you hurt. Why are you lifting up this leg? Like, what? This same thing also happens with Mr. Krabs. Take a look at this real quick.
You're gonna give the Krusty Krab a fresh coat of paint from top to bottom. Wow! My foot! What?
Yeah, as you can see, when Mr. Krabs is coming out with the paint, he stubs his right foot, but for some reason, this dude holds his left foot, the one that is not injured. Very, very funny, guys. This next episode is another obscure one. I'm like 90% sure a lot of you have never watched this episode, and you're not missing much. It's not the best episode. Honestly, it's called Call the Cops, and we got 2 mistakes. Try to comment the mistake before I come back in and explain it. I know you guys can do it. You guys don't even need me to find mistakes. You guys can do it on your own. Roll that footage.
Stop, thief! He's over there! Stop him!
All right, hopefully you guys caught it, but if not, Cartoon Corey's got you. So at the beginning of the episode, when Mr. Krabs and SpongeBob are chasing Plankton, we can see that these customers, all of these customers are eating their Krabby Patties. Look at this dude. We can literally see him eating the patty, but the problem is despite how long this scene is, none of the patties end up having bites out of them. So the customers are just eating the Krabby Patties infinitely. They're just eating them constantly and they're not getting any bites out of them. A very, very strange mistake. And here's mistake number 2 from Call the Cops.
I don't have a license.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
How did you know that?
That's classified.
This one is much worse. So throughout SpongeBob, a very common thing are bubble animations. And don't worry guys, this isn't a rough draft Korea bubble transition error. I know you guys probably know what I mean when I say that. This is a completely different type of error, but here are some examples of bubble transitions in SpongeBob, all right? You can see one here. Here's another one. They're a staple of the show. Well, in Call the Cops, when SpongeBob takes Helen the Felon to jail, as this bubble transition starts, we can actually see that they both just suddenly disappear out of frame as the bubble transition is happening. We kind of have to slow things down, but yeah, they just disappear, guys. You know what's also gonna disappear though? Some of these Nickelodeon animators when I expose this next episode's mistakes.
It's an emergency! My son! Please!
Mom, I'm just doing the crab.
We're gonna be dancing in this next episode, guys, because we're talking about slimy dancing. And I've covered this episode many times before, but I actually found a new mistake that is like hilarious, okay? This mistake is really funny. You need to hear this clip though for it to make sense. Roll the footage.
The rulebook clearly states a single dancer must perform without any further assistance from a partner.
All right, so let me explain, guys. So in this episode, there's a big dance competition that Squidward wants to enter in and win. SpongeBob and Patrick also enter the competition. Now here's the thing. The rules of this competition state that a single dancer cannot be assisted by a partner. So this means that if you're going to enter the contest, you can only dance by yourself. You can't get help from anybody else, and you can't dance with another person. It's a solo act. But here's the problem, right? In this episode, SpongeBob and Patrick both audition together as a team, despite the rules, and they even make it to the finals of the competition, when again, the rules state that you cannot do it as a team or a pair. You must do it by yourself. So that right there is a mistake. And also, this seahorse character right here should have also been kicked out of the competition because it's a 2-person costume. As you can see, there's 2 people in the costume, which again, you cannot be assisted by a partner. As you guys literally heard in those clips, so I'm rambling a bit, but this is a really funny mistake if you think about it. Here's one more from Slimy Dancing though.
By unanimous decision, we have a winner. Mine!
I'll make this one quick because it's very, very straightforward. But when Squidward uses his arms to collect the trophy, look, SpongeBob's teeth turn yellow, which I don't even need to tell you guys is a mistake. As you can see here, his teeth are normally white. So yeah, still lots of mistakes to come though, guys. Do not click off yet. Things are going to get spicy. Up next, we have I Heart Dancing, another dancing themed SpongeBob episode. How fitting. This time though, instead of SpongeBob potentially sabotaging Squidward's like edition at the dance competition, this one's all about Squidward trying to sabotage SpongeBob. It's actually pretty funny. Here are some funny clips, and then we're gonna get right into the mistakes. They're really bad.
Oh, I love this song.
That is the stupidest dance move I've ever seen.
Who put you on the planet?
Okay, it's mistake time. Here's the first mistake.
We are gonna keep working on your routine until you get it right. And I don't care how long it takes. Now watch
Alright, so soon after SpongeBob's cane dance here, if we watch very closely and we pause at the right frame, wait for it, boom, the animators just completely forgot to color in Squidward's nose, leaving it just like transparent. It's only for a frame, but his nose just has no color. Like, look at how weird that looks, dude. Like, Squidward, go get a nose, man. Alright, this episode's about dancing, guys, so let's dance on to mistake number 2 from I Heart Dancing. Roll the footage, please.
I got music, friend. In my mind. I love this song.
This one is admittedly potentially some cartoon logic, but it's still kind of weird, and the way it's kind of like presented is kind of lazy. Now, in the clips you guys just saw, SpongeBob is seen wearing his Krusty Krab employee hat. But then we get this gag where he pulls his brain literally out of his head. And when he does this, we don't see the hat fly off or anything, but he's just not wearing the hat anymore. All right, the hat is off of his head. The issue though is like literally a second later when SpongeBob begins dancing, despite the hat missing in the last shot, it now reappears as he's dancing, making for just a messy scene. Like, it's there, then it's not there, and then it's back again. Talk about a continuity error. And guys, do you know what time it is? It's time for the random mistake of the day. Where you guys know is poppin', we're gonna take a quick break from SpongeBob to talk about mistakes in a random cartoon suggested by you guys. And then of course, we're gonna go back to SpongeBob. I'm not done with SpongeBob yet, so if that's all you want, hold up, because I still got some crazy mistakes coming up for SpongeBob. But we're gonna talk about Phineas and Ferb, more specifically the episode Bowl-O-Rama Drama. Really good episode, and here is a hint, guys. I want you to pay close attention to Jeremy. Here's a PNG, this is the character Jeremy, pay close attention to him.
You were right about Phineas and Ferb this whole time. Candace, that is so cool how you busted your brothers like that. Will you marry me?
All right, like I said, if you pay close attention to Jeremy, you guys probably caught it. But if you look closely at our boy Jeremy here during Candace's fantasy about having busted Phineas and Ferb, the animators just forgot to give him legs entirely. He just has no legs. Like, I'm zooming in here, dude, and this is like really bad. It is just a fantasy shot. Like, this is just like Candace fantasizing, but he should still have legs. And here's another mistake from this same episode. All right, so this dude right here is Perry the Platypus, and he's like a legend. He's the best spy that has ever lived in the history of spies. And he always wears this hat, okay? It's like a brown hat. The top is brown, it has a black stripe on it, and the bottom of the hat is also brown, as you can see in this shot. But in the clips you guys just saw, when Perry breaks free of the ice block he was trapped in, we can see for about like a split second that the underside of his fedora, of like this hat right here, is the same color as his fur. It's the same blue color, which is 100% a coloring mistake. I'm circling it. This part of the hat right here is supposed to be black. Here's an example of it being black. So it being like greenish blue here is absolutely a mistake. Here's one more mistake from this episode, and pay attention to what Phineas is riding in both of these clips right here.
Split up and let's keep her in play until we get to the fair. Wait. We got 2 more world's most pointless records of our own.
All right, if you caught it, this one's like really funny. So like when Phineas first takes off to arrive at the pointless world record stage, he's riding a scooter, as you can see here, okay? However though, when the dude actually arrives there, his scooter has transformed into a bike. And remember, this all happens in a matter of minutes, okay? This isn't like cartoon logic where like Phineas changed to a bike. We see him leave on a scooter. I have no idea how he randomly gets this bike. This was totally a mistake, and it's very funny. And we still ain't done yet, because we're heading back over to Bikini Bottom.
You can talk. I'm gonna name you Barky.
Let go already. You're wrinkling my leaves, you filter-feeding freak.
Let's head over to season 13 for a moment. Since the season ended, I haven't really talked about it all that much. We have the episode Arbor Day Disarray, and this first mistake is definitely going to crack you up a little bit. Pay attention to what's inside Patrick's house in both of these shots.
Television!
We now return to...
All right, so listen closely, okay? When Patrick opens his rock the first time, all right, he has a green chair and gray TV set, all right? That's like a real green chair. It's not made out of sand, and that's like a legitimate TV not made out of sand. It's gray, and then the couch is green. But once the dude actually enters his rock house, look, they're now both completely made out of sand. This happens in a matter of seconds too, dude. Like, look, here's a side-by-side. First it's green, the chair, and now it's just a chair made out of sand. Like, what happened here? It's actually a pretty bad mistake if you think about it, and here's another one from Arbor Day Disarray.
Hey, Squidward!
Your barber called. He said he's sorry. Philistine.
I'm gonna make this one quick because I've already done a similar mistake like this today, but as you guys know, it goes Patrick's house, Squidward's house, and SpongeBob's house. This is Conch Street. But in this shot, when Squidward kicks his tree out of his house, Patrick's house should be right here, but it just doesn't appear at all. And it's especially bad because in the shot before this, it's there, and it's a very similar shot, so we can see it here, but then when the tree's being kicked out of his house, it's just not there at all. We should at least be able to see like the side of it from this angle. So this was another lazy shot right here, and I have one more from this episode, guys, and stay tuned because random mistake of the day is coming up soon.
To grow a happy, well-rounded tree, you need to talk to him.
Hi, I'm SpongeBob.
Ooh,
nice to
Hello.
Man, 3 mistakes in one episode is pretty bad, especially for season 13. You'd think that this wouldn't be happening like in 2023, and it's still happening in 2024 in season 14. But anyways, as you guys know, this right here is Squidward, like obviously, and he always has these wrinkles on his forehead. It's actually a signature part of his look. You go to his first ever appearance, he has wrinkles. You look at like any shot of him, he always has forehead wrinkles. But here's the thing, all right? When the episode cuts to this like a far shot of all characters talking to their new trees, Squidward is missing his forehead wrinkles the entire time. And look, this isn't a situation where he maybe made like a facial expression or something that would make them go away. He's just idle the whole time and they should be there. Not a big deal, but it's still a mistake, and let's keep it rolling.
Might as well tell us what was so very important.
I was just saying that these lines you drew remind me of a railroad track.
All right, this is definitely a really, really bad one, which is why we're talking about it now. It's in the episode Professor Squidward, okay? And here's a hint, it has to do with this character, Incidental F9. Pay attention to both these clips I'm gonna play, and yeah, let's see if you guys can spot it. Try to comment the mistake before I come back in and like spoil it.
Isn't it grand?
What is?
He doesn't even have to touch an instrument to be brilliant.
All right, I've had enough.
Did you guys catch it? Like I said, it has to do with Incidental F9 here, as throughout a majority of the scenes you guys just seen, Incidental F9 is wearing a dress. It's hard to see in some angles, but as you can see, they are wearing a dress. Here's the issue though, once Fred says, isn't it grand? We actually get a shot of Incidental F9 not wearing the dress, like the dress is just missing. If you look closely, you can see that she's low-key just not wearing anything. You can't see anything inappropriate, don't worry parents, but she has nothing on, which just, yeah, is totally a mistake. I don't think that was intentional, guys. I highly doubt they just didn't draw her dress in this one shot on purpose. Next up, we have a very underrated episode of SpongeBob called Pineapple Invasion. Like, be real, comment if you've seen this episode before. It's pretty obscure. Of course, though, it has mistakes, 2 really bad ones, so here's the first one.
I'll never breathe again!
Alright, so take a look at the inside of the Krusty Krab. A lot of you guys already know this, but there's always, on the inside, the Galley Grub menu, where it has like the items you can order at the Krusty Krab, and the order here sign, this green sign right here. Well, in Pineapple Invasion, when this stinky skunk right here just stinks out the place and everybody runs out of it, if we look closely in some shots, the Galley Grub and order here signs are completely missing. They should be right here, but the animators just didn't draw them for some reason. Kinda lazy. Plus, especially, it's really bad when in other parts of the episode we can see the Galley Grub menu right here and the order here sign right here. So why is it missing in this shot? Well, I'll tell you why. Because they made a mistake. And here's another one from the same episode. All right, this one is really, really easy to miss. Like, I'm a total nerd for catching it. I say it all the time, but I'm a major nerd for catching this one. But when SpongeBob like escapes the Krusty Krab at nighttime with the Krabby Patty secret formula, and he's just about to run off screen, if we pause at the right frame right here, yeah, look, one of SpongeBob's bottom like pant legs is transparent. It should be brown like the rest of his pants, but you can see that they didn't color it in, and then you can see the wood from the Krusty Krab like filling it in there, so totally a mistake here. I'm circling it, you can see it right here. That's 2 right there, guys, and let's head over to another episode with even more mistakes.
SpongeBob?
You? Did you say SpongeBob? You're on the VIP list.
This next one can be found in the episode Best Day Ever. And here's a hint. This right here is the Krusty Krab sign. Remember this, roll the footage, and let's see if you guys can spot it. Yeah, so as you guys just seen, the Krusty Krab sign seems to disappear when SpongeBob arrives to it. It should be here, but it's missing. Like, if we go look at any shot of the Krusty Krab, there is always this iconic clam sign right here. But when SpongeBob arrives in this episode, it's missing. And how we know this is a mistake for sure is, like, when he walks to it, the sign now magically appears right here. Here's a side-by-side, it wasn't there before. And yeah, mistake. And don't click off yet, guys, because it's just gonna get crazier from here. Next up, I've got a season 11 episode for you guys. It's called The String. And this one's like pretty straightforward. It's all about SpongeBob pulling a loose string from Squidward's shirt that never seems to end. I'm gonna play some funny clips from this episode again, and then we'll get right into the mistake. So hold up.
Nobody look down!
My leg! My pants!
Seat yourself, sir. Be with you in a minute.
Yeah, who knew they could make an entire episode's plot about a string? But it's actually a pretty good episode. Of course, though, even an episode like this has mistakes. So, roll the footage, here's the mistake.
SpongeBob!
This is another one that's very easy to miss if you're not paying close attention, but as you guys know, Sandy Cheeks over here has a tail. She's a squirrel and she has a big tail, this right here. Well, when SpongeBob unravels Sandy's tail, like you guys just saw in those clips, it just magically reappears again as she's swimming up for air. Like, we literally see Sandy's tail get unraveled and like disappear, but I guess the animators forgot, because then once she's swimming up for air, her tail is now just suddenly back despite it literally just being taken away. I don't know. Definitely a little bit of cartoon logic, but at the same time, this one's kind of like silly. It's a mistake.
My Krusty Krab meal was delicious. I cannot recommend it enough. Well, I was just gonna loiter, but now I think I'll get a Krabby Patty.
What if I told you there's an entire episode of SpongeBob that's about a bulletin board where everybody just makes fun of each other? Yeah, well, it exists. It's the episode literally titled Bulletin Board, and a lot of drama happens in this episode, dude. But I mean, you're not really here for that. You're here for mistakes, and there's 2 spicy mistakes in this episode. Here's a hint. I'm showing a picture of the character on screen. This is Incidental 40. Remember how they look, because you want to look out for them in these clips. That way you can spot the mistake. I know you guys can do it. Roll that footage.
This bulletin board has become a bullying board.
Okay, that's it.
Did you guys catch it? Okay, so when Mr. Krabs says, okay, that's it, as SpongeBob is giving his little speech, we can see him walk through these incidentals right here like they're almost a door. And if you were paying attention to the hint I gave you, look, Incidental 40 is just drawn with no arms. We actually get 2 shots of this. We can see him right here with no arms before Mr. Krabs walks through them, and then even after he walks through them and they go back, look, this dude still has no arms. Where are his arms? I think arms are kind of important. Imagine if you just didn't have arms. Yeah, Nickelodeon, you did Incidental 40 dirty in this one scene, man. Like, come on. Anyways, though, here's mistake number 2 from Bulletin Board.
Close your mouth when you eat.
All right, so as you guys just seen, Bubble Bass gets absolutely roasted because he doesn't close his mouth when he eats. And when he reads this, if you look closely, the rims on his glasses, which are normally black, all right? Like, look at these random other shots. If we even go back to Pickles, his debut episode, his glasses, right? The rims and frames of them are black. But in that one scene I was just mentioning from Bulletin Board, when he reads the note, look, it randomly turns green. I'm showing a side-by-side. And just, yeah, it makes no sense that his glasses would randomly change to green. This was 100% a mistake by the animators, and kind of a funny one. And that's not even it for funny mistakes, because just wait until you see this next one.
If you're gonna work here, you'll need an official Krusty Krab hat. Say, that's a pretty neat trick.
Next up, we have the hilariously titled episode Planet of the Jellyfish, which is a play on of like Planet of the Apes. The plot of this episode is also like really cool, just saying. It's all about an evil jellyfish kidnapping Bikini Bottomites and cloning them. Like, seriously, give this episode a watch when you get a chance, but after this, of course. Don't click off the video. And here's the first one.
Whoa, look at all the customers.
1 Krabby Patty.
Alright, so really quickly, this right here is Incidental 27. I'm showing a PNG of them. Remember how they look. More specifically, this fin right here, this tail fin. As in Planet of the Jellyfish, when SpongeBob first enters the Krusty Krab, we can see Incidental 27 over here, but something is missing. Yeah, his tail fin was just not drawn. And what makes this really funny is the tail fin isn't there in this shot, but later when he's seen growling at SpongeBob, look, his tail fin is now suddenly there. Here's a side-by-side, it was not there at first, and it just makes for somewhat of a funny mistake. They just forgot to draw it. Poor fish.
Your order is served, sir.
I'm sorry. I did not order a side of lips with my patty.
Oh dear.
This next episode of SpongeBob is a good example of why you should always listen to adults and people that know what they're talking about. The episode is Face Freeze, and it's all about SpongeBob and Patrick making faces just like these. Roll the clip.
Check this one out.
What do you think of this?
Seems fun, right? Just making a bunch of funny faces until their faces get frozen. Take a look at this.
You did hold that face all night.
Actually, I can't move my face at all.
Patrick, we have the face freeze.
Poor SpongeBob and Patrick, but to be honest, we should be saying poor SpongeBob animators because I got mistakes to expose from this episode. Take a look at this. And here's a hint. I want you to pay attention to where Squidward would normally work inside the Krusty Krab, okay? Roll that footage.
Oh, hey, how about this?
It's awesome!
This is another one that's very easy to miss unless you're like paying close attention. When the camera pans to Mr. Krabs' office, you'll notice that not only is the Krusty Krab cash register missing, this is normally where it is right here. Here's a shot from another episode. Yeah, the cash register is missing as you can see, but also the order window is missing. This one's really bad. This is the window where SpongeBob always pops out and annoys Squidward. They just didn't draw it. Like, I don't know how they forgot to draw this in the Krusty Krab. It's kind of important. Mistakes happen though, and here's another one.
Come on, SpongeBob, chop chop!
Okay.
This one we're definitely gonna have to slow down a little bit so people catch it, but when Squidward ducks behind the wall in the clips you guys just seen, after he says chop chop, we can actually see that he clips through the wall, meaning that he like goes through the wall, which as you guys know, you can't just walk through walls. He doesn't have like invisible powers. If you were to go and walk into a wall, you would smack into it. Your arm wouldn't go through it. So yeah, this is totally a mistake. I'm playing it in slow motion again, and yeah, you can see he's clipping through that wall. That's not supposed to happen.
You're way too old to stop me.
What was that, Sonny?
It'll take more time to explain than you have left.
What?
I'm gonna make this one another quick one. The episode is Goo Goo Gas, and this one's all about one of Plankton's nastiest schemes yet, where he finds a way to turn everybody in Bikini Bottom into babies. Like, look at baby SpongeBob, dude. He's so cute. As a matter of fact, here's a quick highlight of all the different baby characters in this episode, or all the baby versions of characters, and then we'll get into the mistake.
When you turn into babies... Ahem!
Nah, they're so cute, but what's not cute are the mistakes in this episode, guys. I hate to switch it up, but let's get to the mistakes. Here's the first one.
Victory is mine! It was almost too easy.
Alright, so as you guys just seen in those clips, Plankton is seen running out of the Krusty Krab with a Krabby Patty. And if we look at this Krabby Patty, it's just a regular Krabby Patty. It isn't a cheeseburger, it's a regular burger. No cheese is on that burger. Getting kind of hungry now. Now I kind of want a burger. Actually, really quickly, guys, I'm gonna order a burger on Uber Eats real quick. 1 second. Okay, perfect. My food's on the way, guys. But as you've seen, the Krabby Patty has no cheese on it when he's running out of the Krusty Krab. But here's the problem, dude. When we see him actually leave the Krusty Krab, there is cheese on the patty. So we can see there's cheese on it, but then there's no cheese on it. Here's a side-by-side, and you can tell at first the animators drew it with cheese, but then in this shot, they were too lazy to put the cheese slice on the burger. Poor Plankton, he got gypped. All right, here's mistake number 2 from Goo Goo Gas.
No! I demand you geezers release me! I want candy! No!
This one's pretty straightforward and kind of funny. So as you guys know, Bikini Bottom is in the ocean, all right? So there isn't like a ceiling. They're not in a building. The sky just keeps on going up. If they keep on going up, they go out of water and then they're at Bikini Atoll, as you can see here. And then they could just keep on going in the sky to space, as you can see in this shot from Goons on the Moon. Well, in Goo Goo Gas, there's a moment where Plankton gets caught, all right? And he's put in a net. And as we can see, he's hanging in this net right here. But here's the problem, guys. They're underwater and they're not in a building. So what is this hanging from? Is it just floating in the air? Like, think about it. This thing right here would need to be tied to something. And based on what we've seen in this episode, it looks like it's literally just floating in the ocean from like hanging from the top of the ocean. I don't know, but this was a mistake. The animators definitely didn't think about this part very clearly. So yeah, I know I always say it though. Don't click off this video yet though, guys, because it's time for the random mistake of the day, where we take a quick break from SpongeBob to talk about mistakes in another cartoon suggested by you guys. And then you guys already know what I'm gonna say. We go right back to SpongeBob. So if you're only here for SpongeBob, don't worry, we're gonna go right back to SpongeBob. For now though, let's talk about mistakes in Pokemon. To be fair, I took a break from Pokemon for a while, okay? And remember, let me know in the comments what other cartoons you want me to cover for random mistake of the day. Do it. Leave a comment right now. Let me know. Anyways though, we're gonna do the episode Charizard Chills from the Orange Island arc of Pokemon. And here's a hint, I want you to pay attention to Charizard.
Do you think you can break that drill?
Alright, so when the gang is dealing with Team Rocket here, for a majority of this section of the episode, Ash is riding on Charizard's back, and we can see them in the air. So Ash should stay on Charizard's back until they land so he can get off, right? But if you watch this scene throughout it, there are multiple shots where Ash is supposed to be on Charizard's back, but look, he's just missing. They forgot to draw him. But then seconds later, he's back on Charizard's back again. So he's on Charizard's back, then he's not on Charizard's back, and then he's on Charizard's back again, all in a matter of like a couple of seconds to minutes. So very messy mistake here, and here's one more from the same episode.
I overheard the gym leader mentioning your name. He said you used pure power to win.
That's what you use when you don't have skill. Oh yeah?
Okay, so for this one to make sense, this character right here is Tad, and this character right here is Tracy. Now, Tracy, if we look at him in any other episode, he always has a pink like bandana or headband on. And in this episode, we're introduced to Tad, and Tad always has this green bandana on. Now, for one shot only, you can see that the animators made a little mistake, because look, Tracy, who's supposed to have his pink headband, is incorrectly colored with Tad's headband, so it's green. It's supposed to be pink, but it's green. Here's a side-by-side of how it normally looks. And yeah, a little bit of a mess up here. And let's get back to what you really want. SpongeBob SquarePants. SpongeBob SquarePants. We're back to SpongeBob, and the episode is Sing a Song of Patrick. This is another very obscure episode where Patrick writes a song and submits it to a record label. It's actually like an interesting plot. Here are some funny clips of what happens in the episode, and then we'll get into the mistake.
A poem by Patrick Starr. Roses are blue, violets are red. I have to go to the bathroom.
All right, it's mistake time, and here's a hint. All the mistakes in this episode focus around our boy Fred, the dude who's always like, my leg. That guy right there. Dude needs to be careful with his leg. Like, there's just always something happening. But yeah, 2 mistakes revolving around him. Pay close attention and roll that footage, baby.
Let's get him, boys!
And that was my new song.
You know, it's not that bad.
Yeah. At least. Okay, so this one's a weird continuity error. So we get 2 shots of Fred in the clips you guys just seen. And at first, he's wearing brown pants, as you can see right here, all right? Our boy's just shirtless with these brown pants with his belt, okay? However, though, if we take a look at this other shot of him from the same scene, the animators forgot about the brown pants and just randomly give him blue pants. They even change his belt a little bit. Like, what? Here's a side-by-side? And I highly doubt while the dude was in the middle of being in a mob while holding a torch, decided to randomly change his pants. And look, I'm just saying, guys, I know incidental characters get duplicated all the time, but Fred is like a full-on character now. He had an entire episode about him called My Leg. So there only is one Fred, and I doubt he changed his pants, so this is a mistake. And here's one more. This is an audio error though, okay? Here's a hint. This is incidental 27 right here, and I want you to pay attention to them. They shouldn't be speaking, but you guys pay attention to them and you'll see the mistake. Roll the footage.
And club? Yahoo! We should sing him a song!
Who's responsible for that song on the radio?
Why, he's right here.
Alrighty, like I said, this is an audio error. So, when Fred says, who's responsible for that song on the radio, just as he begins to say it and says, who's Reed, if we look over to Incidental 27 over here, his lips sync to what Fred is saying, despite the fact that Incidental 27 isn't saying anything here. They're not speaking at all. So you can see that they were supposed to animate Fred to say this line, but the animators messed up and also animated Incidental 27 to say this line as well, when they don't actually say the line. Hopefully you guys get it, but it's a pretty bad mistake. I mean, come on, Wormy. We've got 3 really spicy mistakes in this episode. Let's talk about the first one. Roll the footage.
What's that thing? What is that thing?
Yeah, I'm sure you guys caught that one because it is blatant. Like, this is a really, really bad mistake. So, when SpongeBob and Patrick are about to hide behind the picnic table from Wormy, who's transforming into a butterfly, if we look closely, SpongeBob's left arm disappears for a couple of frames. It isn't for like 1 frame, it's like for like 3, 4, or 5 frames, and it looks rough, dude. This must have been some sort of layering issue where SpongeBob's arm was a separate layer, and then that layer got like disabled or something. Weird mistake. And here's another one.
This just in, a giant monster is attacking Bikini Bottom.
Now this one is just weird. So this character right here is Incidental 26. I'm showing a PNG of him, all right? He doesn't show up too often, but he's a common background character for the most part. Now, in this episode, we get a scene where his eyes sink into his mouth while he's watching TV. And you'll notice his dorsal fin looks like this, all right? It's like a short and spiky one. But the problem is when we seen him seconds prior to this, his dorsal fin looks completely different. At first, it looked like this. So in the next scene, when they drew it like this, it was totally a mistake. Here's a side-by-side, like I don't know what was going on here, but a fish's dorsal fin doesn't just change randomly. This was 100% a mistake. And here's another one. This next one's a bit similar to the last one, where it's pretty much like a continuity error revolving around like colors or clothing or design. In this case, it has to do with Incidental 7's dress. As in the scene where the Bikini Bottomites are being chased away by Wormy. It's hilarious, by the way. I cannot believe they're running away from a butterfly or a worm. During this scene, Incidental 7's dress changes from yellow, as you can see here, it's yellow, to gray randomly at one point during the scene, making for another mistake. Like, I highly doubt girl just changed her dress mid-chase scene, especially when she's like freaking out, so yeah, a mistake. And stay tuned, guys, we're gonna head over to another episode. I'm saving some of the craziest mistakes for the ending of the video, so yeah, let's keep it moving.
SpongeBob, why are you so small?
I didn't mean to get small like you, Plankton. It was a freak accident.
Who are you calling a freak?
Next up, we have a very rough episode. It's The Incredible Shrinking Sponge, which, you know, the plot of the episode is cool. SpongeBob is shrunken down and like has to do a bunch of stuff, but the episode itself is pretty weak. It does, of course, have some mistakes, and the one mistake we're going to be covering is actually pretty whack. Let's see if you guys can spot it. Here's a hint. It has to do with the galley grub menu. All right, roll the footage. Alright, so let's go back to season 1 for a second and take a look at the galley grub menu, more specifically how Patty in Krabby Patty is spelt. It's always spelt as P-A-T-T-Y, but one common mistake that's happened in a few episodes throughout SpongeBob's entire runtime, like the history of the show, is that sometimes Patty in Krabby Patty will be misspelt on the menu, and in this episode, The Incredible Shrinking Sponge, this happens right here. Look, Patty is weirdly spelt as P-A-T-T-I-E, which, yeah, is a massive mistake. Like, that's not how it's spelt at all. Okay, that one was kinda weak. It's still a mistake, so let's head over to another episode that actually has a good mistake in it. This one's really gonna shock you guys.
It reminds me of my mother's cooking when I was but a boy. I'm filled with childish glee.
Alright, it's time for those season 14 episodes I was talking about. The first one is Mamageddon, and this episode is hilarious. Season 14's been pretty solid so far, and this is one of the best episodes so far, in my opinion. Squiddy Box was also a good one, but yeah, Mamageddon, really, really good episode. But of course, even a good episode like this one has a mistake. There's actually 2, and they're pretty spicy. Here's the first one.
I demand a refund!
Okay, that's enough, there'll be no refunds.
Where's the love?
So this right here is Incidental 47. I'm showing a PNG of him, and what we really want to do here is remember his colors, all right? Let's even take a look at him in this episode, Mamageddon, and you'll see he's rocking his regular colors, all right? He looks like good old-fashioned Incidental 47. However, though, in the scene where Mr. Krabs tells the angry mob that there'll be no refunds, what a cheapskate. If you look, we can see Incidental 47 again, but there's something up with his colors. They've completely changed. They're actually completely swapped with another character. This is Incidental 186, and look at his colors, and then look at Incidental 47's colors in that one scene, and yeah, totally a mistake here. They got their colors like mixed up, and it's hilarious, and here's another one from Mamageddon. This one's actually like really bad.
Mom! Mom!
Hey, Ma!
Yeah, this episode's so funny. I love how all of the moms come together. It just really cracks me up. But anyways, in the scene you guys just saw, when the moms put lids on the cups of lemonade, you'll notice that Betsy's hands are actually the same color as Mrs. Tentacles, which is like totally a mistake. Betsy Crab is a crab and she's red like Mr. Krabs, so her hands should be red and not like that turquoise, like greenish bluish color that Squidward and other squids are in SpongeBob. So yeah, massive mistake. I have no idea why her hands are that color. And guys, let's keep it moving and head over to another episode. The mistakes we've covered so far are nothing compared to the ones coming up. So yeah, stay tuned. Let's keep it moving.
You got big! SpongeBob, I've been rolling and he got big! Is he dying?
No, you silly.
Next up, we have another season 14 episode. This is a very new episode. I think it premiered on like Valentine's Day. Me saying that has already dated this video, but anyways, the episode is Pet the Rock, and this is also a pretty good episode from season 14. With Patrick over here, our favorite starfish, getting himself a new pet rock, which is pretty cool. Also, didn't this happen before? I swear back in the like season 2 or 3 episode where they race their snails, it's like the Great Snail Race, that Patrick has a pet rock, so kind of a reference here. But we're not here for references, we're here for mistakes. And here's the first one. I will admit I'm kind of nitpicking when it comes to this one, but this picture right here shows Patrick and his family from the Patrick Star Show, but it's actually missing a ton of details. Let's start with Bunny over here, all right? Because the picture of the family from Pet the Rock is missing the patterns normally seen on Bunny's clothing. The same thing with Patrick. I'm doing a side-by-side of each character, and Patrick, it's the same thing. The patterns are missing, but also Grandpat over here is missing one of his teeth. So yeah, a bit of a messy scene, but not that big of a deal. I'm kind of nitpicking. It's meant to be like a zoomed out shot of the picture, so I'm definitely over analyzing it. So let's move on to another episode with some actual crazy mistakes.
I need to erase this from my mind. Stop.
Keeping on the topic of modern SpongeBob, the HD era of SpongeBob, our next episode is Drive Happy. And this one's an interesting one. It's all about SpongeBob being able to drive, but not because he got his license finally, but because he operates this self-driving car. Definitely give the episode a watch when you get a chance, but first, let's watch these mistakes. Let's expose them. Here's the first one.
I want to be inside.
All right, Coop, come on in.
So I want you to take a look at some of these shots of SpongeBob's house. And what we'll notice is that SpongeBob has a garage in the back of his house, all right? We've seen it in many episodes before. Here are some examples. But remember this, because it seems that the writer of this episode and the animators forgot about it. That or they've just never watched old school SpongeBob before. Yeah, I'm calling you out, Nickelodeon. Because at one point, SpongeBob saws a hole at the front of his house so that his car, Coop, the self-driving car, can enter and seek shelter. But this is a problem because SpongeBob literally already has a garage, so like why would he do this? Like I said, the writer of this episode needs to go back and watch old school SpongeBob because they do not know what they're talking about at all. And here's one more mistake from this episode.
Oh, hi, Mrs. Bob.
SpongeBob, you're not driving!
I know, isn't it great?
Now this one could be a case of cartoon logic, but it's still like kind of a weird choice to be honest with you, because it does highlight what could be a mistake. As you guys seen in the clips that we just played, when SpongeBob's house eventually gets this driveway right here, look, Squidward's house is missing, when it should be right here. Like based on the angle of this shot, we should be able to see his house, but I guess the animators were feeling a little lazy and just didn't draw it. Again, this one's kind of cartoon logic, but it's still technically a mistake. Like his house should be right there. Like look at this shot of Conch Street right here. That's where his house is, right there. So it should be right here in this shot. But anyways, I'm rambling. Let's just keep the spiciness going and head over to another episode with more mistakes. Tons of mistakes coming up.
Now, what will we call this eating dinner and watching theater?
Dinner theater?
We'll call it Singy Eaty Time.
Let's talk about season 7 for a second, more specifically the episode The Play's the Thing, an episode all about Squidward putting on a play at the Krusty Krab. Now, of course, there's loads of mistakes we're going to be covering in this episode, and you don't want to miss them, but here are some clips from Squidward's play, as it's actually like really funny, and then we'll get right to the mistake.
An octopus was born.
I'd like a double Krabby meal with extra kelp.
Go away, shoo, go away. At the Krusty Krab, his talent was wasted.
Excuse me, can I get a refill?
No, you can't.
Okay, it's mistake time. That's what you guys are actually here for. We're gonna cover 2. Here's the first one, and try to comment it without me revealing it yet. Let's see if you guys can spot it without me showing you it right away, all right? Roll the footage.
Delivery for Mr. Squidward Tentacles. Hello?
You guys may have caught it, all right? But in the close-up shot of the mailman's letter, the mailman's sleeve is missing, despite the fact that when we see like the full shot of him, he has the sleeve. So in the close-up of the letter, he should also have his sleeve. That's a continuity error. And here's another one from this episode. Here's a hint. It has to do with SpongeBob's teeth. Roll the footage.
A stray wrapper in my kitchen? Oh, the trash is full. I had better call the garbage truck.
This is a very, very, very common mistake throughout SpongeBob, and I try to avoid it because I feel like it's kind of lame, but in this case, it's actually pretty bad. So, while SpongeBob faces towards the camera and begins acting like a garbage truck, look, for about a split second, his teeth turned yellow. You guys already know what I'm gonna say, but SpongeBob, go brush those teeth, boy. Also though, do you guys know what time it is? You guys know? Can you guys guess? It's time for the random mistake of the day, where we take a very quick break from SpongeBob to talk about a mistake from a random cartoon suggested by you guys. And then don't worry, we get right back to SpongeBob. But it's fun to explore other cartoons, and real quick guys, comment down below what cartoons you want me to cover in the random mistake of the day. For today, let's do Paw Patrol. We've done it in the past, but I want to do it again. The episode in question is Pups Save the Paw Patroller, and for context, it has to do with this character right here, Rocky. And here's a hint, it has to do with his eye color, alright? Roll the footage.
Let's try his jets.
Yeah, so it's at the very beginning of this episode, but when Rocky is seen working on this robo-dog, there is one shot of him with extremely red eyes. You can see it right here, those eyes are red. When in every other shot we've seen of Rocky in this episode, and just in general, here's a PNG of Rocky, his eyes are like a normal brown color. So when he's animated with red eyes here, it is totally a mistake. His eyes are supposed to be brown. And let's head back over to SpongeBob. Again though guys, do let me know in the comments other cartoons you want us to cover in the random mistake of the day segment, all right? Let me know, but let's keep it moving back to SpongeBob, baby. So I imagine some of you guys have pets, and here's a funny question for you guys. What if one day your pet could just start talking? Like your dog could just start talking to you. Or your cat. I'm kind of more of a dog guy, but your cat could be talking to you too. Well, this is exactly what happens in Chatterbox Gary, with Gary over here becoming quite the chatterbox. Now, of course, we're gonna get right into the mistakes, is what you guys are here for, but here are some hilarious clips from this episode of Gary talking, like some of the funny stuff he says, and then we're gonna get right into the mistakes.
Hello there, Papa Bob. I dream I'm flying above it all, while I breathe fiery destruction. They really bring out the sharp corners of your buttocks.
Yeah, I need to get one of these things right here for my dog, because Gary is cracking me up in this episode. Like, we need a whole spin-off series that's just based on Gary. But anyways, on to the mistakes. Here's the first one. Try to comment it before I reveal the mistake. I want to see if you guys can catch it before I tell you. All right, roll the footage.
No, stupid rake!
So as you guys just saw in the clips we just played, Squidward climbs up into SpongeBob's house. And when this happens, we can see that there's this rake right here, all right, by SpongeBob's house. This rake's right here. Remember it. As eventually, when Squidward climbs down from SpongeBob's house, the rake has just magically disappeared. And considering the context of this, like, episode and this scene, while Squidward was sneaking up there, SpongeBob did not come out and put the rake away. The animators drew the rake at first and forgot to draw it the second time, which isn't a big deal because this is a kid's cartoon, so yeah, but still, it's a mistake. Like, get wrecked, Nickelodeon. It's a mistake. And here's another one.
In order to achieve complete brainfulness, one must clear one's mind of all distractions.
Early on in the episode, we get these scenes where Squidward is meditating, all right? And now normally, if we look at Squidward in any other episode, just a random PNG of him, he always has these wrinkles on his forehead. Even back in his first appearance of SpongeBob, he's had the wrinkles. They will disappear when he makes very specific facial expressions, but even that is rare. They very rarely disappear. And when they do, it's usually a mistake. Now, if you guys look while Squidward's meditating, look, his wrinkles on his head are gone. But there could be a reasoning for this. Now, I think it's a mistake, but it could be due to the fact that he's meditating. So he's relaxed, he's calm from meditating, which could result in like the forehead wrinkles maybe going away. I don't know. I definitely think it was a mistake though. Let me know what you guys think in the comments. For now though, let's head over to another episode and find more SpongeBob mistakes.
Tomatoes! What's the deal on those things? And what does that make ketchup?
Oh, brother, this guy stinks!
Nice. Squirrel jokes. I love this episode. I felt bad for Sandy in it because, you know, they're kind of mean to her, but overall, really, really, really good episode. And of course, it has a mistake. Let's see if you guys can spot it without my help, all right, guys? Before I reveal and explain the mistake, try and comment it to see if you guys spot it first. But all right, roll the footage.
It's the stupid squirrel! Let's try and communicate with it.
Okay, so context. This character right here is Incidental 38B, and you'll notice that their lips are purple, all right? Their lips are always purple too. In any other episode, look at some of these shots, their lips are purple, remember. Well, in the scene you guys just saw, where Sandy's in the grocery store and these three fish just start roasting her, like they start going in on our girl. If we watch Incidental 38B closely, their lips actually flicker orange for about a frame, and then they go back to purple, but for that one frame, look at this, like what? My theory is if you look, this fish over here is orange and has orangish lips, so maybe they got confused and mixed it up. It's only for a frame, but it's still a mistake. And here's another one that you do not want to miss from Squirrel Jokes. Roll the footage.
Seriously, folks, I want to give a special thanks to my friend Sandy. Sandy, don't you see? The crowd loves these.
So this right here is my boy Incidental 11, and you'll notice that he has this fin right here, all right? I want you to remember how this fin looks. We even see him in this episode earlier on, and his fin looks the same, right? Well, during the scene you guys saw where the spotlight's put on Sandy after SpongeBob starts roasting her more, look, part of Incidental 11's fin is just missing. It looks incredibly awkward, especially when there are shots with their full fin intact. So weird mistake here. It's not very noticeable unless you're looking for it, but I mean, come on, that is a mistake. And here's another one.
Crabs? Oh, brother, they're so cheap, they can't even pay attention.
I feel bad for Mr. Krabs over here, but when SpongeBob talks about Krabs in his stand-up, Mr. Krabs over here is missing his legs. I can understand how this happened, kind of, but also, like, considering the angle, they're kind of silly for this one. It's so blatant. Like, I remember catching this as a kid. So, yeah, no legs on Mr. Krabs. Hey, it happens sometimes. Let's head over to another episode, guys, and stay tuned, because the mistakes are gonna get worse as we go. Like, it is going to be crazy by the ending of the video. All right, let's head over to the next episode.
Oh boy. What fun.
You lose.
Did you see that, SpongeBob? I almost got that on my first try.
Season 4 Skill Crane is an interesting episode. The plot, I mean, is very interesting. The idea of them getting a skill crane in the Krusty Krab. Now I want to play one of these. These games are fun. I'll win all of you guys like a SpongeBob plushie, all right? Before that, though, let's expose the mistakes in this episode. Here's the first one.
You know this guy?
Yeah, that's Squidward.
Yeah, so this one really cracked me up. I never noticed this as a kid, but now that I've seen it, I cannot unsee it when watching this episode. So this construction worker right here, the short king right here, all right, pay attention to his pants. At first, he's wearing these like grayish, bluish pants right here, as you can see, all right? Remember these? They're kind of fresh. I need a pair. Then the scene changes, but when we go back to it and we see the same short king over here, look, his pants are now like a beige color. I'm doing a side-by-side and they like completely changed his pants. I don't even know how something like this happened. Maybe his pants were originally going to be beige. I don't know. Maybe it's a layering issue because if you look, they're standing on sand, which is a similar color. I don't know, but this is definitely a mistake. And here's another one from Skill Crane.
Need some change? There you are.
Gee, thanks.
No, Mr. Squidward. Thank you.
This one is very easy to miss, and me and the team had to rewatch it a couple of times to actually catch the mistake. So in the footage you guys just saw, when Mr. Krabs is thanking Squidward after giving him change, it happens right before the coins start rolling, but the leftmost end of Mr. Krabs' belt turns gray for a frame. Obviously, it's supposed to be black, as we've seen in every other appearance of Mr. Krabs, even in this episode. But for a moment, it is gray for a single frame, and that, my friends, is totally a mistake. Don't worry though, guys, we've got more. We're gonna head over to another episode, and you guys are gonna really like this one because it's from an iconic episode that I love. All right, let's do it. Let's head over to our next episode.
The inner machinations of my mind are an enigma.
I told you guys this episode is iconic, the secret box. This episode is all about Patrick having like this box, and he won't show SpongeBob what's inside of his box, and this drives SpongeBob crazy. You know what really drives me crazy though? The mistake in this episode. Roll the footage, please.
Inside this very box is the most secret-y secret in all of secretdom.
Yeah, so let's take a look at this PNG of SpongeBob right here, and we'll all notice that he has freckles on his face. He has 3 freckles on each cheek. This is a major part of our boy's design. But there's a massive animation glitch in this episode, as before Patrick mentions Squidward's house, look at SpongeBob's cheek as he has double the amount of freckles. Like, it looks really weird. There's like 6 of them. This has never happened before and has never happened since this episode, so totally a mistake here. Like, look at how weird that looks. Anyways, let's go to the next episode.
We got fresh water, a rugged tent,
and a nice fire to keep us warm.
Hey, where'd you get the firewood? You burned our food supply!
Up next, we have To Save a Squirrel, and this is actually a pretty good episode. I like this one. SpongeBob and Patrick go off to find Sandy, and the mistakes in this episode are very interesting, especially this first one. Let's see if you guys can spot it.
Carrots! You're making soup out of me!
It was not! It was supposed to be stew!
Did you guys catch it? If not, I do not blame you because this one is going to need some explaining. There is some explaining to do here for sure. It has to do with this puddle right here, as it seems that Patrick goes under the puddle when he's running, during his running animation. And I don't mean like he steps in the puddle like he's stepping in water. I mean like the art for the puddle is literally overlapping his leg like it's on top of his leg, as you can see here. This is 100% a layering issue, where you can see that the puddle's layer should be under Patrick's layer, I guess his body layer, but they messed up and swapped them, which is why this puddle is like on top of Patrick. So weird, man. It's so weird. Not as weird as this next one though, from To Save a Squirrel. Roll the footage. It has to do with one of SpongeBob's pores.
Ruined our tent and lost all our water. Patrick, we are gonna need to use our razor-sharp quick wits if we're gonna make it out of here alive.
Did you guys catch it? This one's actually fairly easy to catch if you pause at the right frame, which is what we just did for you guys, but I got you. Don't worry, I'm gonna explain it. When SpongeBob says, Patrick, we are going to need to use our razor-sharp quick wits if we're going to make it out of here alive, one of his holes just becomes transparent for a split second. Like, you can see right through it and see the sky behind it, which is not supposed to happen. SpongeBob's pores are never just entirely see-through. They're just holes into his body. So being able to see the sky through our yellow spongy boy over here is 100% a mistake, and a fairly bad one actually. But all right, let's keep it moving, guys. Let's head over to another episode. Coming in hot, we've got Blackened Sponge. This is a weird SpongeBob episode. The title's very weird, just saying. blackened sponge, but it's all about SpongeBob getting a black eye and lying about it. He actually like slips and hurts his eye, but he goes and lies to everyone and tells them that he got in a fight with some dude. SpongeBob, you're such a capper. As a matter of fact, we're gonna get into the mistakes, but I want you guys to hear SpongeBob's elaborate little lie here about what actually happened.
When a wanton cry of distress pounded against my eardrum, I quickly located the source of the cry. Don't worry, I'll save you the face. The hurler was none other than Jack and Crazy Fish. With cat-like reflexes, I preempted his attack, but the scoundrel had me sabotaged, and I fell face down on a pile of extra-large staples. He lunged at me, but I got him in the ribs with my novelty feather duster. Down he fell like a mighty oak. Jack and Crazy Fish burst into tears. The force of his crying was so strong, I had to take evasive action. One of the blasts went haywire and hit me right in the face. And that's how I got this black eye.
Yeah, so that's what SpongeBob says is what happens. Again, we're gonna get into the mistakes, but this is what actually happened. Look.
Ooh, what a relief. For a second there, I thought I gave myself a black eye.
Yeah, SpongeBob, you are a massive liar, and guys, here's the first mistake from this episode.
Hello, little fishes!
Hi, Sandy.
Hello!
You guys probably caught this one, but when SpongeBob says, "Hi, Sandy," look, part of his white shirt is black, when of course it's supposed to be white. I don't know what happened here, but it's definitely not supposed to be black. Here's mistake number 2 from Blackened Sponge.
SpongeBob is 13 and a half minutes late for duty. Well, looks like I was right about the accident part.
This one is definitely going to need some explaining, but it's pretty rough. So, when Incidental 107, this guy right here, first appears in Mr. Krabs' comments about how late SpongeBob is, Incidental 107 is seen in his normal color scheme, alright? This is how he's always drawn in color. However, though, when SpongeBob eventually comes in and walks past Incidental 107, who's with Incidental 14 at the time, look. Incidental 107 is now just a completely different color. They just completely changed his design, and there's only one of Incidental 107, so this was absolutely positively 100% a mistake. And believe it or not, I've got another one from this episode. 3 in 1 episode is wild.
And karate kicked his hairpiece right off of its snaps. He was so ashamed, he ran all the way home, leaving behind a pool of tears.
Did you guys catch it? Well, when Jack M. Crazy Fish, the dude that SpongeBob supposedly beat up, when he in SpongeBob's story runs all the way home, leaving behind a pool of tears, major cap, we can see that SpongeBob is wearing his Krusty Krab hat. But guys, what's missing? Come on, let me know in the comments what's missing from his hat. I'm gonna give you guys like 5 seconds to figure it out. Yeah, he's missing the anchor on his hat. Massive mistake. Let's keep it going though, gang. Let's head over to another episode, and don't worry, random mistake of the day is coming up soon.
Then who was flickering the lights?
Nosferatu! Back to the classics. Next up, we've got Graveyard Shift, and this one's a cool one where Squidward and SpongeBob are forced to work like overnight, and they get terrified when this new kid is coming to apply. They think he's the hash-slinging slasher, but he's actually just this cute kid right here. All right, enough spoilers. Here's the first mistake.
SpongeBob, no matter what I've said, I've always sort of liked you.
Squidward, I used your clarinet to unclog my toilet.
So let's take a look at SpongeBob's design, all right? We're looking at this PNG of our favorite yellow spongy boy right here, and you'll notice he has this red line right here under his mouth. It's always been there ever since season 1, and it never really disappears. It's supposed to represent like the under part of his jaw, I think, or the bottom part of his mouth. But anyways, in Graveyard Shift, when Squidward and SpongeBob are shaking under the misconception that the hash-slinging slasher is approaching, that red line under SpongeBob's mouth actually flickers between normal and invisible. I'm playing it in slow motion right here. I zoomed in and I sharpened the footage, and yeah, you can see it kind of just goes back and forth between the two, which is very awkward and weird. You know what's also gonna be weird though? The random mistake of the day, a quick segment in every video where we take a moment to talk about mistakes from a random cartoon suggested by you guys, and then we go right back to SpongeBob. Don't worry, we're gonna get right back to your favorite spongy boy. Today we're gonna do Pokey Pokemon. That's right, guys. We're gonna do some Pokemon. We're gonna catch them all today. Now, the episode in question is the episode Weekend Warriors, and I'm gonna show PNGs of them on screen. It has to do with these 3 Pokemon, all right? We've got Meryl, we got Breloom, and we got Shroomish, all right? I want you to remember their colors and their design, all right? You guys got it? You got it? All right, roll the footage. Let's see if you guys can spot the mistake.
As soon as May discovered this exciting event was taking place in Silvertown, well, you can be sure she wasted no time in entering.
Did you guys catch it? If you're a hardcore Pokemon fan, you probably did. If not though, Cartoon Corey's got you. Pretty much, there are a bunch of coloring errors with Pokemon in the shots you guys just saw. More specifically, this one right here. First up, we have this Meryl, who is incorrectly colored as light blue. This one's pretty soft. I'm not gonna lie, this one's not that big of a deal. Regularly, Meryl is like this dark blue color, but this Meryl is light blue, which is kind of weird. But like I said, not that big of a deal. What's really a problem is this Breloom right here. Normally, Breloom looks like this, all right? It's green with like red claws, and then there's a bit of white in their design as well. Looks exactly like this. But in this one scene, the animators messed up and gave Breloom this like weird like blue and green color. And it's not a shiny, just saying, it's not a shiny Breloom. The other mistake is this Shroomish right here, which again, it's kind of like Meryl, it's not that big of a deal. But normally, Shroomish looks like this, all right? He has like this kind of beige top with green feet and then green dots on him. And as you can see in this episode, they completely botched his design. They gave him like white spots for some reason. The top of him is correct, but if we look at his feet are supposed to be green and they're not green. So yeah, 3 mistakes in one scene here. Like I said, if you're a hardcore Pokemon fan, you probably caught them, but back to SpongeBob. Also though, let me know if you guys want me to do more Pokemon in the future and comment other cartoons you want me to cover in the random mistake of the day. All right, back to SpongeBob. Back to SpongeBob, baby, and we're gonna be doing the episode Funny Pants, where SpongeBob is tricked into thinking that he's lost his laugh. We're gonna get into the mistakes, but take a look at this compilation of scenes where SpongeBob just cannot laugh anymore. It's actually really sad. Poor SpongeBob, dude. Like, his laugh is kind of iconic. I'm gonna play just a soundbite of his laugh. Dude, it's annoying, but it's iconic. It's a big part of his design, so I feel bad for him for losing his laugh. I also feel bad for the animators, though, for these mistakes. Here's the first one.
Hey, you laugh just like me!
So this one happens at the very end of the episode, and you know, it's kind of a tricky one. But at the very ending of the episode, when Squidward runs off of his bed, if we slow the footage down and look, it seems like he's walking on air for a moment. This might have been for comedic effect or something, but I do think this was a bit of an error. We don't know for sure though, so let's head over to mistake number 2 that's a lot more entertaining.
There he goes, off to share his laughter with the world.
This one's also near the ending of the episode, but when Squidward bursts through the hospital wall near the end, look, the heart monitor is still running, which shouldn't happen because Squidward is no longer like connected to the heart monitor. Weird. All right, one more from this episode.
Look, he's waking up.
Where am I?
Did you guys catch it? So let's take a look at Sandy right here and look at her design. A big part of it is on her like white suit right here. There's this acorn symbol right here. I'm circling it. Well, when Squidward wakes up from his coma, look, both Sandy's zipper and the badge from her suit are just gone. The animators just didn't draw it. I mean, to be fair, Mr. Krabs' hand is in front of it, but they should have at least drawn the zipper. So yeah. First up, we have one of my favorite season 3 episodes, Crabborg, where SpongeBob convinces Squidward that Mr. Krabs could be a robot. It's a really, really good episode, but of course, even a good episode like this has mistakes. There's actually 2, and here's the first one. Let's see if you guys can catch the mistake. Roll that footage.
I'm not really feeling myself today. I guess I'm a little bit jumpy. I keep thinking robots are taking over the world, probably on account of this movie I watched last night where robots take over the world.
Yo, did you guys catch that? Don't worry, Cartoon Corey's got you covered. Let's expose this mistake. It's very easy to miss, but if you guys look closely during this scene right here and we zoom in on SpongeBob's pant leg, more specifically his left one, the animators messed up as the left line of SpongeBob's left pant leg overlaps onto the tray that SpongeBob is holding. I'm zooming in so you guys can see. I'm circling the line right here. And yeah, that line is for SpongeBob's pant leg, so it shouldn't be overlapping with with the tray that he's holding. Like, what? Not a huge deal because, I mean, like, how would any normal person catch this mistake? I'm just a massive dork, but yeah. And here's another one from the same episode.
Who's watching the cash register?
Did you guys catch it? Alright, so at one point of this episode, we get this scene where SpongeBob and Squidward fight to get a hold of Mr. Krabs. And we eventually get this shot of the Krusty Krab from the outside. Well, we hear the turmoil going on inside. The problem is, if we zoom in on the Krusty Krab and look inside, this second shot from the Krusty Krab is just reused, and the fish inside the store are like frozen. I'm gonna play the clip again, and you'll notice that it's just a still image. The fish do not move at all.
Who's watching the cash register?
Yeah, totally a mistake here, and guys, we've got a lot more, so stay tuned. I'm saving the worst mistake for the ending of the video, but the set of mistakes from this next episode are going to blow your brain. Let's keep it moving, gang.
Aw, so cute. I just want to pinch his face. Look at this precious little sweetie.
Alright, so we're gonna jump over to season 13 for this next one. It's crazy that there are currently 14 seasons of SpongeBob. I remember when I was like 5 watching season 1 in my living room. Anyways though, season 13, the episode is Say Aw, and this episode's a little hit or miss for me. It has some good moments, but it also has a mistake, and it's actually a really funny one. Roll the footage and here's a hint. I'm showing a PNG of him on screen. You guys want to focus on incidental 6 right here. More specifically, his feet. Alright, I'm gonna play the clip with the mistake, and guys, let's see if you can spot it and comment it before I reveal it.
All right, you brain-dead barnacles, drop those patties.
So cute.
I know you guys caught it. If you didn't though, don't worry, Cartoon Corey always has you covered. So, near the beginning of the episode, if we take a look at incidental 6 right here, we can see that he's not wearing any shoes. He's just walking around in his bare feet. I hope the dude doesn't step on a Lego or something. That would really hurt. I mean, we all know what happened to Mr. Krabs when he stubbed his foot.
From top to bottom, my foot, what? Genius, what a rocket of bath! Can't you see I got a foot?
Yeah, incidental 6, you should go put some shoes on because you're barefoot here, as everybody can see. Remember this as it's important, as if we watch this same scene as it progresses, look, incidental 6 randomly gets a pair of shoes. I'm showing a side-by-side, and I want to remind you, this all happens in a matter of seconds, so like, dude didn't go home and put shoes on. The animators drew him without shoes and then forgot and drew him again with shoes. All in the same scene, so yeah, pretty funny. Not as funny as this next episode set of mistakes though. Let's keep it rolling. We're back to the classics with this next one, and I know it just passed, but the episode is Valentine's Day from season 1. And I mean, the episode's from season 1, so it's kind of just automatically a banger. I love this episode. Let's expose some mistakes though. There are 3 in this one episode, wow. And here's the first one. Roll that clip.
Well, I'm bubbles for you, Sandy.
Chocolate.
So this first one's pretty straightforward. As you guys know, in Bikini Bottom, alright, Sandy wears her suit with the helmet on it so that she doesn't die. She can't breathe in water like fish because she's a squirrel and needs air. So the whole point of this helmet right here is to stop water from going in and drowning her. Well, the animators forgot about this for a second, as when Sandy opens her helmet to receive the chocolate bubble, in the clips you guys just saw, no water goes inside her helmet, even though they're literally underwater. So again, I'm being a nerd, this isn't that big of a deal, but still kind of technically a mistake. Like, Sandy should have died. I hate to say it, but like, rip. Anyways though, here's mistake number 2 from Valentine's Day. This one's a lot more interesting. Roll that footage.
Mine! All right, everybody out! Because it's on top of Mount Climb Up and Fall Off!
Did you guys catch it? Well, this one's kinda tricky, so don't worry, let me explain. A majority of this episode takes place at the Valentine's Day Carnival, like a big carnival that takes place at Goo Lagoon. Now, at one point of the episode, when we see this sign right here, we can see that climb up and fall off can be seen by the Valentine's Day Carnival sign right here. It happens more specifically when Patrick mentions it. However, if we rewind a little bit back to when we first see the Valentine's Day Carnival sign right here in this shot, Mount Climb Up up and fall off is just not visible. It's not there, which is a mistake because, as I already mentioned, later on in the episode when Patrick mentions it, we can see the Valentine's Day Carnival sign, but Mount Climb Up and Fall Off is right there. So yeah, a little bit of a continuity error here. And wait, there's more. There's another mistake in this episode, guys. Here's mistake number 3 from Valentine's Day. Roll the footage, please.
SpongeBob, we got ourselves a little problem. Sandy to SpongeBob. I got my ox in a ditch here.
My Valentine!
Man, 3 mistakes in one episode, that's wild. Hopefully you guys caught it though, and if not, you guys know the drill, I'm gonna expose it. It happens during this scene when Sandy is fighting the chocolate-eating scallops. There are some crazy creatures in Bikini Bottom. Anyways though, in this scene, the balloon's basket seems to be missing, only showing the string attached to it. This is how the balloon normally looks with the basket right here. But yeah, when Sandy's fighting them, it's missing, and we can only see this string right here. Don't worry, the basket does reappear eventually when Sandy arrives at the carnival. But yeah, during that one shot, it's just gone. Yeah, gone. Just like the animators who animated this next episode of SpongeBob that we're gonna head over to because it also has a bunch of mistakes. What a crazy segue, huh? Anyways, let's keep it moving and head over to another episode.
Patrick, you're fired.
But I don't even work here.
Would you like the job starting now?
Boy, would I.
You're fired.
I've got another classic episode for you guys, that Steven Hillenburg era of SpongeBob. The episode is Arg, and I feel like this episode is actually one of the more underrated pre-season 4 episodes, where it's a good episode, but people don't talk about it nearly as much as other episodes like Pizza Delivery, for example. Nonetheless, this episode is a banger. Of course, though, it's got a mistake, and you know it's coming up. Here's the first mistake.
My turn. 5. One of your shipmates has been a bad pirate. You, Mr. Krabs!
So as you guys just saw in the clips, Patrick rolls a 5, resulting in him sending Mr. Krabs to the brig. Remember that, alright? He rolls a 5. However, when we get a close-up look, it shows that the dice only rolled a 2. So they made a little mistake here. Patrick rolls a 5, but when we see that exact same roll again and see the card, he only rolled a 2. Very easy to miss when you're 5 years old, but yeah, I caught it this time. And here's another one from the same episode.
Huh? Who's there?
Come on, SpongeBob. One more game. I can smell the treasure.
This next one is really funny, and it's very easy to miss. But as you guys know, Mr. Krabs becomes obsessed with this treasure hunting game. And at one point, Mr. Krabs breaks into SpongeBob's house, and SpongeBob comes downstairs to see Mr. Krabs sitting, waiting to play the game with him. And if you guys look closely in this one frame right here, it looks as if Mr. Krabs is floating behind the chair rather than sitting on it. I'm zooming in right here, and yeah, it looks like dude is just floating on behind the chair, and he's not sitting on it, so totally a mistake here. And a weird one, guys. But stay tuned though, because there's even weirder ones coming up, believe it or not. Let's keep it rolling, gang.
Give him the old mouth test, Mr. Squidward.
These pancakes taste like a Krabby Patty.
This next one is from season 14. The episode is Necro Nom 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 Icon, which we've covered before, but I found a new mistake in this episode that I didn't cover last time. So we're gonna make it quick. Let's dive right into it. Let's see if you guys can catch this mistake without my help. So comment it if you find it before I reveal it. All right, roll that clip.
No! Squidward is not part of a balanced breakfast!
This is incredibly easy to miss, but when SpongeBob says Squidward is not a part of a balanced breakfast, I disagree, SpongeBob. His mouth line overlaps with his nose for one frame, which is minor, but I mean, look at this. This is totally a mistake. It's bound to happen in 2D animation, but you'd think it wouldn't happen in 2024. But like I said, I'd keep it quick, and let's head over to another episode with much more interesting mistakes. Like, the mistakes coming up are way better than this one.
Get out! No! You're going out this door right
We're not mad at us, are you, Squidward? Squidward?
Next up, we have the season 5 episode, Breath of Fresh Squidward. I love episodes that are more focused on Squidward. He deserves more representation. Here's a question, guys. We know that Patrick got his own spin-off. We know that Sandy's getting her own spin-off. Plankton's also getting one. So if Squidward were to get his own spin-off show or movie, what would you make it about? What would the story be about? Let me know in the comments, but for now, let's expose the mistakes in this episode. It's what you guys clicked on the video for. Here's the first one.
And you, Mr. Smiley Face Krabby Patty, no one can come between us.
What is the meaning of this?
What's wrong with it?
A smiley face?
So I have no idea how I caught this mistake, and again, I'm going back to it, I'm a total nerd for finding it. But in the clips you guys just saw, SpongeBob draws that smiley face with mustard, okay? He draws the whole thing with mustard, he only uses mustard as you can see here. But moments later, when Mr. Krabs eventually shows SpongeBob the exact same smiley face that he drew on the Krabby Patty, the mouth of the smiley face is drawn with ketchup, which is a mistake, as when we seen SpongeBob draw it, like we literally seen him do it, he uses mustard. No ketchup is used at all. So I'm a nerd, but I got you, Nickelodeon. Get wrecked. I got you. It's a mistake. And here's another one from the same episode. Let's keep it rolling. Here's another one.
Can I tell it this time, Squidward? Pretty please. Whenever Squidward sees us, the storm clouds in his brain roll in and a nasty storm rages.
Now, this one is much worse, and this one's like really bad. So, when SpongeBob starts to explain how Squidward's brain works, it's very easy to miss because it's at the very bottom of the frame. But it seems that SpongeBob's pants are missing. Like, I'm zooming in here, and like I said, you can only see a brief little bit of it, but yeah, that boy ain't wearing any pants. And I don't know how I feel about that. SpongeBob's gonna get us demonetized over here. Anyways, do you guys know what time it is? It's time for the random mistake of the day, where we take a really quick break from SpongeBob to talk about mistakes in another cartoon, a random cartoon suggested by you guys. And then we're going right back to SpongeBob, so don't worry. What should we do for today? How about The Simpsons? Leave a comment down below on what other cartoons you want me to do for the random mistake of the day, but we'll do The Simpsons for today, and don't worry, we're going right back to SpongeBob after. The episode in question is Bart Gets an F, and here's some context for you guys. It's about this character right here. His name is Moe. Your parents definitely know who this character is. He's a very iconic cartoon character, and it has to do with his eyes, all right? So pay close attention, and here's the clip.
I hereby declare this day to be Snow Day.
Did you guys catch it? Yeah, well, during the snow day and this shot right here where they're all outside, we get this back side view of Moe, and look, his eye is missing for a shot. It may seem like you can see his pupil, but that's actually the back of the black hair of the dude in the blue jacket that's in front of him. If we zoom in here, you can see they just did not draw his eye, and that entire circle is just see-through. What a mistake. We're gonna go back to the beginning for this one. We're gonna go back to season 1. The episode is Karate Choppers, and this episode's interesting. Pretty much SpongeBob becomes like addicted to karate to the point where it has like an effect on his jaw. My dude is obsessed, but guys, I'm also obsessed with exposing SpongeBob mistakes. I mean, I'm like a total nerd. So yeah, here's the first mistake from Karate Choppers. Roll that footage.
I'm gonna get you tomorrow, SpongeBob!
That'll be the day.
Now, if we look at the arms of the suit that Sandy wears right here, we'll notice that there's these lines on it, all right? There's a red one, a blue one, and another red one. 3 lines in total. This is how her design always looks, even back in like season 1. But in this one season 1 episode, Karate Choppers, when Sandy is at SpongeBob's door in this scene right here, look, she randomly has this extra stripe on her sleeve. To make things even worse though, if we watch closely, the colors of these stripes also just change rapidly. Like I'm showing it in slow motion, and yeah, I'm kind of nitpicking, but still technically a mistake. This next mistake from Karate Choppers is much worse though. Roll the footage.
Nice try, Sponge Brain.
Okay, so like I said, mistake number 2 is much worse than that last one. And it takes place when Sandy hangs up on SpongeBob after his attempt at phone karate. Interesting, SpongeBob. It happens really quickly, but look, SpongeBob's arm disappears. Like this dude loses his whole arm, and I don't think that's very healthy, SpongeBob. You can definitely blame the animators for that one though, buddy. They did you dirty. But guys, we got another mistake from this episode, 3 in 1 episode, damn. Let's see if you guys can spot this one before I expose it. Try to comment the mistake before I reveal it. Got it? All right, let's go. Roll that footage.
An extra cheese. Go.
This third one is insanely easy to miss, but a common thing in SpongeBob are these bubble transitions. Here's an example. They happen all the time to change scenes. And in this episode, when we transition over to this shot of the Krusty Krab with people entering it, some of the bubbles from the transition just freeze mid-air and glitch out and stay on screen. They're right here, and you can even see the tops and sides getting cut off a little bit. So yeah, totally a mistake. Like, what? Stay tuned though, because this is just the beginning, guys. I'm saving some of the crazy mistakes for last. There are a ton of places that you can store your money, right? In a bank, in a piggy bank, your wallet, but Mr. Krabs over here, for some reason, decides to store his money, all of his money, in his mattress. And this is what the episode The Lost Mattress is all about, with SpongeBob, Patrick, and Squidward getting rid of Mr. Krabs' mattress and just causing a bunch of problems. We're not here for all of that though. Let's be real, we're here to expose some mistakes. So yeah, here's the first mistake from this episode. Let's see if you guys can catch it.
It's killing me. It's me old lumpy mattress. It's like trying to sleep on broken coral.
Why do anything? I like the new Mr. Krabs. He yells at...
Okay, so this one's very, very sneaky, but when Mr. Krabs opens the Krusty Krab, if we look really closely, I'm zooming in, all right? If we look closely right here, there is a keyhole on the door handle. Now, the problem is that in the very next scene, like seconds later, that keyhole just disappears. I'm showing a side-by-side right now. And yeah, like what? The animators drew it with a keyhole, and then they just switched up, bro. They just changed their mind. They're like, nah, no keyhole, which is totally a mistake. And here's mistake number 2. You guys should be able to catch this one. It's somewhat of a common mistake in SpongeBob. Let's see if you guys can catch it before I reveal it. Try to comment the mistake before I actually break it down, all right? Roll that footage. Take a look at this.
What are you morons doing?
Making a card for Mr. Krabs to go with his new mattress.
Okay, so I want you guys to take a look at literally any shot of the Krusty Krab, more specifically the inside, and you'll notice that this right here, it's the galley grub menu. It has all of the items for sale and prices. It's always right here, somewhat behind or aside from Squidward's cashier workstation that he hates so much. But randomly, dude, in the Lost Mattress, when SpongeBob and Patrick are making the card for Mr. Krabs, look, the galley grub sign is like all the way over here for some reason. It's like in front of the boat, which looks incredibly weird. This has never happened before and has never happened again. And guys, it's totally a mistake. Kind of a weird one too, but yeah, let's head over to another episode, guys. The mistakes are only gonna get spicier as we go. Like, trust me, we've got some mind-blowing mistakes coming up, so let's keep it moving. Let's keep it rolling.
With my abode, I would like to paint the chum bucket to please my wife, but alas, I am too small and feeble.
Next up, we have an episode that I haven't talked about a whole bunch throughout my time doing these SpongeBob mistakes, and I've covered like well over like 500 SpongeBob mistakes at this point. The episode is Bucket Sweet Bucket, and it's probably because this episode just doesn't have a whole bunch of mistakes. There's only 2, and here's the first one. Okay, for this one to really hit, let's take a look at like any shot of the Krusty Krab, all right? We can see it right here. And a big part of its design, at least from the outside, is this yellow enter sign right here. That's right by the doors, pretty much. It's always been there ever since SpongeBob Season 1, as you can see here. But in the scene where SpongeBob and Patrick leave with the front piece of the Krusty Krab, like stealing it, look, that enter sign should be right here, but it's just missing. They were too lazy to draw it. Talk about a mistake, and here's another one.
He knows I'll actually want to see.
You wanted to see out the window?
I give you one simple...
Okay, so listen closely, guys, because this one is just, it's kind of technical, all right? So, when Plankton and SpongeBob walk over to the window that Patrick made, we can see that it has 8 bolts on it, all right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Right here, I arrowed all of them. However, after Plankton notices that the window is closed, and we see it again, what in the world happened? Because it no longer has 8 bolts, and now has 6 of them. The amount of bolts wouldn't randomly change in between scenes, and to make things worse, after Plankton bites off one of the bolts, there are 8 of them again. So just what a messy scene. What a weird mistake. Crazy, dude. Let's head over to another episode though, guys. Things are about to get wild.
Hope he's had his shots.
Oh, of course.
All of his shots.
Affirmatory.
For rabies,
yep.
snail pox, and soft shell dance.
Yep.
Next up, we have the episode Once Bitten, which is all about everybody thinking that Gary, like, turns people into zombies if he bites them. It's an interesting episode. I actually really like this episode, just saying. As a matter of fact, here are some crazy clips from this episode, and then we'll get right into the mistakes.
And finally, the bite from that infected snail will turn you into a zombie.
Here to dine on your squishy yellow flesh.
All right. I know what you guys clicked on the video for, mistakes, but like I said, Once Bitten's actually a pretty cool episode. Anyways, though, here's mistake number 1. Let's see if you guys can spot it. Yeah, that first one is very straightforward. I'm sure a lot of you guys caught it, but when SpongeBob runs to the bus, we can see this stop sign right here, all right? And remember the area, remember the location, because in the very next scene, that stop sign, which should be right here, has completely disappeared. Now, this is most likely a case of cartoon logic, but still technically a mistake, and here's mistake number 2 from Once Bitten. Now, this one is really bad. Be prepared, guys, and here's a hint. It has to do with the bottom half of SpongeBob, all right? Pay attention, try to reveal the mistake in the comments before I actually reveal it. I know you guys can do it. Roll that mistake.
Gary, how could you?
Like I said, it's really, really bad. But when SpongeBob says, Gary, how could you? Look, he's missing his legs. Like, they just didn't draw his legs. It's like, to be fair, it's only the bottom of the frame where you can see that his legs are missing. Like, we have to pull the footage up and zoom in, and you can see right here, this space, his legs should be there. So they made a massive mistake. Like, how do you draw SpongeBob without his legs? Crazy, dude.
Vibrating bed.
Out of my way! Grandpat's gonna take this puppy for a test nap. Ah!
Next up, we have a very new episode. It's Star Cruise, and I'll admit I'm kind of cheating, guys. This is the Patrick Star Show episode, but I mean, come on. It's SpongeBob, Patrick Star Show, it's all the same stuff. Well, actually, like, regular SpongeBob is way better, but anyways, the episode is Star Cruise, and here's the mistake.
Or the ship. Meet up for dinner? Yeah! Sweet dreams, Grandpa! Enjoy your cruisy snooze.
Okay, so let's take a look at Bunny over here. This is Patrick's mother, for those who do not know. And you'll notice a big part of her design is this lipstick right here that she always wears. You can see it right here. Remember this, as in Star Cruise, when Bunny leaves the engine room in this scene right here, look. It's not a huge deal, but the animators completely forgot to draw her lipstick. And what's funny is, like, after this scene, look, her lipstick is back. And before this scene, she was wearing lipstick. So even when we see her in the engine room, she's wearing lipstick. So just, yeah, a mistake. This one is nothing compared to the next set of mistakes we'll be covering in this next episode, though. Let's head over there.
What about Mr. Krabs' case?
Looks like you're gonna have to handle this one, son. Everything you need to win is in this here case.
Mr. Krabs and Plankton have been beefing for years. Like, these dudes have a long history of beef, stemming all the way back to the first season of SpongeBob. And you know, I can't really blame Plankton. Like, Mr. Krabs is kind of mean to him. Plankton just wants to be successful as well. But we ain't here for character analysis. We're here to break down some goofy mistakes. So let's do that. Here's the first one.
If you give me the formula.
Never, you little whelp! What? No! I didn't lay.
Okay, so this character right here is Fred. He's the dude who always yells, "My leg!" And throughout this whole episode, Mr. Krabs versus Plankton, he's brown, all right? We can see him right here, he's brown. We can fast forward a little bit to a later scene, he's brown again. And here's even one more shot where we can see Fred is brown, okay? But if we pay close attention when Mr. Krabs yells, "Never, you little runt." Jeez, Mr. Krabs, chill, dude. Look, Fred is randomly blue, and he has the same eye scale as Tom. The real issue here, though, is the color. The dude was brown in like every other scene. I highly doubt he went and got like fish plastic surgery and turned himself blue. What most likely happened is the animators drew him as brown and colored him as brown. And then for this one scene, they kind of messed up and forgot and drew him as blue. I'll forgive them, but still totally a mistake. And here's another one from the same episode.
Never, you little whelp! What? No! I didn't lay a claw on him!
Speak speaking of the color blue, this is a big part of this next mistake as well, as when Plankton first enters the courtroom in the clips you guys just saw, we can see that this fish right here on the right of the door is blue. Remember this, alright? He's blue, just like Fred in that last scene. Here's the problem though, as the episode progresses, this changes, as look, when we see the jury again in this scene, that exact same fish is randomly orange now. Here's like a side-by-side, he was blue before, now he's orange. But hey, don't worry, when we see the jury for the third time, look, she's blue again. So he or she, they're blue again. What a messy scene. Like, all the mistakes in this episode are all coloring based, which is really funny. It's crazy how many different types of mistakes there are in SpongeBob. We're back to SpongeBob, and the episode is Chums from season 13. A really good episode in my opinion that's all about Plankton going down to the sewers and meeting, you know, a bunch of chum that want to work with him. The plot itself is kind of weird, but the episode's pretty good. But you know what we're here for? We're here for mistakes, and here it is, guys. Here it is. Let's see if you guys can catch it before I come back and like reveal it, all right? So we're gonna play the clip, try to comment the mistake before I break it down, and then I'll break it down, all right? Roll that footage.
F is for friends who do stop together. U is for you and me.
Did you guys catch it? It happens really, really fast, and it's somewhat of a common mistake in SpongeBob. But while SpongeBob is spraying the Krusty Krab in the beginning of the episode in the clips you guys just saw, look, for about one frame, his right eye turns yellow. It does go back to normal, but like, SpongeBob, you gotta go see a doctor about that eye, dude. You're gonna need some eye drops. But yeah, totally a mistake. First up, we're kicking things off with a banger of an episode. This one is a classic. It's SpongeBob Meets the Strangler. And believe it or not, I've got 4 mistakes in this one episode, dude. Let's get into it.
So we're all alone now.
Just you, me, and the floorboards.
We're completely alone.
Oh, yeah.
In that case.
Okay, so this first one's pretty funny. You guys need to listen closely. So throughout this episode, we get multiple shots of the Tattletale Strangler having like a regular hand, all right? As you can see, he has 10 fully functional fingers. There are so many shots. Here's another shot where we can see he has like a regular hand with fingers. And here's even another shot where this dude's got fingers, okay? Remember this. As randomly in the episode, in later scenes, his fingers will randomly be replaced with fins. This is a thing in SpongeBob. Some fish have fins, some fish have actual hands, but it doesn't change halfway throughout the episode. This was a major mistake here because again, he has hands as you can see right here, and then in this shot he has fins. So like, what? Here's mistake number 2 from SpongeBob Meets the Strangler.
Let's booger some more!
This next one's pretty straightforward. First, let's take a look at a PNG of Pearl, all right, Mr. Krabs' daughter, Pearl the whale, right here. And you'll notice that her face has this white area right here. This part of her face is white. Remember, it's white. As when Pearl enters the party for the second time, that white part of her face is randomly colored gray. It's not that big of a deal. Like, you wouldn't notice this while watching the episode, but look at this side by side, and yeah, they got Pearl's design incorrect in this one shot. And poor Pearl, man, hopefully it goes back to normal. I've got more though. Here's mistake number 3.
I'm doing the parking lot for early morning litter patrol. Litter. Looks like someone missed the trash basket, huh?
This one is really, really funny, and this is the type of mistake that once I point it out, every time you rewatch the episode, you'll see it. But okay, so when SpongeBob goes out of the Krusty Krab to clean up litter, if we take a look at his pant legs, there's something like incredibly wrong. That's right, they're black. And this isn't like a design change or something, as like seconds later in the next shot, they go back to brown, which is what they're supposed to be. So yeah, this one shot where they're black is just totally a mistake, dude. Like, I don't even know how they made this mistake. Like, look at this. But yeah, let's head over to mistake number 4 from SpongeBob Meets the Strangler. Like I told you, 4 mistakes in one episode. Damn.
Wait for it.
Okay, this one's light to be fair, but come on, like the past 3 I just covered were really bad mistakes. This one is admittedly light, but it's closer to the beginning of the episode. Now, before SpongeBob puts his slip in to time in or check in for work, this clock right here is moving, all right? Remember, it's moving. But after SpongeBob puts in his slip, the clock just stops moving randomly, which is not what would happen. The clock would just keep on going because it's a regular clock, so like what? This one seems like more of an animation glitch. I don't think it was a mistake mistake, but hey, mistakes happen, glitches happen, and we've got plenty more coming up. And guys, just so you know, the mistakes coming up are even worse than any of the 4 I just covered. So stay tuned. Let's head over to another episode.
Oh, that sounds like a quarter crying for help.
My son just dropped that quarter.
How do I know he didn't steal it?
As you guys know, Squidward can really not stand SpongeBob or Patrick, so just imagine what would happen if he got trapped with them in a well. Well, that's literally what happens in the episode, Wishing You Well. A really, really good SpongeBob episode from all the way back in like season 4. You guys know what the drill is though. Let's spot some mistakes. Try to comment the mistake before I come back in and like break them down, guys. But yeah, let's do it.
I'm free! Squidward? What were you doing down there? I didn't approve any overtime? Or were you sneaking here?
Okay, so first up, it takes place in the clips you guys just saw when Mr. Krabs says, I didn't approve of any overtime. Let's take a look at Mr. Krabs' eyelashes, and we'll notice that his eyelashes just were not colored in at all. They're just transparent and see-through. Normally, Mr. Krabs' eyelashes look like this. They're like kind of like an orangey color, and more importantly, they're colored in. But the animators slipped up a little bit during this scene because those eyelashes have no color at all, dude. And here's mistake number 2 from Wishing You Well.
Patrick, get off of me! I told you I am claustrophobic.
Nice try, Squidward, but there's no Santa Claus here.
So as I mentioned at the beginning, in this episode, SpongeBob, Squidward, and Patrick all get trapped in this well together, all right? And when they're all trapped down there, you'll notice that Squidward is wearing his brown shirt, all right? This shirt right here, that he literally always wears. Now, here's the problem. We eventually get this shot where Patrick is sitting on Squidward, which would be terrible. Imagine Patrick's big booty sitting on you, that yacht. I'll pass. But in that shot, if you look closely, Squidward is randomly missing his brown shirt, despite wearing it in all of the other scenes prior and after. Like literally, if we jump to just a couple of seconds before this, he's wearing the shirt, and then when Patrick is sitting on him, his shirt is just gone. So very, very weird mistake here, and I've got more. Here's mistake number 3 from Wishing You Well.
No one's wishes are coming true. Maybe I just didn't dig deep enough. What do you say, Patrick? Are you ready to dig for some magic?
This one is a classic. I might have even covered it in a previous episode before, but when SpongeBob says, what do you say, Patrick? For a few frames, his mouth is just gone. Poof, it's just missing. How do you forget to draw a character's mouth? I don't know, but it's gone. There's no mouth there. Let's keep it rolling though, guys, and stay tuned. I'm saving the worst mistake for last, and you don't want to miss the random mistake of the day. Let's keep it moving.
Next bus to Bikini Bottom.
Next bus leaves in 5 seconds.
See, Cartoon Corey, he's always got you guys covered. We're back with more classics. We're going to Rock Bottom, baby. One of my favorite SpongeBob episodes. I think any like 90s kid or 2000s kid loves this episode. Modern SpongeBob is really cool, but Rock Bottom is the perfect example of why old school SpongeBob is the best. Even old school SpongeBob has mistakes though. It's actually where a lot of the mistakes are, guys, is in season 1, 2, and 3, and Rock Bottom is no exception. Here's the first mistake. Let's take a look. This first one is kind of minor. As you guys know, SpongeBob is a sponge, so he has pores all over him. He has these holes, and they're all usually in the exact same place. Like, look at this shot of SpongeBob from the first episode. Look at where the holes are, and then look at this shot from like a modern day episode of SpongeBob, and you'll see if we do a side by side. The holes or pores are always pretty much in the exact same area. Well, in one scene in this episode, when SpongeBob is sneaking up on the bus, look, his holes are missing. He just has like none of them. There might be a few there that I can't see due to the angle, but for the most part, he's missing his pores, which is probably due to some laziness by the animators, but I mean, it was like 1999. I'll give them a break. 2D animation's really hard. Anyways, though, here's mistake number 2 from Rock Bottom.
Home at last.
Don't worry, SpongeBob, I'm coming back for you!
This one is really funny, and once I break it down, it'll really make sense. It might not make a ton of sense at first, but at the very end of the episode, SpongeBob uses his balloon, and he finally gets out of Rock Bottom and is on his way back home to Conch Street. Now, if we look at this shot right here of like Bikini Bottom, and we look at SpongeBob's house in particular, it looks like very different from the rest of the frame, almost as if the image was just digitally inserted onto a pre-existing background. Like, look at SpongeBob's house. It literally looks like mans went into Photoshop, cut out his house, pressed Control-C to copy, and then just pasted it on this image. Like, it's so clearly just added in post, which isn't a mistake, but looks so weird. Also, if SpongeBob's house is there, then shouldn't Squidward's and Patrick's also be there? Yeah, kind of a messy shot. Let's keep it moving though and head over to something that's actually a pretty bad mistake. Up next, we have the season 5 episode, A Flea in Her Dome, which is all about Sandy bringing a flea back from Texas and it getting like in her dome and just, you know, infesting it. The plot has a lot of potential, but not a lot of fans like this episode. It's just kind of mediocre, if I'm gonna be honest with you, but it has mistakes. It has one mistake, and let's get right into it. This one will actually be really hard for you guys to spot, so I'm gonna ask you guys, try to comment the mistake before I come back in. Like I said though, it's gonna be hard. You can do it though, gang. Roll that footage.
It sure is good to have you back, Sandy.
Did you guys catch it? Because it even took me a couple of seconds, alright? It has to do with this character right here, Incidental 13, who normally has yellow eyes, okay? It's literally like I'm playing Where's Waldo, if any of you guys know what that is, but Incidental 13 is right here, and you'll notice that they messed up and gave both of his eyes a different color. His right eye is yellow, but his left eye, as you can see right here, is white, which is totally a mistake. Like, that never happens. Characters usually either have yellow eyes or white eyes, so it's not that big of a deal, but I got you. Get wrecked. Here's a mistake. I caught you. Get exposed. And we've got more. Let's head over to another classic episode. There are so many good Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy episodes, but one that really stands out to me is Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy 2, which is what we're covering next. See, I wasn't lying. Next up, I had another classic. And this one in particular has 3 mistakes in total. You guys know what to do. Maybe you guys can find the mistakes before I come back in, but roll that footage.
Maybe the conch signal is too much responsibility. But how would you like to spend the rest of the afternoon on patrol?
I may have covered this mistake before, so if I have, I apologize, but when Mermaid Man tells SpongeBob that the conch signal is too much responsibility for him, he's not wrong, to be honest. If we look closely, the television in his house shows a solid red screen instead of a black screen or a moving picture, which was definitely a mistake on the animator's end. Like, why is it just a solid red screen? It should be black or like a moving image on the screen. It wouldn't just be red. So yeah, totally a mistake. I think they were using the red as somewhat of a green screen to replace footage on the screen. As a matter of fact, let's try it right now.
Maybe the conch signal is too much responsibility. But how would you like to spend the rest of the afternoon on patrol?
Boom, see? Definitely a mistake. That was meant to be like a green screen or something. But anyways, let's head over to another mistake from this episode.
Hey, can I drive?
What do you know about driving the invisible boatmobile?
Like the windshield wipers are right here.
Don't touch that button, it's the...
This one's pretty straightforward, and it's only a mistake because it only happens for one frame and then goes back to normal, but for one frame, in this shot right here, SpongeBob's eyes are covered by his headband. This doesn't happen again in the episode. It seems to be just some sort of layering glitch where like his eyes, the layer of his eyes went underneath the headband, I don't know. But because it only happens for a frame and then goes back to this, it's definitely a mistake. And I've still got one more from Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy 2, roll the footage.
The conch signal! To the invisible boatmobile!
Did you guys catch it? Well, when Mermaid Man says the conch signal, the right side of his belt turns orange for a split second. Here's a PNG of our boy right here, and you can see his belt is never that color, it's this color. So it turning orange in this frame is totally a mistake. And we've got more, but guys, you know what time it is? Do you guys know it's about to go down? It's time for the random mistake of the day, where we take a quick break from SpongeBob mistakes to talk about mistakes in a random cartoon suggested by you. And one that's heavily been suggested is Haley's on it. But yeah, the episode is UFWO, and it has to do with this character right here, Haley, the main character, her overalls, okay? Roll the footage.
So you two are going to be spending all week working together? That's totally perfect!
Did ya guys catch it? Well, when Christine is talking to Scott and Haley about Logan for the first time, in the first scene, we can see that Haley's right overall isn't folded, okay? We can see it's not folded. But then literally like a second later, it is now randomly folded. This isn't necessarily a groundbreaking mistake, but it's not like Haley had enough time to unfold it. It seems the animators drew it like this and then forgot and drew it like this, all in a matter of seconds. So yeah, kind of a weak mistake. Hopefully you guys understand now what I mean. I want to do Haley's on it, but the mistakes that I've found in it, they're just not significant mistakes. So yeah, back to SpongeBob. Do let me know in the comments, guys, some cartoons you want me to cover for random mistake of the day. And make sure to upvote other people's comments. So go to the comments right now, and if you see somebody comment a show that you like, upvote their comment right now. All right, back to SpongeBob. We are back, and we have the episode Grooming Gary, which is a good episode. It's actually kind of an iffy episode, but I like the plot personally. It's all about SpongeBob entering Gary into like a pet competition, and it is not Gary's scene. Like all of the pets there are all like preppy, like spoiled pets, and Gary just does not fit in. Take a look at some of these funny clips, and then we're gonna get right into the mistake.
Look at your luxurious mane. Every self-respecting snail has one. The glossy painted shell.
Yeah, poor Gary. Gary's just, he's a good boy. He doesn't need to go and hang out with all of these prissy, preppy pets. Enough about Gary though, let's expose some mistakes. There's one, and let's see if you guys can catch it.
Wow, Patrick, there's a whole lot of pet loving going on here today. Like these.
Yeah, so this one's pretty straightforward. If you pay close attention throughout the whole episode, the pet's owners will change throughout the episode. For example, at first we can see that this pet is with this owner right here, but then if we fast forward a little bit to later on in the episode, look, that pet is now with a completely different owner. Here's another example. We can see this pet is with this person right here, and if we fast forward a little bit, look, they're now with a completely different owner. So kind of a really bad mistake if you think about it. Here's one more example. You can see this pet is with this individual right here, remember? Because if we go to this scene, everything has changed and now they're with this owner, so crazy. Up next, we have a fairly new episode, Plain to See. This is from season 13, and to be honest, I actually really liked this episode. What I didn't like though are the 3 mistakes hidden in it. Here's the first one.
Ah, what a beautiful morning. Time to check the mail and see who loves.
Yeah, so this one's quick. It's pretty straightforward. If we even go back to the first season and we take a look at SpongeBob's iconic pineapple home, we'll notice that it has this window right here. Remember, it's always there. This window right here, I'm circling it. Well, at the beginning of Plain to See, as you guys just saw, SpongeBob's house is just randomly missing that window. It's weird because in later season 13 episodes, the window is back, so it's not like they removed it. They just forgot to draw it in this one shot, which is totally a mistake. And we've got more. Here's mistake number 2.
An aisle? Take the aisle.
Now this mistake is a lot worse. So a big part of this episode is that all the characters are on this plane, and of course there's going to be other passengers on the plane. Now as you guys know, when you go on a plane, if you guys have ever been on a plane before, you're assigned a seat. You don't get to just change seats randomly. But if you pay attention throughout the episode, the seats of certain passengers on the plane will just change randomly throughout the episode. For example, when we first see this dude right here, he's sitting here, but as the episode progresses, he completely changes seats and is over here now. Here's another example. We can see this incidental right here sitting in this seat, but then they just randomly change to over here. Maybe they're upgrading their seats mid-flight, but that's not a thing. This was definitely a mistake. I'm a total nerd for even noticing it, but yeah, let's keep it moving because we got another mistake from Plain to See. Roll that footage. This one's kinda similar to the last one, but it's a lot funnier. So throughout the episode, it's established that this incidental 41, is the pilot of the plane. So throughout the whole episode, this dude is in the pilot seat, flying the plane, keeping us all safe. Well, keeping SpongeBob and the gang safe. But here's the problem, right? We can see him right here as the pilot, incidental 41. But in the scene right before this, we can see him sitting right here in an aisle seat. I know some of you may think that there's multiple of incidentals, but in later seasons, there isn't. There's only supposed supposed to be one of each incidental. To prove this too, take a look at Fred, right? Fred is a full-on character. Like, he's also incidental 1, right? But he's also Fred, the my leg guy, and is his own character. And there isn't like 5 of Fred, there's 1 of him. So yeah, there wouldn't be 2 of incidental 41. Plus, guys, there's like 300 plus incidentals at this point. So reusing incidentals in the same scene is extremely lazy. There's no reason for them to do it. Anyways, though, I'm ranting. 2D animation is really hard, so we'll give them a break, okay? Like, 2D animation's really tough. But let's keep it moving and head over to another episode with more mistakes. Let's do it.
I'd recognize this goop. It comes from a baby-spotted glistening meadow worm.
Dude, those things are worth a fortune.
Did you say fortune?
Next up, we have the episode Pet or Pests, all right? And we're gonna dive right into it. This first mistake is hilarious. Okay, so as you've seen, there's the scene where the worms almost get run over by this truck, right? But if we pause at the right frame and look inside, there's literally no driver in this truck. They just didn't draw a person in the truck operating it. To be fair, they do draw it in a way to kind of hide this fact, but you can tell there's no driver in here and just, yeah, I don't know who's driving this truck. It must be a ghost or just lazy animation. Probably that. Here's another mistake from Pet or Pests.
Great idea you had, Mr. Krabs.
Well, it's like they always say back in the old country, lad.
What's that?
I don't know. I've never been to the old country.
This one is really, really easy to miss, but towards the end of the episode, when SpongeBob and Mr. Krabs are selling the worms, I kind of want one. Would you guys buy one? Let me know in the comments, yes or no. Would you buy one? But yeah, when they're selling them, one of SpongeBob's green holes seems to turn red for like less than a second. It is only for like a couple frames, so it's not that big of a deal. But yeah, that shouldn't be happening. This is probably more likely like an animation glitch, as opposed to a straight up mistake. Still pretty interesting though, and let's keep it moving. Let's head over to another episode. Next up, we have Mr. Krabs Takes a Vacation from Season 8. Season 8 is a really weird season. I'm not a big fan of a lot of the episodes from this season, but honestly, this is a really good episode that a lot of fans really like as well, so I do feel bad bringing up the mistakes, but it's time to expose the episode a little bit. Still a good episode, but it's got 3 mistakes. Here's the first one. Roll that footage. Try to comment the mistake before I come back in, okay? You can do it. Let's do this.
Ready for some fun? Who's ready to look at some vacation pictures?
Okay, so for this one, here's some context. Let's take a look at this PNG of Sandy. And you'll notice right away that Sandy's neck, all right, is always brown. It's the same color as her fur. You guys already know where I'm going with this because this is a very common mistake in SpongeBob. It happens like once a season. But yeah, her fur and her neck is always brown. But in that one scene in Mr. Krabs' house, look, Sandy's neck is white randomly instead of brown, making for a very straightforward mistake. How it happened, I don't know, but let's head over to another mistake that's also pretty bad.
Is it bathroom land? Because I could really use a bathroom right now.
Bathroom land! Oh, SpongeBob, you kill me.
This one's super easy to miss, but when Mr. Krabs is laughing and says, bathroom land, oh, SpongeBob, you kill me, his eyelashes are like weirdly transparent instead of brown for a few frames. Very, very, very weird. I don't know what happened here. They just forgot to color in his eyelashes. I'm zooming in and they just look really weird transparent. So big mistake. I got you. And here's another mistake.
Process in which the sheets of silver are pressed. This machine here is where we destroy old money by means of shredding.
All right, one more from Mr. Krabs Takes a Vacation. So throughout the episode, this character right here, Harold, also known as Incidental 40, this also further proves that there isn't multiple of every incidental. There's one of each of them because this is Incidental 40, but he has a name. His name's Harold. So remember this in the future, just saying. But yeah, this guy right here, throughout the episode, he wears a white shirt. But when Bill is explaining that they shred money, pretty much in the same scene, his shirt has just magically changed to a tan shirt. Man just changed his shirt in the middle of the episode, and then it returns back to normal in the next shot, which is wild. So first it looks like this, it's white, then it's tan, and then it goes back to being white all in a matter of like a couple minutes. So yeah, a mistake, and a good one. It's actually a very interesting mistake, and we've got plenty more coming up, so let's keep it rolling. Coming in hot, next up, we've got That Sinking Feeling, which in my opinion is a pretty underrated episode. And you guys definitely agree, this is a very popular season 7 episode that a lot of fans have liked, especially when there are season 7 episodes that are poo-poo, they're garbage. That sinking feeling though is a pretty good one. So as I always say, I feel bad to expose some mistakes, but Cartoon Corey's gotta do what he's gotta do, right? So I'm gonna roll the footage and try to comment the mistake before I come back in and reveal it. All right, you guys can do it. Let's do this.
Too hard.
Did you guys catch it? Well, when SpongeBob and Patrick throw their pickaxes into the air, it happens really, really fast, but SpongeBob's sleeve turns transparent for a couple of frames. Normally his sleeves are white, but in this one shot, it's like see-through, which is totally a mistake, a really bad mistake. The animators just simply forgot to color in one of his sleeves, and it looks really, really rough. And we've got more. Here's another mistake from that sinking feeling.
In my yard!
We're not playing in your yard, Squidward. We're playing in our yards.
This one's pretty straightforward, and I'll give Nickelodeon and Rough Draft Korea an excuse here, the people making the episode, that it could be due to the angle in which we see SpongeBob, but even if that's the case, it's still kinda lazy. As in this one shot right here, look, it kinda looks like SpongeBob is missing his right arm. Again, it could be due to the angle, but I mean, you would still be able to see SpongeBob's arm, so I do think that this was a lazy mistake. I don't think it was a blatant one or it was an accident, it was just them being kinda lazy. It happens though, it happens, you know, 2D animation's hard, but guys, you know what time it is? It's time for the random mistake of the day, where we take a quick break from SpongeBob to talk about mistakes in another cartoon suggested by you guys. And I got you, don't worry, Cartoon Corey listens, we're doing Gravity Falls again. The episode is Boys Crazy, and we have 3 mistakes. Roll the first one.
Before you do anything crazy, I want you to hear this. Hope this works.
So this first one's pretty simple, and it kind of applies to all cartoons, but especially in Gravity Falls, all characters only have 3 fingers and 1 thumb. As you guys already know, like a regular hand has 4 fingers and 1 thumb, but in cartoons, even SpongeBob, they usually have 3 fingers and 1 thumb. Remember this. As at the very beginning of the episode of Boys Crazy, when this character right here, Robbie, opens the case to his CD, he has 5 fingers on both hands, which is just not a thing and is 100% a mistake, because if we just fast forward a little bit in the episode and look at Robbie again, look, our dude has 3 fingers and 1 thumb, so they messed up for sure. Not that big of a deal though. Here's mistake number 2.
That is one big hamster tube. Someone's coming! Oh. Ah! Trying hard not to let my brain explode.
This one's really, really easy to miss, but when Candy, Grenda, and Mabel find the boys inside the cage, there's a quick frame, a very, very quick frame, a brief frame, where Candy's skirt just disappears. Pretty inappropriate, if you ask me. Like, get that girl her skirt back. This is a kid show. All right, one more from Boys Crazy, guys. One more mistake.
Hi guys. I'm sorry I went bonkers. A catchy song made me realize that you were right. Can you ever forgive me?
This one's kind of similar to the last one, but when Mabel apologizes to Grenda, in one frame, her mouth just completely disappears, like she's got no mouth, it's gone. She ain't gonna be yapping at all anymore, because that mouth is gone. Anyways, let's head back over to SpongeBob, guys, the good old yellow spongy boy. Do comment down below what other cartoons you want me to cover on Random Mistake of the Day in the future, even anime if you want to, anything, let me know. But anyways, back to SpongeBob. This is our last one, we're back to SpongeBob. It is Pat Hart's Squid. And this one's all about Squidward being forced to live at Patrick's house, and you can just imagine how this goes. So here's a bunch of clips because it's hilarious, and then we'll get right into the mistake.
I wouldn't stay with either of you two if the entire ocean was on fire.
So there's a chance. Identify myself.
Patrick?
That is correct. May I ask who's calling?
See what I'm saying? Really, really good episode. I feel bad for Squidward in this one.
My turn!
Okay, so let's take a look at a random PNG of Patrick, and you'll notice that his eyes have a black outline, all right? His eyes have this black outline all around his eyes, like most SpongeBob characters have a black outline. But in the clips you guys just saw, right before Patrick starts dancing, the outline in his eyes just disappears for 1 frame. Here's a side-by-side of him without it and him with the outline, and yeah, it looks kind of weird. I would never notice this like randomly on my own while watching the episode though, like this is such a small mistake, but it's still technically a mistake, right guys? So I still wanted to mention it even though it's pretty weak. Here's mistake number 2 though.
So,
So, who you gonna stay with till you find a new house, Squidward? Me or Patrick?
I wouldn't stay with either of you two.
This one I'll make it very, very quick. But when SpongeBob is talking to Squidward at the beginning of the episode, some of the holes on his face briefly disappear while he's moving. If we look at him in other shots from this episode, this spot right here is the spot that's missing, like these holes right here. And let's do a side by side and you'll see how awkward it looks when SpongeBob is missing these holes. Like this is totally a mistake.